Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami. Bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami. Dhammam saranam gacchami. Sangham saranam gacchami.
The Buddha enunciated his Dhamma, which means teachings, in two different forms. Though distinct, they ultimately converge in the unfolding of insight into the realities of existence and the beyond. One approach was in philosophical terms, incisive and analytical. The other took the form of discourses in simple, direct language, intelligible to the masses and often precipitated by a specific question or incident. It is from this body of material that the Dhammapada was compiled. Each verse was prompted by a particular episode, accounts of which are preserved in the Dhammapada Attakatha, one of the commentaries in the Pali canon. For the simple and unsophisticated, it's a sympathetic counselor. For the intellectually overburdened, it's clear and direct teachings which inspire humility and reflection. For the earnest seeker, it's a perennial source of inspiration. Insights that flash into the heart of the Buddha have crystallized into these luminous verses of pure wisdom. As profound expressions of practical spirituality, each verse is a guideline to right living. The Buddha unambiguously pointed out that whoever earnestly practices the verses of the Dhammapada would taste the bliss of emancipation. In preparing this volume, I have had access to numerous editions and translations in various languages, including Sanskrit, Hindi, Bengali, Sinhalese, Burmese, and Nepali. While consulting a number of English editions, it was observed that the renderings were often either too free and inaccurate or too pedantic. It was therefore felt that a new edition of the Dhammapada, avoiding these two extremes, would be beneficial to people. There are editions of the Dhammapada by noted scholars such as Max Muller and Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. However, the teachings of the Buddha inevitably suffer some distortion when presented from a non-practitioner or non-follower of the Buddha frame of reference. Erroneous ideas have sometimes resulted from an unfortunate selection of words in translation, and footnotes have at times been judgmental. The present translation by a practicing follower of the Buddha is a humble effort to transmit the spirit and the content as well as the language and the style of the original teachings. For the interpretation, I have relied on the classic 5th century AD commentary by Bhadantacharya Buddha Ghosha, the great Buddhist savant. The Pali literature is a veritable storehouse of knowledge. It includes not only the Buddhist scriptures but also commentarial literature and independent treatises containing rich material on the science of the mind, medicine, the history and the geography of ancient India and surrounding countries, literature, poetics, prosody, and the prevalent technology, and the civics, sports, martial arts, etc. Students of psychology, sociology, anthropology, and cosmology will find the Pali literature a mine of source material for their disciplines. It is to be noted that much of the Asia, particularly Burma, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam, built distinctive civilization inspired by the Pali tradition. I am grateful to Upasika Karunamma, an esteemed American pupil, for the most devoted service and help in going through the manuscript and suggesting improvements. Without her unreserved help, this edition would have never materialized. In grateful memory of my teachers, parents, relatives, departed and living, I humbly make an offering to the punya, that is the spiritual merit accruing from the effort of preparing this work. May they attain Nibbana. May all beings be happy. Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore, India. Dhammapada is the best known scripture of Theravada Buddhism and one of the most spiritual classic of all time. An anthology of 423 verses spoken by the Buddha himself. The Dhammapada serves as a perfect compendium of his teachings for study and contemplation. Insights that flashed into the heart of the Buddha have crystallized into these luminous verses of pure wisdom. As profound expressions of practical spirituality, each verse is a guideline to right living. The Buddha unambiguously pointed out that whoever earnestly practices the teachings found in the Dhammapada will taste the bliss of emancipation. Each verse of the Dhammapada has its backdrop in a significant historical incident. The stories have been translated by Venerable Dr. Acharya Buddharakita and published by Buddha Vachana Trust, Bangalore, under the title An Unforgettable Inheritance Series. Introduction. From ancient times to the present, the Dhammapada has been regarded as the most succinct expression of the Buddha's teachings. In countries following the Theravada Buddhism, it is a guidebook for everyday life. Even withdrawn contemplatives must possess a copy of this book. Yet the admiration of the Dhammapada has not been confined to only followers of the Buddhism. Wherever it has become known, its aphoristic wisdom and stirring message have won veneration of all. The son of a king, the Buddha, was born in 6th century BC. His name was Siddhartha and family name Gotama. Groomed to be heir to the throne, he encountered disturbing facts of suffering and lost all interest in the pleasures and privileges of rulership. One night, in his 29th year, he left home and became an ascetic, resolved to find the way to deliverance from suffering. For 6 years, he experimented with the different religious systems, subjected himself to severe austerities, but found that these practices did not bring him any closer to his goal. Finally, in his 35th year, sitting in a deep meditation beneath a Bodhi tree at Gaya, he attained supreme enlightenment and became the Buddha. Thereafter, for 45 years, he traveled throughout India, proclaiming the truths he had discovered and founding an order of monks and nuns to carry his message. At the age of 80, after a long and fruitful life, declaring the time, date, and place, he passed away peacefully in Kusinara, surrounded by a large number of disciples. The Buddha is neither a god, nor a divine incarnation, nor a prophet hearing a message from divine revelation, but the one who has reached the highest spiritual attainment, supreme enlightenment, that is Bodhi. He is a world teacher who, out of compassion, points out the way to Nibbana, the final release from suffering. His teaching, known as the Dhamma, offers a body of instructions explaining the true nature of existence and showing the path that leads to liberation. Free from all dogmas, inscrutable claims to the authority, the Dhamma is founded upon Buddha's own realization of reality and leads one who practices it to the excellence. In its 26 chapters, Dhammapada spans multiple aspects of the Buddha's teachings, offering a variety of standpoints from which to gain a glimpse into the heart of the Dhamma, which means truth. The inspirational verses on the fundamentals of the Dhamma are meant to be used as a basis for personal edification and instruction. As water, though one in essence assumes different shapes due to the vessels into which it is poured, so the Dhamma of liberation takes on different forms in response to the needs of the beings to be taught. This diversity is evident in the verses of the Dhammapada. The Buddha's teachings found in the Dhammapada apparently are designed to meet three primary aims: human welfare here and now, a favorable rebirth in the next life, and the attainment of the ultimate good. The last aim is twofold: the path and the fruit. The first aim is concerned with establishing well-being and happiness in the immediately visible sphere of concrete human relations. This level shows man the way to live at peace with himself and his fellow men, to fulfill his family and social responsibilities, and to restrain conflict and violence which infect the individual, society, and the world. The guidelines here are basic ethical injunctions proposed by most world religions, but in the Buddha's teachings, they are freed from theistic moorings and grounded upon two directly verifiable foundations: concern for one's own integrity and happiness, and welfare of others. For instance, one should avoid all evil, cultivate the good, and cleanse one's own mind. The other verses provide more specific directives. One should avoid irritability in deed, in word, and in the thought, and exercise self-control. The practice of the 5 precepts, which teach abstinence from destroying life, from stealing, from committing adultery, from speaking lies, and from taking intoxicants, treat all beings with kindness and compassion, live honestly and righteously. Instead of finding others' faults, one should examine one's own faults. Make a continual effort to remove impurities, just as a silversmith purifies silver, just as a goldsmith purifies gold. There is no need to despair for past evil, one who abandons the evil for the good, illuminates this world like the moon freed from clouds. The Buddha's teachings reveals moral justice in an impersonal, universal law, the law of the karma, which reigns over all sentient existence. Karma means action, action springing from intention, as bodily deed, speech, and thought. The unwholesome karma is action rooted in mental states of greed, hatred, and delusion. The wholesome karma, action rooted in mental states of generosity or detachment, goodwill, and understanding. The willed actions may fade from memory, but they leave subtle imprints on the mind, seeds with the potential to come to fruition maybe in future. The objective field in which the seeds of the karma ripen is the process of rebirths called samsara. Life is not an isolated occurrence beginning with birth and ending in death. Each single lifespan is part of series of lives having no discoverable beginning in the time and continuing on as long as the desire for the existence stands intact. Rebirth can take place in various realms. There are not only familiar realms of human beings and animals, but raised above we meet heavenly worlds of greater happiness, beauty, and power, and ranged below infernal rebirth takes place. Wholesome actions bringing rebirth in higher forms, unwholesome actions rebirth in lower forms. After yielding rebirth, karma continues to operate, governing the endowments and the circumstances. The second level of tacking found in the Dhammapada is to follow this ethical law leading upwards to inner development, to higher rebirths, and to richer experiences of happiness and joy. However, all states of existence in samsara, even the lofty celestial abodes, are lacking in genuine worth, for they are all inherently impermanent, without any lasting substance, and thus, for those clinging to them, potential basis for suffering. The disciple of mature faculties does not long even for rebirth among the gods. Having understood the intrinsic inadequacy of all conditioned things, his only aspiration is nibbana, the unconditioned state where there is no more rebirth, or aging, or death, and no more suffering. The third level of the teaching found in the Dhammapada emerges out of this aspiration for final deliverance. The Four Noble Truths provide the framework for this aim. The first truth concerns various forms of suffering. Existence itself becomes impermanent and substanceless and is intrinsic. The second truth is craving for pleasure and existence, which drives us through the rounds of rebirths, bringing in its trial suffering. The third truth declares that the destruction of the craving issues in release from suffering, and the fourth prescribes the means to the release, the Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path is arranged into three groups of training: moral discipline, concentration, and the wisdom. By the training in morality, the coarse forms of mental defilements are kept under control. By the training in concentration, the mind is made calm, pure, and unified. The training in the wisdom climaxes in the deliverance of the mind. The practice of the path in all these three stages is feasible for the people in any walk of life. The Buddha taught it to the lay people as well as to the monks, and many of his lay followers reached high stages of attainment. However, application to the development of the path becomes more fruitful for those who have relinquished all other concerns in order to devote themselves wholeheartedly to spiritual training, to living the holy life. Thus, the Buddha established the Sangha, the order of monks and nuns, as a special field for those ready to dedicate their lives to the practice of this path. And in the Dhammapada, the call to the monastic life resounds throughout. The Dhammapada acclaims those who have reached the goal. At the first, called stream entry, the disciple gains his first glimpse of the deathlessness and enters irreversibly upon the path of liberation. This achievement alone, the Dhammapada declares, is greater than lordship over all the worlds. Following stream entry come two further stages which weaken and eradicate still more defilements and bring the goal increasingly closer to view. One is called the stage of the once returner. The other, the stage of non-returner. The fourth and the final stage is that of the Arahant, the perfected one, the fully accomplished sage who has completed the development of the path, eradicated all defilements, and freed himself from the cycle of the rebirths. This is the ideal figure of the Dhammapada. Extolled in chapter 7, the Arahat serves as a living demonstration of the Dhamma. The Arahat ideal reaches its optimal exemplification in the Buddha, the promulgator and the master of the entire teaching. It was the Buddha who, without any aid or guidance, rediscovered the ancient path to deliverance and taught it to countless others. His arising in the world provides the precious opportunity to hear and practice the excellent Dhamma. He is the giver of the refuge, the supreme teacher who depends on nobody, on nothing but his own self-evolved wisdom. Bhikkhu Bodhi, Forest Hermitage, Kandy.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
नमो तस्स भगवतो अरहतो सम्मा सम्बुद्धस्स बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि. ಕುದ್ಧಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ 1ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಯಮಕ ವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 1. ಮನೋಪುಬ್ಬಂಗಮ ಧಮ್ಮ ಮನೋಸೇಠ ಮನೋಮಯ ಮನಸಾಚೆ ಪದುಠ್ಠೇನ ಭಾಸತೀವ ಕರೋತಿವ ತತೋನಂ ದುಃಖಮನ್ವೇತಿ ಚಕ್ಕಂ ವಾ ವಹತೋ ಪದಂ.
Dhammapada Pali, chapter number 1, Yamaka Vaggo, which means the pairs. Verse number 1. Mind presides all mental states. Mind is their chief. They are all mind-wrought. If with an impure mind a person speaks or acts, suffering follows him like the wheel that follows the foot of the ox.
ಗಾಥಾ 2. ಮನೋಪುಬ್ಬಂಗಮ ಧಮ್ಮ ಮನೋಸೆಟ್ಠ ಮನೋಮಯ ಮನಸಾಚೆ ಪಸನ್ನೇನ ಭಾಸತೀವ ಕರೋತಿವ ತತೋನಂ ಸುಖಮನ್ವೇತಿ ಛಾಯಾವ ಅನಪಾಯಿನಿ.
Verse number 2. Mind precedes all mental states. Mind is their chief. They are all mind wrought. If with a pure mind a person speaks or acts, happiness follows him like his never departing shadow.
ಗಾಥಾ 3. ಅಕ್ಕೊಚ್ಚಿಮಂ ಅವಧಿಮಂ ಅಜಿನಿಮಂ ಅಹಾಸಿಮೆ ಯೇ ಚ ತಂ ಉಪನಹ್ಯಂತಿ ವೇರಂ ತೇಸಂ ನ ಸಮ್ಮತಿ.
Verse number 3. He abused me. He struck me. He overpowered me. He robbed me. Those who harbor such thoughts do not still their hatred.
ಗಾಥಾ 4. ಅಕ್ಕೊಚ್ಚಿಮಂ ಅವಧಿಮಂ ಅಜಿನಿಮಂ ಅಹಾಸಿಮೆ ಯೇ ಚ ತಂ ಉಪನಹ್ಯಂತಿ ವೇರಂ ತೇಸು ಪಸಮ್ಮತಿ.
Verse number 4. He abused me. He struck me. He overpowered me. He robbed me. Those who do not harbor such thoughts still their hatred.
ಗಾಥಾ 5. ನಹಿ ವೇರೇನ ವೇರಾನಿ ಸಮ್ಮಂತೀಧ ಕುದಾಚನಂ ಅವೇರೇನ ಚ ಸಮ್ಮಂತಿ ಯೇ ಸ ಧಮ್ಮೋ ಸನಂತನೋ.
Verse number 5. Hatredness is never appeased by hatredness in this world. Only by friendliness is hatredness appeased. This is an eternal law.
ಗಾಥಾ 6. ಪರೇಚನ ವಿಜಾನಂತಿ ಮಯಮೆತ್ಥ ಯಮಾಮಸೆ ಯೇ ಚ ತತ್ಥ ವಿಜಾನಂತಿ ತತೋ ಸಮ್ಮಂತಿ ಮೇಧಗಾ.
Verse number 6. There are those who do not realize that one day we all must die. But those who do realize this will settle their quarrels.
ಗಾಥಾ 7. ಶುಭಾನುಪಸ್ಸಿಂ ವಿಹರಂತಂ ಇಂದ್ರಿಯೇಷು ಅಸಂಗುತಂ ಭೋಜನಮ್ಮಿ ಚಾಮತ್ತನ್ಯುಂ ಕುಸೀತಂ ಹೀನವೀರ್ಯಂ ತಂವೇ ಪಸಹತಿ ಮಾರೋ ವಾತೋ ರುಖಂವ ದುಬ್ಬಲಂ.
Verse number 7. Just as storm throws down a weak tree, so does Mara overpower the man who lives for the pursuit of pleasures, who is uncontrolled in his senses, immoderate in eating, indolent and dissipated.
ಗಾಥಾ 8. ಅಶುಭಾನುಪಸ್ಸಿಂ ವಿಹರಂತಂ ಇಂದ್ರಿಯೇಷು ಸುಸಂಗುತಂ ಭೋಜನಮ್ಮಿ ಚ ಮತ್ತನ್ಯುಂ ಸದ್ಧಂ ಆರದ್ಧವೀರ್ಯಂ ತಂವೇ ನಪ್ಪಸಹತಿ ಮಾರೋ ವಾತೋ ಸೇಲಂವ ಪಬ್ಬತಂ.
Verse number 8. Just as storm cannot prevail against a rocky mountain, so Mara can never overpower the man who lives meditating on the impurities, who is controlled in his senses, moderate in eating, and filled with faith and earnest effort.
ಗಾಥಾ 9. ಅನಿಕ್ಕಸಾವೋ ಕಾಸಾವಂ ಯೋ ವತ್ತಂ ಪರಿದಹಿಸ್ಸತಿ ಅಪೇತೋ ದಮಸಚ್ಚೇನ ನಸೋ ಕಾಸಾವಮರಹತಿ.
Verse number 9. Whoever being depraved devoid of self-control and truthfulness, should don the monk's yellow robe. He surely is not worthy of the robe.
ಗಾಥಾ 10 ಯೋಚವಂತಕ ಸಾವಸ್ಸ ಶೀಲೇಸು ಸುಸಮಾಹಿತೋ ಉಪೇತೋ ದಮಸಚ್ಚೇನ ಸವೇ ಕಾಸಾವಮರಹತಿ.
Verse number 10. But whoever is purged of depravity, well established in virtues, and filled with self-control and truthfulness, he indeed is worthy of the yellow robe.
ಗಾಥಾ 11 ಅಸಾರೇ ಸಾರಮತಿನೋ ಸಾರೇ ಚಾಸಾರದಸ್ಸಿನೋ ತೇಸಾರಂ ನಾಧಿಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಮಿಚ್ಛಾ ಸಂಕಪ್ಪ ಗೋಚರ.
Verse number 11. Those who mistake the unessential to be essential and the essential to be unessential, dwelling in wrong thoughts, never arrive at the essential.
ಗಾಥಾ 12 ಸಾರಂಚ ಸಾರತೋ ನ್ಯತ್ವಾ ಅಸಾರಂಚ ಅಸಾರತೋ ತೇ ಸಾರಂ ಅಧಿಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಸಂಕಪ್ಪ ಗೋಚರ.
Verse number 12. Those who know the essential to be essential and the unessential to be unessential, dwelling in the right thoughts, do arrive at the essential.
ಗಾಥಾ 13 ಯಥಾ ಅಗಾರಂ ದುಚ್ಛನ್ನಂ ಉಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮತಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಏವಂ ಅಭಾವಿತಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ರಾಗೋ ಸಮತಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 13. Just as rain breaks through the ill-thatched house, so passion penetrates an underdeveloped mind.
ಗಾಥಾ 14 ಯಥಾ ಅಗಾರಂ ಸುಚ್ಛನ್ನಂ ಉಟ್ಠಿ ನ ಸಮತಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಏವಂ ಸುಭಾವಿತಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ರಾಗೋ ನ ಸಮತಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 14. Just as rain does not break through a well-thatched house, so passion never penetrates a well-developed mind.
ಗಾಥಾ 15 ಇಧ ಸೋಚತಿ ಪೇಚ್ಚ ಸೋಚತಿ ಪಾಪಕಾರಿ ಉಭಯತ್ತ ಸೋಚತಿ ಸೋ ಸೋಚತಿ ಸೋ ವಿಹನ್ಯತಿ ದಿಸ್ವಾ ಕಮ್ಮ ಕಿಲಿಠಮತ್ತನೋ.
Verse number 15. The evildoer grieves here and hereafter. He grieves in both the worlds. He laments and is afflicted, recollecting his own impure deeds.
ಗಾಥಾ 16 ಇಧ ಮೋದತಿ ಪೆಚ್ಚ ಮೋದತಿ ಕಥ ಪುಣ್ಯೋ ಉಭಯತ್ತ ಮೋದತಿ ಸೋ ಮೋದತಿ ಸೋ ಪಮೋದತಿ ದಿಸ್ವಾ ಕಮ್ಮ ವಿಶುದ್ಧಿಮತ್ತನೋ.
Verse number 16. The doer of the good rejoices here and hereafter. He rejoices in both the worlds. He rejoices and exults, recollecting his own pure deeds.
ಗಾಥಾ 17 ಇಧ ತಪ್ಪತಿ ಪೇಚ್ಚ ತಪ್ಪತಿ ಪಾಪಕಾರಿ ಉಭಯತ್ತ ತಪ್ಪತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಮೇ ಕತಂ ತಿ ತಪ್ಪತಿ ಭಿಯೋ ತಪ್ಪತಿ ದುಗ್ಗತಿಂಗತೋ.
Verse number 17. The evildoer suffers here and hereafter. He suffers in both the worlds. The thought, evil have I done, torments him, and he suffers even more when gone to the realms of the woe.
ಗಾಥಾ 18 ಇಧ ನಂದತಿ ಪೇಚ್ಚ ನಂದತಿ ಕಥ ಪುಣ್ಯೋ ಉಭಯತ್ತ ನಂದತಿ ಪುಣ್ಯಂ ಮೇ ಕತಂತಿ ನಂದತಿ ಭಿಯೋ ನಂದತಿ ಸುಗ್ಗತಿಂಗತೋ.
Verse number 18. The doer of the good delights here and hereafter. He delights in both the worlds. The thought, good have I done, delights him, and he delights even more when got to the realms of bliss.
ಗಾಥಾ 19. ಬಹುಂಪಿಚೇ ಸಹಿತಂ ಭಾಸಮಾನೋ ನ ತಕ್ಕರೋ ಹೋತಿ ನರೋಪಮತ್ತೋ. ಗೋಪೋವ ಗಾವೋ ಗಣಯಂ ಪರೇಸಂ ನ ಭಾಗವ ಸಮನ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಹೋತಿ.
Verse number 19. Much though he recites the sacred texts but acts not accordingly, that heedless man is like a cowherd who only counts the cows of others. He does not partake of the blessings of the holy life.
ಗಾಥಾ 20. ಅಪ್ಪಂಪಿಚೇ ಸಹಿತಂ ಭಾಸಮಾನೋ ಧಮ್ಮಸ್ಸ ಹೋತಿ ಅನುಧಮ್ಮಚಾರಿ. ರಾಗಂಚ ದೋಸಂಚ ಪಹಾಯ ಮೋಹಂ ಸಮ್ಮಪ್ಪಜಾನೋ ಸುವಿಮುತ್ತ ಚಿತ್ತೋ ಅನುಪಾದಿಯಾನೋ ಇಧವಾಹುರಂಗ್ವಾ ಸಾಭಾಗವ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಹೋತಿ. ಯಮಕವಗ್ಗೋ ಪಠಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 20. Little though he recites the sacred texts but puts the teaching into practice, forsaking lust, hatred, and delusion, with true wisdom and emancipated mind, clinging to noting of this or any other world, he indeed partakes of the blessings of a holy life. Yamakavaggo Patamo Nithito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಡಿ 2ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದ ವರ್ಗ. ಗಾಥಾ 21. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದೋ ಅಮತಪದಂ ಪಮಾದೋ ಮಚ್ಚುನೋ ಪದಂ ಅಪ್ಪಮತ್ತಾನ ಮೀಯಂತಿ ಯೇ ಪಮತ್ತ ಯಥಾ ಮತ.
Chapter number 2. Appamada Vaggo. Heedfulness. Verse number 21. Heedfulness is the path to the deathlessness. Heedlessness is the path to death. The heedful die not. The heedless are as if dead already.
ಗಾಥಾ 22. ಏವಂ ವಿಶೇಷತೋನ್ಯತ್ವಾ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾಧಮ್ಮಿ ಪಂಡಿತ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದೇ ಪಮೋದಂತಿ ಅರಿಯಾನಂ ಗೋಚರೇರತ.
Verse number 22. Clearly, understanding this excellence of heedfulness, the wise exult therein and enjoy the resort of the noble ones.
ಗಾಥಾ 23. ತೇ ಝಾಯಿನೋ ಸಾತತಿಕ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ದಲ್ಲ ಪರಕ್ಕಮ ಪುಸಂತಿ ಧೀರ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಯೋಗಕ್ಷೇಮಂ ಅನುತ್ತರಂ.
Verse number 23. The wise ones, ever meditative and steadfastly persevering alone, experience Nibbana, the incomparable freedom from bondage.
ಗಾಥಾ 24. ಉತ್ಥಾನವತೋ ಸತಿಮತೋ ಶುಚಿ ಕಮ್ಮಸ್ಸ ನಿಸಮ್ಮಕಾರಿನೋ ಸಂಯತಸ್ಸ ಚ ಧಮ್ಮಜೀವಿನೋ ಅಪ್ಪಮತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಯಶೋಭಿವಡ್ಡತಿ.
Verse number 24. Ever grows the glory of him who is energetic, mindful, pure in conduct, discerning and self-controlled, righteous and heedful.
ಗಾಥಾ 25. ಉತ್ಥಾನೇನ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದೇನ ಸಂಯಮೇನ ದಮೇನ ಚ ದೀಪಂ ಕೈರಾಥ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಯಂ ವೋಘೋ ನಾಭಿಕೀರತಿ.
Verse number 25. By effort and heedfulness, discipline and self-mastery, let the wise one make for himself an island which no flood can overwhelm.
ಗಾಥಾ 26. ಪಮಾದಂ ಅನುಯುಂಜಂತಿ ಬಾಲಾ ದುಮ್ಮೇದಿನೋ ಜನ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದಂಚ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಧನಂ ಸೆಟ್ಟಂವ ರಕ್ಷತಿ.
Verse number 26. The foolish and ignorant indulge in heedlessness, but the wise keeps his heedfulness as his best treasure.
ಗಾಥಾ 27. ಮಾ ಪಮಾದಂ ಅನುಯುಂಜೇಥ ಮಾ ಕಾಮರತಿ ಸಂಧವಂ ಅಪ್ಪಮತ್ತೋ ಹಿ ಜಾಯಂತೋ ಪಪ್ಪೋತಿ ವಿಪುಲಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 27. Do not give way to heedlessness. Do not indulge in sensual pleasures. Only the heedful and the meditative attain great happiness.
ಗಾಥಾ 28. ಪಮಾದಂ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದೇನ ಯದಾ ನುದತಿ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಪನ್ಯಾ ಪಾಸಾದ ಮಾರ್ಹೂಯ ಅಶೋಕೋ ಶೋಕಿನಂ ಪಜಂ ಪಬ್ಬತಠೋವ ಭುಮ್ಮಟ್ಟೆ ಧೀರೋ ಬಾಲೆ ಅವೆಕ್ಕತಿ.
Verse number 28. Just as once upon the summit of a mountain beholds the groundlings, even so, when the wise man casts away heedlessness by heedfulness and ascends the high tower of wisdom, this sorrowless sage beholds the sorrowing and foolish multitude.
ಗಾಥಾ 29. ಅಪ್ಪಮತ್ತೋ ಪಮತ್ತೇಸು ಸುತ್ತೇಸು ಬಹುಜಾಗರೋ ಅಬಲಸಂಗ್ವ ಸೀಘಸ್ಸೋ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಯಾತಿ ಸುಮೇಧಸೋ.
Verse number 29. Heedful among the heedless, wide awake among the sleepy, the wise man advances like a swift horse, leaving behind a wake jade.
ಗಾಥಾ 30. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದೇನ ಮಘವಾ ದೇವಾನಂ ಸೆಠತಂಗತೋ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದಂ ಪಸಂಸಂತಿ ಪಮಾದೋ ಗರಹಿತೋ ಸದಾ.
Verse number 30. By heedfulness did Indra. Verse number 30. By heedfulness did Indra become the overlord of the gods. Heedfulness is ever praised and heedlessness ever despised.
ಗಾಥಾ 31. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದರತೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಪಮಾದೇ ಭಯದಸ್ಸಿವ ಸಂಯೋಜನಂ ಅಣುಂ ಥೂಲಂ ಡಹಂ ಅಗ್ಗೀವ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 32. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದರತೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಪಮಾದೆ ಭಯದಸ್ಸಿವ ಅಬಬ್ಬೋ ಪರಿಹಾನಾಯ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನ ಸೇವ ಸಂತಿಕೆ. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದವಗ್ಗೋ ದುತಿಯೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 32. The monk who delights in heedfulness and looks up with fear at heedlessness will not fall, is close to Nibbana. Appamadavaggo dutiyo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 3ನೆಯ ವರ್ಗ ಚಿತ್ತವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 33. ಫಂದನಂ ಚಪಲಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ದುರಕ್ಕಂ ದುನ್ನಿವಾರಯಂ ಉಜುಂ ಕರೋತಿ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಉಸುಕಾರೋವ ತೇಜನಂ.
Verse number 33. Just as Fletcher straightens an arrow shaft, even so the discerning man straightens his mind, so fickle and unsteady, so difficult to guard and control.
ಗಾಥಾ 34. ವಾರಿಜೋವಾ ಥಲೆ ಕಿಥೋ ಓಕ ಮೋಕತ ಉಬ್ಬತೋ ಪರಿಫಂದಂತಿದಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಮಾರದೇಯಂ ಪಹಾತವೇ.
Chapter 3. Chittavaggo, the mind. Verse number 34. As a fish, when pulled out of water and cast on land, throbs and quivers, even so is this mind agitated. Hence should one abandon the realm of Mara.
ಗಾಥಾ 35. ದುನ್ನಿಗ್ಗಹ ಸಲಹುನೋ ಯತ್ತ ಕಾಮ ನಿಪಾತಿನೋ ಚಿತ್ತಸ್ಸ ದಮತೋ ಸಾಧು ಚಿತ್ತಂ ದಂತಂ ಸುಖಾವಹಂ.
Verse number 35. Wonderful indeed it is to subdue the mind, so difficult to subdue, ever swift and seizing whatever it desires. A tamed mind brings happiness.
ಗಾಥಾ 36. ಸುದುದ್ದಸಂ ಸುನಿಪುಣಂ ಯತ್ಥ ಕಾಮನಿಪಾತಿನಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ರಕ್ಷೇಥ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಗುತ್ತಂ ಸುಖಾವಹಂ.
Verse number 36. Let the discerning man guard the mind, so difficult to detect and extremely subtle, seizing whatever it desires. A guarded mind brings happiness.
ಗಾಥಾ 37. ದೂರಂಗಮಂ ಏಕಚರಂ ಅಸರೀರಂ ಗುಹಾಸಯಂ ಯೇ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಸಂಯಮೆಸ್ಸಂತಿ ಮೊಕ್ಕಂತಿ ಮಾರಬಂಧನ.
Verse number 37. Dwelling in the cave of the heart and of the mind, without form, wanders far and alone, those who subdue this mind are liberated from the bonds of the Mara.
ಗಾಥಾ 38. ಅನವಟ್ಟಿತ ಚಿತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಸದ್ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಅವಿಜಾನತೋ ಪರಿಪ್ಲವ ಪಸಾದಸ್ಸ ಪನ್ಯ ನ ಪರಿಪೂರತಿ.
Verse number 38. Wisdom never becomes perfect in one whose mind is not steadfast. who knows not the good teaching and whose faith wavers.
ಗಾಥಾ 39. ಅನವಸುತ ಚಿತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಅನನ್ವಾಹತ ಚೇತಸೋ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಪಾಪ ಪಹೀನಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಜಾಗರತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 39. There is no fear for an awakened one whose mind is not soddened by lust or afflicted by hate, and who has gone beyond both merit and demerit.
ಗಾಥಾ 40. ಕುಂಭೂಪಮಂ ಕಾಯಮಿಮಂ ವಿದಿತ್ವಾ ನಗರೂಪಮಂ ಚಿತ್ತಮಿದಂ ಠಪೆತ್ವಾ ಯೋದೇಥಮಾರಂ ಪನ್ಯಾವುಧೇನ ಜಿತಂಚ ರಕ್ಷೆ ಅನಿವೇಶನೋಸಿಯಾ.
Verse number 40. Realizing that this body is as fragile as a clay pot, and fortifying this mind like a well-fortified city, fight out Mara with the sword of wisdom, then guarding the conquest, remain unattached.
ಗಾಥಾ 41. ಅಚಿರಂ ವತಯಂ ಕಾಯೋ ಪಥವಿಂ ಅತಿಶೆಸ್ಸತಿ ಕ್ಷುದ್ಧೋ ಅಪೇತ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನೋ ನಿರರ್ಥಂ ವಾ ಕಲಿಂಗರಂ.
Verse number 41. Ere long, alas, this body will lie upon the earth, unheeded and lifeless, like a useless log.
ಗಾಥಾ 42. ದಿಶೋ ದಿಸಂ ಯಂ ತಂ ಕೈರಾ ವೇರಿವಾಪನ ವೇರಿನಂ ಮಿಚ್ಛಾ ಪಣಿಹಿತಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಪಾಪಿಯೋ ನಂ ತತೋ ಕರೆ.
Verse number 42. Whatever harms an enemy may do to an enemy, or a hater to a hater, an ill-directed mind inflicts on oneself a greater harm.
ಗಾಥಾ 43. ನತಂ ಮಾತಾ ಪಿತಾ ಕೈರಾ ಅನ್ಯೇ ವಾಪಿ ಚ ಜ್ಞಾತಕಾ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಪಣಿಹಿತಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಸಯ್ಯಸೋ ನಂ ತತೋ ಕರೆ ಚಿತ್ತವಗ್ಗೋ ತತಿಯೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 43. Neither mother, father, nor any other relative can do one greater good than one's own well-directed mind. Chittavaggo tatiyo nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 4ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಪುಪ್ಪವಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 44. ಕೋ ಇಮಂ ಪಥವಿಂ ವಿಚೆಸ್ಸತಿ ಯಮಲೋಕಂಚ ಇಮಂ ಸದೇವಕಂ ಕೋ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಂ ಸುದೇಶಿತಂ ಕುಶಲೋ ಪುಪ್ಪಮಿವ ಪಚೆಸ್ಸತಿ.
Chapter 4. Puppavaggo, flowers. Verse number 44. Who shall overcome this earth, this realm of Yama, and this sphere of men and gods? Who shall bring to perfection the well-taught path of wisdom as an expert garland maker hood is floral design.
ಗಾಥಾ 45 ಸೇಖೋ ಪಥವಿಂ ವಿಚಸ್ಸತಿ ಯಮಲೋಕಂಚ ಇಮಂ ಸದೇವಕಂ ಸೇಖೋ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಂ ಸುದೇಸಿತಂ ಕುಸಲೋ ಪುಪ್ಪಮಿವ ಪಚೇಸ್ಸತಿ.
Verse number 45. The striver on the path shall bring to perfection the well-taught path of wisdom, as an expert garland maker would his floral design.
ಗಾಥಾ 46 ಫೇಣೂಪಮಂ ಕಾಯಮಿಮಂ ವಿದಿತ್ವಾ ಮರೀಚಿಧಮ್ಮಂ ಅಭಿಸಂಬುದಾನೋ ಛೆತ್ವಾನ ಮಾರಸ್ಸ ಪಪುಫಕಾನಿ ಅದಸ್ಸನಂ ಮಚ್ಚು ರಾಜಸ್ಸ ಗಚ್ಚೇ.
Verse number 46. Realizing that this body is like a froth, penetrating its mirage like nature, and plucking out Mara's flower-tipped arrows of sensuality, go beyond sight of the king of the death.
ಗಾಥಾ 47 ಪುಪ್ಪಾನಿ ಹೇವ ಪಚಿನಂತಂ ಭ್ಯಾಸತ್ತ ಮನಸಂ ನರಂ ಸುತ್ತಂ ಗಾಮಂ ಮಹೋಘೋವಾ ಮಚ್ಚು ಆದಾಯ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 47. As a mighty flood sweeps away the sleeping village, so the death carries away the person of distracted mind who only plucks the flowers of the pleasure. Verse number 48. The destroyer brings under his way the person of distracted mind who, insatiate in sense desires, only plucks the flowers of pleasure.
ಗಾಥಾ 49 ಯಥಾಪಿ ಭಮರೋ ಪುಪ್ಪಂ ವಣ್ಣಗಂಧ ಮಹೇಠಯಂ ಫಲೇತಿ ರಸಮಾದಾಯ ಏವಂ ಗಾಮೇ ಮುನೀಚರೇ.
Verse number 49. As a bee gathers honey from the flower without injuring its color or fragrance, even so the sage goes on his alms round in the village.
ಗಾಥಾ 50 ನ ಪರೇಸಂ ವಿಲೋಮಾನಿ ನ ಪರೇಸಂ ಕಥಾಕಥಂ ಅತ್ತನೋವ ಅವೇಖ್ಯಯ್ಯ ಕಥಾನಿ ಅಕಥಾನಿ ಚ.
Verse number 50. Let none find fault with others. Let none see the omissions and commissions of others, but let one see one's own acts done and undone.
ಗಾಥಾ 51 ಯಥಾಪಿ ರುಚಿರಂ ಪುಪ್ಪಂ ವಣ್ಣವಂತಂ ಅಗಂಧಕಂ ಏವಂ ಸುಭಾಸಿತ ವಾಚಾ ಅಫಲಾ ಹೋತಿ ಅಕುಬ್ಬತೋ.
Verse number 51. Like a beautiful flower full of color but without fragrance, even so fruitless are the fair words of the one who does not practice them.
ಗಾಥಾ 52 ಯಥಾಪಿ ರುಚಿರಂ ಪುಪ್ಪಂ ವಣ್ಣವಂತಂ ಸುಗಂಧಕಂ ಏವಂ ಸುಭಾಸಿತ ವಾಚಾ ಸಫಲಾ ಹೋತಿ ಕುಬ್ಬತೋ.
Verse number 52. Like a beautiful flower full of color and also fragrant, even so fruitful are the fair words of one who practices them.
ಗಾಥಾ 53 ಯಥಾಪಿ ಪುಪ್ಪರಾಸಿಂಹ ಕೈರ ಮಾಲಾ ಗುಣೇ ಬಹು ಏವಂ ಜಾತೇನ ಮಚ್ಚೇನ ಕತ್ತಬ್ಬಂ ಕುಶಲಂ ಬಹುಂ.
Verse number 53. As from a great heap of flowers, many garlands can be made. Even so, should many good deeds be done by one born immortal.
ಗಾಥಾ 54. ನ ಪುಪ್ಪಗಂಧೋ ಪಟಿವಾತಮೇತಿ ನ ಚಂದನಂ ತಗರ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾ ಸತಂಚ ಗಂಧೋ ಪಟಿವಾತಮೇತಿ ಸಬ್ಬಾ ದಿಸಾ ಸಪ್ಪುರಿಸೋ ಪವಾಯತಿ.
Verse number 54. Not the sweet smell of the flowers, not even the fragrance of sandal, tagara, or jasmine blows against the wind, but the fragrance of the virtuous blows against the wind. Truly, the virtuous man pervades all directions with the fragrance of his virtue.
ಗಾಥಾ 55. ಚಂದನಂ ತಗರಂ ವಾಪಿ ಉಪ್ಪಲಂ ಅಥ ವಸ್ಸಿಕೀ ಏತೇಸಂ ಗಂಧಜಾತಾನಂ ಶೀಲಗಂಧೋ ಅನುತ್ತರೋ.
Verse number 55. Of all the fragrances, sandal, tagara, blue lotus, or jasmine, the fragrance of the virtue is by far the sweetest.
ಗಾಥಾ 56. ಅಪ್ಪಮತ್ತೋ ಅಯಂಗಂಧೋ ವ್ಯಾಯಂ ತಗರಚಂದನಂ ಯೋಚ ಶೀಲವಂತಂ ಗಂಧೋ ವಾತಿ ದೇವೇಸು ಉತ್ತಮೋ.
Verse number 56. Faint is the fragrance of the tagara and the sandal, but excellent is the fragrance of the virtuous, wafting even amongst the gods. Verse number 58 and verse number 59.
ಗಾಥಾ 57. ತೇಸಂ ಸಂಪನ್ನಶೀಲಾನಂ ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದ ವಿಹಾರಿಣಂ ಸಮ್ಮದನ್ಯ ವಿಮುಕ್ತಾನಂ ಮಾರೋ ಮಗ್ಗಂ ನ ವಿಂದತಿ.
Verse number 57. Mara never finds the path of the truly virtuous who abide in heedfulness and are freed by perfect knowledge.
ಗಾಥಾ 58. ಯಥಾ ಸಂಕಾರಠಾನಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಉಜ್ಜಿತಸ್ಮಿ ಮಹಾಪಥೆ ಪದುಮಂ ತತ್ಥ ಜಾಯೇತ ಶುಚಿಗಂಧಂ ಮನೋರಮಂ. ಗಾಥಾ 59. ಏವಂ ಸಂಖಾರಭೂತೇಷು ಅಂಧಭೂತೆ ಪುತುಜ್ಜನೆ ಅವಿರೋಚತಿ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಸಂಬುದ್ಧ ಸಾವಕೋ ಪುಪ್ಪವಗ್ಗೋ ಚತುರ್ಥೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 58 and 59. Upon a heap of rubbish in the roadside ditch blooms a lotus, fragrant and pleasing. Even so, on the rubbish heap of blinded mortals, the disciple of the Supremely Enlightened One shines, resplendent in wisdom. Pupavaggo chatuhutto nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 5ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಬಾಲವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 60. ದೀಘಾ ಜಾಗರತೋರತ್ತಿ ದೀಘಂ ಸಂತಸ್ಸ ಯೋಜನಂ ದೀಘೋ ಬಾಲಾನಂ ಸಂಸಾರೋ ಸದ್ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಅವಿಜಾನತಂ.
Chapter 5, Balavago, the fool. Verse number 60. Long is the night to the sleepless. Long is the league to the weary. Long is the worldly existence to fools who knows not the sublime truth.
ಗಾಥಾ 61. ಚರಂಚೆ ನಾದಿಗಚ್ಚಯ್ಯ ಸೆಯ್ಯಂ ಸದಿಸಮುತ್ತನೋ ಏಕಚರಿಯಂ ದಳ್ಹಂ ಕೈರಾ ನತ್ತಿ ಬಾಲೆ ಸಹಾಯತ.
Verse number 61. Should a seeker not find a companion who is better or equal, let him resolutely pursue a solitary course. There is no fellowship with the fool.
ಗಾಥಾ 62. ಪುತ್ಥ ಮತ್ಥಿ ಧನಂ ಅತ್ಥಿ ಇತಿ ಬಾಲೋ ವಿಹನ್ಯತಿ ಅತ್ತಾಹಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ನತ್ಥಿ ಕುತೋ ಪುತ್ತ ಕುತೋ ಧನಂ.
Verse number 62. The fools worry, thinking, I have sons, I have wealth. Indeed, when he himself is not his own, whence are sons and whence is wealth?
ಗಾಥಾ 63. ಯೋ ಬಾಲೋ ಮನ್ಯತಿ ಬಾಲ್ಯಂ ಪಂಡಿತಾ ವಾಪಿ ತೇನ ಸೋ ಬಾಲೋಚ ಪಂಡಿತಾ ಮಾನಿ ಸವೇ ಬಾಲೋ ತಿವುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 63. A fool who knows his foolishness is wise at least to that extent. But a fool who thinks himself wise is called a fool indeed.
ಗಾಥಾ 64. ಯಾವ ಜೀವಂಪಿ ಚೇ ಬಾಲೋ ಪಂಡಿತಂ ಪೈರುಪಾಸತಿ ನಸೋ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ವಿಜಾನಾತಿ ದಬ್ಬಿ ಸೂಪರಸಂ ಯಥಾ.
Verse number 64. Though all his life a fool associates with a wise man, he no more comprehends the truth than a spoon tastes the flavor of the soup.
ಗಾಥಾ 65. ಮುಹೂರ್ತಮಪಿ ಚೇ ವಿನ್ಯೂ ಪಂಡಿತಂ ಪೈರುಪಾಸತಿ ಕಿಪ್ಪಂ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ವಿಜಾನಾತಿ ಜಿಹ್ವಾ ಸೂಪರಸಂ ಯಥಾ.
Verse number 65. Though only for a moment a discerning person associates with a wise man, quickly he comprehends the truth, just as the tongue tastes the flavor of the soup.
ಗಾಥಾ 66. ಚರಂತಿ ಬಾಲ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧ ಅಮಿತ್ತನೇವ ಅತ್ತನ ಕರೋಂತ ಪಾಪಕಂ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಯಂ ಹೋತಿ ಕಟುಕಫಲಂ.
Verse number 66. Fools of little wit are the enemies unto themselves as they move about doing evil deeds, and the fruits of which are bitter.
ಗಾಥಾ 67. ನತಂ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಕತಂ ಸಾಧು ಯಂ ಕತ್ವಾ ಅನುತಪ್ಪತಿ ಯಸ್ಸ ಅಸ್ಸುಮುಖೋ ರೋದಂ ವಿಪಾಕಂ ಪಟಿಸೇವತಿ.
Verse number 67. Ill done is that action doing which one repents later, and the fruit of which one weeping reaps with tears.
ಗಾಥಾ 68. ತಂಚ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಕತಂ ಸಾಧು ಯಂ ಕತ್ವಾ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪತಿ ಯಸ್ಸ ಪತಿತೋ ಸುಮನೋ ವಿಪಾಕಂ ಪಟಿಸೇವತಿ.
Verse number 68. Well done is that action doing which one repents not later, and the fruits of which one reaps with delight and happiness.
ಗಾಥಾ 69. ಮಧುವಾ ಮನ್ಯತಿ ಬಾಲೋ ಯಾವ ಪಾಪಂ ನ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಯದಾ ಚ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಬಾಲೋ ದುಃಖಂ ನಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 69. So long as an evil deed is not ripened, the fool thinks it as sweet as honey. But when the evil deed ripens, the fool comes to grief.
ಗಾಥಾ 70. ಮಾಸೆ ಮಾಸೆ ಕುಸಗ್ಗೇನ ಬಾಲೋ ಭುಂಜಯ್ಯ ಭೋಜನಂ ನಸೋ ಸಂಖಾತ ಧಮ್ಮಾನಂ ಕಲಂ ಅಗ್ಗತಿ ಸೋಳಸಿಂಗ್.
Verse number 70. Months after month, a fool may eat his food with the tip of a blade of grass, but still is not worth a 16th part of those who have comprehended the truth.
ಗಾಥಾ 71. ನಹಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಕಥಂ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಸಜ್ಜು ಖೀರಂವ ಮುಚ್ಚತಿ ಡಹಂತಂ ಬಾಲಮನ್ವೇತಿ ಭಸ್ಮಚ್ಛನ್ನೋವ ಪಾವಕೋ.
Verse number 71. An evil deed committed does not immediately bear the fruits. Like milk that does not turn sour all at once, but smoldering it, it follows the fool like fire covered by ashes.
ಗಾಥಾ 72. ಯಾವ ದೇವ ಅನರ್ಥಾಯ ಜ್ಞತ್ತಂ ಬಾಲಸ್ಸ ಜಾಯತಿ.
Verse number 72. To his own ruin, the fool gains knowledge, for it cleaves his head and destroys his innate goodness.
ಡಹಂತಂ ಬಾಲಮನ್ವೇತಿ ಭಸ್ಮಚ್ಛನ್ನೋವ ಪಾವಕೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 72. ಯಾವ ದೇವ ಅನರ್ಥಾಯ ಜ್ಞತ್ತಂ ಬಾಲಸ್ಸ ಜಾಯತಿ ಹಂತಿ ಬಾಲಸ್ಸ ಸುಕ್ಕಂಸಂ ಮುದ್ದಮಸ್ಸ ವಿಪಾತಯಂ. ಗಾಥಾ 73.
Verse number 73. The fool seeks undeserved reputation, precedence among monks, authority over monasteries, and honor among householders. Verse number 75. One is the quest of worldly gain.
ಗಾಥಾ 73. ಅಸಂತಂ ಭಾವ ನಮಿಚ್ಛಯ್ಯ ಪುರೆಕ್ಕಾರಣ್ಯ ಭಿಕ್ಕುಸು ಅವಾಸೇಸು ಚ ಇಸ್ಸರಿಯಂ ಪೂಜಾ ಪರಕುಲೇಸು ಚ.
Quite another is the path to Nibbana. Clearly understanding this, let not the monk, the disciple of the Buddha, be carried away by the worldly acclaim, but develop detachment instead. Balavaggo Panchamo Nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 74. ಮಮೇವ ಕತಮನ್ಯಂತು ಗಿಹಿ ಪಬ್ಬಜಿತಾವುಭೋ ಮಮೇವಾತಿ ವಾಸಾ ಅಸ್ಸು ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಕಿಚ್ಚೇಸು ಕಿಸ್ಮಿಚಿ ಇತಿ ಬಾಲಸ್ಸ ಸಂಕಪ್ಪೋ ಇಚ್ಛಾಮಾನೋ ಚ ವರ್ಧತಿ.
Verse number 74. Let both laymen and monks think that it was done by me. In every work, great or small, let them follow. Such is the ambition of the fool. Thus is desire and pride increased. Balavaggo Panchamo Nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 75. ಅನ್ಯಾಹಿ ಲಾಭೂಪನಿಸಾ ಅನ್ಯಾ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಗಾಮಿನಿ ಏವಮೇತಂ ಅಭಿನ್ಯಾಯ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಬುದ್ಧಸ್ಸ ಸಾವಕೋ ಸಕ್ಕಾರಂ ನಾಭಿನಂದಯ್ಯ ವಿವೇಕಂ ಅನುಬ್ರೂಹಯೇ ಬಾಲವಗ್ಗೋ ಪಂಚಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 75. One is the quest of worldly gain. Quite another is the path to Nibbana. Clearly understanding this, let not the monk, the disciple of the Buddha, be carried away by the worldly acclaim, but develop detachment instead. Balavaggo Panchamo Nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ಆರನೆಯ ವರ್ಗ ಪಂಡಿತ ವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 76. ನಿಧಿನಂವಾ ಪವತ್ತಾರಂ ಯಂ ಪಸ್ಸೆ ವಜ್ಜದಸ್ಸಿನಂ ನಿಗ್ಗಯ್ಯವಾದಿಂ ಮೇಧಾವಿಂ ತಾದಿಸಂ ಪಂಡಿತಂ ಭಜೆ ತಾದಿಸಂ ಭಜಮಾನಸ್ಸ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಹೋತಿ ನಾ ಪಾಪಿಯೋ.
Chapter 6, Pandita Vaggo, the wise man. Verse 76. Should one find a man who points out faults and who reproves him, follow such as wise and sagacious person as one would guide to hidden treasure. It is always better and never worse to cultivate such an association.
ಗಾಥಾ 77. ಓವದಯ್ಯ ಅನುಶಾಸಯ್ಯ ಅಸಭ್ಯಾಚ ನಿವಾರಯೇ ಸತಂಜೀಸೋ ಪಿಯೋ ಹೋತಿ ಅಸತಂ ಹೋತಿ ಅಪ್ಪಿಯೋ.
Chapter 6, Pandita Vaggo, the wise man. Verse number 77. Let him admonish, instruct, and shield one from wrong. He indeed is dear to the good and detestable to the evil.
ಗಾಥಾ 78. ನಾ ಭಜೆ ಪಾಪಕೆ ಮಿತ್ತೆ ನಾ ಭಜೆ ಪುರಿಸಾಧಮೆ ಭಜೇತ ಮಿತ್ತೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣೆ ಭಜೇತ ಪುರಿಸುತ್ತಮೆ.
Verse number 78. Do not associate with evil companions. Do not seek the fellowship of vile. Associate with good friends. Seek the fellowship of noble men.
ಗಾಥಾ 79. ಧಮ್ಮಪೀತಿ ಸುಖಂ ಸೇತಿ ವಿಪ್ಪಸನ್ನೇನ ಚೇತಸ ಅರಿಯ ಅಪ್ಪವೇದಿತೆ ಧಮ್ಮೆ ಸದಾ ರಮತಿ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Verse number 79. He who drinks deep the Dhamma lives happily with a tranquil mind. The wise man ever delights in the Dhamma made known by the noble one. That's the Buddha.
ಗಾಥಾ 80. ಉದಕನ್ಯಿ ನಯಂತಿ ನೇತ್ತಿಕಾ ಉಸುಕಾರ ನಮಯಂತಿ ತೇಜನಂ ದಾರುಂ ನಮಯಂತಿ ತಚ್ಛಕ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ದಮಯಂತಿ ಪಂಡಿತ.
Verse number 80. Irrigators regulate the waters. Fletchers strengthen the arrow shaft. Carpenters shape the wood. And the wise control themselves.
ಗಾಥಾ 81. ಸೇಲೋ ಯಥಾ ಏಕಘನೋ ವಾತೇನ ನ ಸಮೀರತಿ ಏವಂ ನಿಂದಾಪಸಂಸಾಸು ನ ಸಮಿಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಪಂಡಿತ.
Verse number 81. Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, Even so, the wise is not affected by praise or blame.
ಗಾಥಾ 82 ಯಥಾಪಿ ರಹದೋ ಗಂಭೀರೋ ವಿಪ್ಪಸನ್ನೋ ಅನಾವಿಲೋ ಏವಂ ಧಮ್ಮಾನಿ ಸುತ್ವಾನ ವಿಪ್ಪಸೀದಂತಿ ಪಂಡಿತ.
Verse number 82. On hearing the teachings, the wise become perfectly purified, like a lake, deep, clear, and still.
ಗಾಥಾ 83 ಸಬ್ಬತ್ತವೇ ಸಪ್ಪುರಿಸ ಚಜಂತಿ ನ ಕಾಮ ಕಾಮ ಲಪಯಂತಿ ಸಂತೋ ಸುಖೇನ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಅಥವಾ ದುಃಖೇನ ನ ಉಚ್ಛಾವಚಂ ಪಂಡಿತ ದಸ್ಸಯಂತಿ.
Verse number 83. The good renounce attachment for everything. The virtuous do not prattle with a yearning for pleasures. The wise show no elation or depression when touched by happiness or sorrow.
ಗಾಥಾ 84 ನ ಅತ್ತಹೇತು ನ ಪರಸ್ಸಹೇತು ನ ಪುತ್ಥಮಿಚ್ಛೇನ ಧನಂ ನ ರಟ್ಟಂ ನ ಇಚ್ಛಯ್ಯ ಅಧಮ್ಮೇನ ಸಮಿದ್ಧಿಮತ್ತನೋ ನ ಶೀಲವಾ ಪನ್ಯಾವಾ ಧಮ್ಮಿಕೋಸ್ಯ.
Verse number 84. He is indeed virtuous, wise, and righteous, who neither for his own sake nor for the sake of another does any wrong, who does not crave for sons, wealth, or kingdom, and does not desire success by unjust means.
ಗಾಥಾ 85 ಅಪ್ಪಕಾತೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯೇಸು ಯೇ ಜನ ಪಾರಗಾಮಿನೋ ಅಥಾಯಂ ಇತರಾಪಜ ತೀರಮೇವಾನಂ ಅನುಧಾವತಿ.
Verse number 85. Few among men are those who cross the farther shore. The rest, the bulk of men, only run up and down the hither bank.
ಗಾಥಾ 86 ಏಚಕೋ ಸಮ್ಮದಖ್ಯಾತೆ ಧಮ್ಮೇ ಧಮ್ಮಾನುವತ್ತಿನೋ ತೇಜನ ಪಾರಮೆಸ್ಸಂತಿ ಮಚ್ಚುಧೈಯಂ ಸುದುತ್ತರಂ.
Verse number 86. But those who act according to the perfectly taught Dhamma will cross the realm of death, so difficult to cross.
ಗಾಥಾ 87 ಕಣ್ಹಂ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ವಿಪ್ಪಹಾಯ ಸುಖಂ ಭಾವೇತ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಓಕ ಅನೋಕಂ ಆಗಮ್ಮ ವಿವೇಕೆ ಯತ್ಥ ದೂರಮಂ. ಗಾಥಾ 88 ತತ್ರಾಭಿರತಿಂ ಇಚ್ಛಯ್ಯ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಕಾಮೇ ಅಕಿಂಚನೋ ಪರಿಯೋಪದೇಪಯ್ಯ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಚಿತ್ತಕ್ಲೇಶೇಹಿ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Verse number 87 and 88. Abandoning the dark way, let the wise man cultivate the bright path. Having gone from home to homelessness, let him yearn for that delight in detachment, so difficult to enjoy. So giving up the sensual pleasures with no attachment, let the wise man cleanse himself of defilements of the mind. Pandita Vaggo Chatho Nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 89 ಯೇಸಂ ಸಂಬೋಧಿಯಜ್ಞೇಷು ಸಮ್ಮಾಚಿತ್ತಂ ಸುಭಾವಿತಂ ಆದಾನ ಪಟಿನಿಸ್ಸಗ್ಗೇ ಅನುಪಾದಾಯ ಏರತ ಖೀಣಾಸವ ಜ್ಯುತಿಮಂತೋ ತೇ ಲೋಕೆ ಪರಿನಿಬ್ಬುತ. ಪಂಡಿತವಗ್ಗೋ ಚಟ್ಟೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 89. Those whose minds have reached full excellence in the factors of enlightenment, who, having renounced acquisitiveness, rejoice in not clinging to things, rid of cankers, glowing with wisdom, they have attained nibbana in this very life.
Panditavaggo chatto nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 7ನೆಯ ವರ್ಗ ಅರಹಂತವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 90. ಗತದ್ಧಿನೋ ವಿಶೋಕಸ್ಸ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಸಬ್ಬಧಿ ಸಬ್ಬಗಂತ ಪಹೀನಸ್ಸ ಪರೀಳಾಹೋ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Chapter 7. Arahantavaggo, the perfected one. Verse number 90. The fever of passion exists not for him who has completed the journey, who is sorrowless and wholly set free and has broken all ties.
ಗಾಥಾ 91. ಉಯ್ಯಂಜಂತಿ ಸತೀಮಂತೋ ನ ನಿಕೇತೆ ರಮಂತಿತೆ ಹಂಸಾವ ಪಲ್ಲಲಂ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಓಕಮೋಕಂ ಜಹಂತಿತೆ.
The mindful one exert themselves. They are not attached to any home. Like swans that abandon the lake, they leave home after home behind.
ಗಾಥಾ 92. ಏಸಂ ಸನ್ನಿಚಯೋ ನತ್ಥಿ ಯೇ ಪರಿಜ್ಞಾತ ಭೋಜನ ಶೂನ್ಯತೋ ಅನಿಮಿತ್ತೋ ಚ ವಿಮುಖೋ ಏಸಂ ಗೋಚರೋ ಆಕಾಶೇವ ಸಕುಂತಾನಂ ಗತಿ ತೇಸಂ ದುರನ್ನಯ.
Verse number 92. Those who do not accumulate and are wise regarding food, whose object is the void, the unconditioned freedom, their track cannot be traced, like that of birds in the air.
ಗಾಥಾ 93. ಯಸ್ಸಾಸವ ಪರಿಕ್ಷೀಣ ಆಹಾರೇ ಚ ಅನಿಶ್ಚಿತೋ ಶೂನ್ಯತೋ ಅನಿಮಿತ್ತೋ ಚ ವಿಮುಖೋ ಯಸ್ಸ ಗೋಚರೋ ಆಕಾಶೇವ ಸಕುಂತಾನಂ ಪದಂ ತಸ್ಸ ದುರನ್ನಯಂ.
Verse number 93. He whose cankers are destroyed and who is not attached to food, whose object is the void, the unconditioned freedom, his path cannot be traced, like that of birds in the air.
ಗಾಥಾ 94. ಯಸ್ಸಿಂದ್ರಿಯಾನಿ ಸಮತಂಕತಾನಿ ಅಸ್ಸ ಯಥಾ ಸಾರಥಿನ ಸುದಂತ ಪಹೀನಮಾನಸ್ಸ ಅನಾಸವಸ್ಸ ದೇವಾಪಿ ತಸ್ಸ ಪಿಹಯಂತಿ ತಾದಿನೋ.
Verse number 94. Even the gods hold dear the wise one, whose senses are subdued like horses, well trained by a charioteer, whose pride is destroyed, and who is free from the cankers.
ಗಾಥಾ 95 ಪಟವೀಸಮೋ ನೋ ವಿರುಜ್ಯತಿ ಇಂದ ಕೀಲೂಪಮೋ ತಾದಿ ಸುಬ್ಬತೋ ರಹದೋವ ಅಪೇತ ಕದ್ದಮೋ ಸಂಸಾರ ನ ಭವಂತಿ ತಾದಿನೋ.
Verse number 95. There is no more worldly existence for the wise one, who, like the earth, resents nothing, who is as firm as a high pillar and as pure as a deep pool free from mud.
ಗಾಥಾ 96 ಸಂತಂ ತಸ್ಸ ಮನಂ ಹೋತಿ ಸಂತ ವಾಚಾ ಚ ಕಮ್ಮ ಚ ಸಮ್ಮದನ್ಯ ವಿಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಉಪಸಂತಸ್ಸ ತಾದಿನೋ.
Verse number 96. Calm is his thought, calm is his speech, and calm his deed, who truly knowing is wholly freed, perfectly tranquil and wise.
ಗಾಥಾ 97 ಅಸ್ಸದ್ದೋ ಅಕತನ್ಯೂಚ ಸಂದಿಚ್ಛೇದೋಚ ಯೋ ನರೋ ಹತಾವಕಾಶೋ ವಂತಾಸೋ ಸವೇ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪೋರಿಸೋ.
Verse number 97. The man who is without blind faith, who knows the uncreate, who has severed all links, destroyed all causes for karma, good and evil, and thrown out of all desires, he truly is the most excellent of men.
ಗಾಥಾ 98 ಗಾಮೇವಾ ಯದಿವಾರಣ್ಯೇ ನಿನ್ನೇವಾ ಯದಿವಾಥಲೆ ಯತ್ತ ಅರಹಂತೋ ವಿಹರಂತಿ ತಂ ಭೂಮಿ ರಾಮಣೇಯಕಂ.
Verse number 98. Inspiring indeed is that place where arahats dwell, be it a village, a forest, a vale, or a hill.
ಗಾಥಾ 99 ರಮಣೀಯಾನಿ ಅರಣ್ಯಾನಿ ಯತ್ಥ ನ ರಮತಿ ಜನೋ ವೀತರಾಗ ರಮಿಸ್ಸಂತಿ ನತೆ ಕಾಮ ಗವೇಸಿನೋ. ಅರಹಂತವಗ್ಗೋ ಸತ್ತಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 99. Inspiring are the forest in which worldlings find no pleasure. There the passionless will rejoice, for they seek no sensual pleasures. Arahantavaggo sattamo nitito. Arahantavaggo sattamo nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ಧಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ ವರ್ಗ 8 ಸಹಸ್ರವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 100 ಸಹಸ್ರಮಪಿ ಚೇವಾಚ ಅನರ್ಥ ಪದ ಸಂಹಿತ ಏಕಂ ಅರ್ಥಪದಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂ ಸುತ್ವಾ ಉಪಸಮ್ಮತಿ.
Chapter 8, Sahasavaggo, the thousands. Verse number 100. Better than 1,000 useless words is one useful word, hearing which one attains peace.
ಗಾಥಾ 101 ಸಹಸ್ರಮಪಿ ಚೇ ಗಾಥಾ ಅನರ್ಥ ಪದ ಸಂಹಿತ ಏಕಂ ಗಾಥಾಪದಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂ ಸುತ್ವಾ ಉಪಸಮ್ಮತಿ.
Verse number 101. Better than 1,000 useless verses are one useful verse, hearing which one attains peace.
ಗಾಥಾ 102. ಯೋಚಗಾಥಾ ಸತಂ ಭಾಸೆ ಅನತ್ತಂ ಪದ ಸಂಹಿತ ಏಕಂ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂ ಸುತ್ವಾ ಉಪಸಮ್ಮತಿ.
Verse number 102. Better than reciting 100 meaningless verses is the reciting of one verse of the Dhamma, hearing which one attains peace.
ಗಾಥಾ 103. ಯೋ ಸಹಸ್ಸಂ ಸಹಸ್ಸೇನ ಸಂಗಾಮೇ ಮಾನುಷೇ ಜಿನೇ ಏಕಂಚ ಜಯ್ಯಂ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಸವೇ ಸಂಗಾಮ ಜುತ್ತಮೋ.
Verse number 103. Though one may conquer 1,000 times 1,000 men in battle, yet he indeed is the noblest victor who conquers himself.
ಗಾಥಾ 104. ಅತ್ತಾಹವೇ ಜಿತಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಾಚಾಯಂ ಇತರಾಪಜ ಅತ್ತದಂತಸ್ಸ ಪೋಸಸ್ಸ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಸಂಯತಚಾರಿನೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 105. ನೇವದೇವೋ ನಾಗಂಧಬ್ಬೋ ನಾಮಾರೋ ಸಹ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮುನಾ ಜಿತಂ ಅಪಜಿತಂ ಕೈರಾ ತಥಾ ರೂಪಸ್ಸ ಜಂತುನೋ.
Verse number 104 and 105. Self-conquest is far better than the conquest of others. Not even a god, an angel, Mara or Brahma can turn into defeat the victory of such a person who is self-subdued and ever restrained in conduct.
ಗಾಥಾ 106. ಮಾಸೇ ಮಾಸೇ ಸಹಸ್ಸೇನ ಯೋ ಯಜೇತ ಸತಂ ಸಮಂ ಏಕಂಚ ಭಾವಿತತ್ತಾನಂ ಮುಹೂರ್ತಮಪಿ ಪೂಜಯೇ ಸಾಯೇವ ಪೂಜನಾ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂಗೇ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಹುತಂ.
Verse number 106. Though month after month, for 100 years, one should offer sacrifices by the thousands, yet if only for a moment one should worship those of perfected minds, that honor is indeed better than a century of sacrifice.
ಗಾಥಾ 107. ಯೋಚೆ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜಂತು ಅಗ್ಗಿಂ ಪರಿಚರೇವನೆ ಏಕಂಚ ಭಾವಿತತ್ತಾನಂ ಮುಹೂರ್ತಮಪಿ ಪೂಜಯೇ ಸಾಯೇವ ಪೂಜನಾ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂಗೇ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಹುತಂ.
Verse number 107. Though for 100 years one should tend the sacrificial fire in the forest, yet if only for a moment one should worship those of perfected minds, that worship is indeed better than a century of sacrifice.
ಗಾಥಾ 108. ಯಂಕಿಂಚಿ ಇಟ್ಟಂ ವಾಹುತಂ ವಾಲೋಕೆ ಸಂವತ್ಸರಂ ಯಜೇಥ ಪುಣ್ಯಾಫೆಕ್ಕೋ ಸಬ್ಬಂಪಿ ತಂಗ್ನ ಚತುಭಾಗಮೇತಿ ಅಭಿವಾದನಾ ಉಜ್ಜುಗತೇಸು ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ.
Verse number 108. Whatever gifts and oblations one is seeking merit might offer in this world for a whole year, all that is not worth 1/4 of the merit gained by revering the upright ones, which is truly excellent.
ಗಾಥಾ 109. ಅಭಿವಾದನ ಶೀಲಿಸ್ಸ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಉಡ್ಢಾಪಚಾಯಿನೋ ಚತ್ತಾರೋ ಧಮ್ಮ ವಡ್ಢಂತಿ ಆಯು ವಣ್ಣೋ ಸುಖಂ ಬಲಂ.
Verse number 109. Better is to live one day virtuous and meditative than to live 100 years immortal and uncontrolled.
ಗಾಥಾ 110. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ದುಸ್ಸೀಲೋ ಅಸಮಾಹಿತೋ ಏಕಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಶೀಲವಂತಸ್ಸ ಝಾಯಿನೋ.
Verse number 110. Better it is to live one day virtuous and meditative than to live 100 years immoral and uncontrolled.
ಗಾಥಾ 111. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ದುಪ್ಪಣ್ಯೋ ಅಸಮಾಹಿತೋ ಏಕಾಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಪಣ್ಯವಂತಸ್ಸ ಝಾಯಿನೋ.
Verse number 111. Better it is to live one day wise and meditative than to live 100 years foolish and uncontrolled.
ಗಾಥಾ 112. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ಕುಸೀತೋ ಹೀನವೀರ್ಯೋ ಏಕಾಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ವೀರ್ಯಮಾರಭತೋ ದಳ್ಹಂ.
Verse number 112. Better it is to live one day strenuous and resolute than to live 100 years sluggish and dissipated.
ಗಾಥಾ 113. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ಅಪಸ್ಸಂ ಉದಯಭಯಂ ಏಕಾಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಪಸ್ಸತೋ ಉದಯಭಯಂ.
Verse number 113. Better is to live one day seeing the rise and fall of things than to live 100 years without ever seeing the rise and the fall of things.
ಗಾಥಾ 114. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ಅಪಸ್ಸಂ ಅಮತಂ ಪದಂ ಏಕಾಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಪಸ್ಸತೋ ಅಮತಂ ಪದಂ.
Verse number 114. Better is to live one day seeing the deathless than to live 100 years without ever seeing the deathless. Sahasavaggo attamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 115. ಯೋಚ ವಸ್ಸ ಸತಂ ಜೀವೇ ಅಪಸ್ಸಂ ಧಮ್ಮಮುತ್ತಮಂ ಏಕಾಹಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಪಸ್ಸತೋ ಧಮ್ಮಮುತ್ತಮಂ. ಸಹಸ್ರವಗ್ಗೋ ಅಠ್ಠಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 115. Better is to live one day seeing the supreme truth than to live 100 years without ever seeing the supreme truth. Sahasavaggo attamo nittito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ 9ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಪಾಪವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 116. ಅಭಿತ್ತರೇತೆ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣೆ ಪಾಪಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ನಿವಾರಯೇ ಧನಂದಂಹಿ ಕರತೋ ಪುಣ್ಯಂ ಪಾಪಸ್ಮಿಂ ರಮತಿ ಮನೋ.
Chapter number 9. Papavaggo, evil.
Verse number 116. Hasten to do good. Restrain your mind from evil. He who is slow in doing good is mine, delights in evil.
ಗಾಥಾ 117. ಪಾಪನ್ಯೇ ಪುರಿಸೋ ಕೈರಾ ನಾನಂ ಕೈರಾ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಃ ನಾತಂ ಹಿ ಛಂದಂ ಕೈರಾಥ ದುಃಖೋ ಪಾಪಸ್ಸ ಉಚ್ಚಯೋ.
Verse number 117. Should a person commit evil, let him not do it again and again. Let him not find pleasure therein, for painful is the accumulation of evil.
ಗಾಥಾ 118. ಪುಣ್ಯಂಯೇ ಪುರಿಸೋ ಕೈರಾ ಕೈರಾನಂ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಃ ತಂಹಿ ಛಂದಂ ಕೈರಾಥ ಸುಖೋ ಪುಣ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಉಚ್ಚಯೋ.
Verse number 118. Should a person do good, let him do it again and again. Let him find pleasure therein, for blissful is the accumulation of good.
ಗಾಥಾ 119. ಪಾಪೋಪಿ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಭದ್ರಂ ಯಾವ ಪಾಪಂ ನ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಯದಾ ಚ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಅಥ ಪಾಪೋ ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 119. It may be well within the evildoer as long as the evil ripens not. But when it does ripen, then the evildoer sees the painful results of his evil deeds.
ಗಾಥಾ 120. ಭದ್ರೋಪಿ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಯಾವ ಭದ್ರಂ ನ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಯದಾ ಚ ಪಚ್ಚತಿ ಭದ್ರಂ ಅತ ಭದ್ರೋ ಭದ್ರಾನಿ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 120. It may be ill with the doer of the good as long as the good ripens not. But when it does ripen, then the doer of the good sees the pleasant results of his good deeds.
ಗಾಥಾ 121. ಮಾಮನ್ಯೇಥ ಪಾಪಸ್ಸ ನಮಂತಂ ಆಗಮಿಸ್ಸತಿ ಉದಬಿಂದು ನಿಪಾತೇನ ಉದು ಕುಂಭೂಪಿ ಪೂರತಿ ಬಾಲೋ ಪೂರತಿ ಪಾಪಸ್ಸ ಥೋಕಂ ಥೋಕಂಪಿ ಆಚಿನಂ.
Verse number 121. Think not lightly of evil, saying, it will not come to me. Drop by drop is the water pot filled. Likewise, the fool, gathering it little by little, fills himself with evil. Neither is the sky, nor in mid-ocean, nor by entering into mountain clefts. Nowhere in the world is there a place where one will not be overcome by death. Papavaggo navamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 122. ಮಾಮನ್ಯೇಥ ಪುಣ್ಯಸ್ಸ ನಾಮಂತಂ ಆಗಮಿಸ್ಸತಿ ಉದಬಿಂದು ನಿಪಾತೇನ ಉದು ಕುಂಭೂಪಿ ಪೂರತಿ ಧೀರೋ ಪೂರತಿ ಪುಣ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಥೋಕಂ ಥೋಕಂಪಿ ಆಚಿನಂ.
Verse number 122. Think not lightly of good, saying, it will not come to me. Drop by drop is the water pot filled. Likewise, the wise man, gathering it little by little, fills himself with good.
ಗಾಥಾ 123. ವಾಣಿಜೋವಾ ಭಯಂ ಮಗ್ಗಂ ಅಪ್ಪಸತ್ತೋ ಮಹದ್ಧನೋ ವಿಸಂ ಜೀವಿತು ಕಾಮೋವಾ ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಪರಿವಜ್ಜಯೇ.
Verse number 123. Just as trader with a small escort and great wealth would avoid a perilous route, just as one desiring to live avoids poison, even so should one shun evil.
ಗಾಥಾ 124. ಪಾಣಿಂ ಹಿ ಚೇ ವಣೋನಾಸ್ಸ ಹರಯ್ಯ ಪಾಣಿನಾ ವಿಸಂ ನಾಬ್ಬಣಂ ವಿಸಮನ್ವೇತಿ ನತ್ಥಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಅಕುಬ್ಬತೋ.
Verse number 124. If for the hand there is no wound, one may carry even poison in it. Poison doesn't affect the one who is free from wounds. For him who does no evil, there is no ill.
ಗಾಥಾ 125. ಯೋ ಅಪ್ಪದುಠಸ್ಸ ನರಸ್ಸ ದುಸ್ಸತಿ ಶುದ್ಧಸ್ಸ ಪೋಸಸ್ಸ ಅನಂಗಣಸ್ಸ ತಮೇವ ಬಾಲಂ ಪಚ್ಚೇತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಸುಖಮೋ ರಜೋ ಪಟಿವಾತಂ ವಾ ಖಿತ್ತೋ.
Verse number 125. Like fine dust thrown against the wind, evil falls back upon that fool who offends an inoffensive, pure and guiltless person.
ಗಾಥಾ 126. ಗಬ್ಬಮೇಕೆ ಉಪಜ್ಜಂತಿ ನಿರಯಂ ಪಾಪಕಮ್ಮಿನೋ ಸಗ್ಗಂ ಸುಗೋತಿನೋ ಯಂತಿ ಪರಿನಿಬ್ಬಂತಿ ಅನಾಸವಾ.
Verse number 126. Some are born in the womb. The wicked are born in the hell. The devout go to the heaven, and the stainless pass into Nibbana.
ಗಾಥಾ 127. ನಾ ಅಂಥಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾ ಸಮುದ್ಧಮಜ್ಜೆ ನಾ ಪಬ್ಬತಾನಂ ವಿವರಂ ಪವಿಸ್ಸ ನಾ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಸೋ ಜಗತಿಪ್ಪದೇಸೋ ಯತ್ಥಟ್ಟಿತೋ ಮುಚ್ಚಯ್ಯ ಪಾಪಕಮ್ಮ.
Verse number 127. Neither in the sky, nor in the mid-ocean, nor by entering into mountain clefts, nowhere in the world is there a place where one will not be overcome by death. Papavaggo navamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 128. ನಾ ಅಂಥಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾ ಸಮುದ್ಧಮಜ್ಜೆ ನಾ ಪಬ್ಬತಾನಂ ವಿವರಂ ಪವಿಸ್ಸ ನಾ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಸೋ ಜಗತಿಪ್ಪದೇಸೋ ಯತ್ತಟ್ಟಿಥಂ ನಪ್ಪ ಸಹಯ್ಯ ಮಚ್ಚು ಪಾಪವಗ್ಗೋ ನವಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿಥೋ.
Verse number 128. Neither in the sky, nor in the mid-ocean, nor by entering into the mountains' clefts, nowhere in the world is there a place where one will not be overcome by death.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 10ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ದಂಡವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 129. ಸಬ್ಬೆ ತಸಂತಿ ದಂಡಸ್ಸ ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಭಾಯಂತಿ ಮಚ್ಚುನೋ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಉಪಮಂಕತ್ವ ನ ಹನಯ್ಯ ನ ಘಾತಯೇ.
Chapter number 10. Dandavaggo, violence. Verse number 129. All tremble at violence, all fear death, putting oneself in the place of another. One should not kill, nor cause another to kill.
ಗಾಥಾ 130. ಸಬ್ಬೆ ತಸಂತಿ ದಂಡಸ್ಸ ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಸಂ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಪಿಯಂ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಉಪಮಂಕತ್ವಾ ನ ಹನಯ್ಯ ನ ಘಾತಯೇ.
Verse number 130. All tremble at violence. Life is dear to all. Putting oneself in the place of another, one should not kill, nor cause another to kill.
ಗಾಥಾ 131. ಸುಖಕಾಮಾನಿ ಭೂತಾನಿ ಯೋ ದಂಡೇನ ವಿಹಿಂಸತಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಸುಖಮೇಸಾನೋ ಪೇಚ್ಚಸೋ ನ ಲಭತೆ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 131. One who while himself is seeking happiness oppresses with violence other beings who also desire happiness will not attain happiness hereafter.
ಗಾಥಾ 132. ಸುಖಕಾಮಾನಿ ಭೂತಾನಿ ಯೋ ದಂಡೇನ ನ ಹಿಂಸತಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಸುಖಮೇಸಾನೋ ಪೇಚ್ಚಸೋ ಲಭತೆ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 132. One who, while himself seeking happiness, does not oppress with violence other beings who also desire happiness will find happiness hereafter.
ಗಾಥಾ 133. ಮಾವೋಚ ಫರುಸಂ ಕಂಚಿ ಉತ್ತ ಪಟಿವದಯುತಂ ದುಃಖಾಹಿ ಸಾರಂಭಕತಾ ಪಟಿದಂಡ ಪುಸೆಯುತಂ.
Verse number 133. Speak not harshly to anyone, for those thus spoken to might retort. Indeed, angry speech hurts, and retaliation may overtake you.
ಗಾಥಾ 134. ಸಚೇ ನೇರೇಸಿ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಕಂಸೋ ಉಪಹತೋ ಯಥಾ ಯೇಸ ಪತ್ತೋಸಿ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಸಾರಂಭೋತೆ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 134. If like a broken gong you silence yourself, you have approached Nibbana, for vindictiveness is no more in you.
ಗಾಥಾ 135. ಯಥಾ ದಂಡೇನ ಗೋಪಾಲೋ ಗಾವೋ ಪಾಜೇತಿ ಗೋಚರಂ ಏವಂ ಜರಾಚ ಮಚ್ಚೂಚ ಆಯುಂ ಪಾಜಂತಿ ಪಾಣಿನಂ.
Verse number 135. Just as a cowherd drives the cattle to pasture with a staff, so do old age and death drive the life force of beings from existence to existence.
ಗಾಥಾ 136. ಅಥ ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಕಮ್ಮಾನಿ ಕರಾಬಾಲೋ ನ ಭುಂಜಂತಿ ಸೇಹಿ ಕಮ್ಮೇಹಿ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧೋ ಅಗ್ಗಿ ವಡ್ಡೋವ ತಪ್ಪತಿ.
Verse number 136. When the fool commits evil deeds, he does not realize their evil nature. The witless man is tormented by his own deeds, like one burnt by fire.
ಗಾಥಾ 137. ಯೋ ದಂಡೇನ ಅದಂಡೇಸು ಅಪ್ಪದುಟ್ಟೇಸು ದುಸ್ಸತಿ ದಸಂಯತರಂಠಾನಂ ಖಿಪ್ಪಮೇವ ನಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 137. He who inflicts violence on those who are unarmed and offends those who are inoffensive will soon come upon one of these 10 states.
ಗಾಥಾ 138. ವೇದನಂ ಫರುಸಂ ಜಾನಿಂ ಶರೀರಸ್ಸ ಚ ಭೇದನಂ ಗರುಕಂ ವಾಪಿ ಅಬಾಧಂ ಚಿತ್ತಖೇಪಂಚ ಪಾಪುಣೆ. ಗಾಥಾ 139. ರಾಜತೋವಾ ಉಪಸಗ್ಗಂ ಅಬ್ಬಕ್ಕಾನಂಚ ದಾರುಣಂ ಪರಿಖಯಂಚ ಜ್ಞಾತೀನಂ ಭೋಗಾನಂಚ ಫಭಂಗುರಂ. ಗಾಥಾ 140. ಅಥವಾಸ ಅಗಾರಾನಿ ಅಗ್ಗಿ ದಹತಿ ಪಾವಕೋ ಕಾಯಸ್ಸ ಭೇದ ದುಪ್ಪನ್ಯೋ ನಿರಯಂ ಸೋ ಪಪಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 138, 139 and 140. Sharp pain or disaster, bodily injury, serious illness or derangement of mind, trouble from the government or grave charges, loss of relatives or loss of wealth or house destroyed by ravaging fire, upon dissolution of the body, that ignorant born is born in hell.
ಗಾಥಾ 141. ನನಗ್ಗಚರ್ಯ ನಜಟ ನ ಪಂಖ ನಾನಾಸಕ ಥಂಡಿಲ ಸಾಯಿಕಾವ ರಜೋಚ ಜಲ್ಲಂ ಉಕ್ಕುಟಿ ಕಪ್ಪಧಾನಂ ಸೋಧೇಂತಿ ಮಚ್ಚಂ ಅವಿತಿಣ್ಣ ಕಂಖಂ.
Verse number 141. Neither going about naked, nor matted locks, nor filth, nor fasting, nor lying on the ground, nor smearing oneself with ashes and dust, nor sitting on the heels in penance, can purify a mortal who has not overcome doubt.
ಗಾಥಾ 142. ಅಲಂಕತೋ ಚೇಪಿ ಸಮಂ ಚರಯ್ಯ ಸಂತೋ ದಂತೋ ನಿಯತೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚಾರಿ ಸಬ್ಬೇಸು ಭೂತೇಸು ನಿಧಾಯ ದಂಡಂ ಸೋ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಸೋ ಸಮಣೋ ಸ ಭಿಕ್ಖು.
Verse number 142. Even though he be well attired, yet if he is poised, calm, controlled, and established in holy life, having set aside violence towards all beings, he truly is a holy man, a renunciate, and a monk.
ಗಾಥಾ 143. ಹಿರಿ ನಿಷೇಧೋ ಪುರಿಸೋ ಕೋಚಿಲೋಕಸ್ಮಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಯೋ ನಿದ್ಧಂ ಅಪಬೋದೇತಿ ಅಸ್ಸೋ ಭದ್ರ ಕಸಾಮಿವ.
Verse number 143. Only rarely is there a man in this world who, restrained by modesty, avoids reproach, as a thoroughbred horse avoids the whip.
ಗಾಥಾ 144. ಅಸ್ಸೋ ಯಥಾ ಭದ್ರೋ ಕಸಾನಿ ವಿಠ್ಠೋ ಆತಾಪಿನೋ ಸಂವೇಗಿನೋ ಭವಾಥ ಸದ್ಧಾಯ ಶೀಲೇನ ಚ ವೀರ್ಯೇನ ಚ ಸಮಾಧಿನಾ ಧಮ್ಮ ವಿನಿಚ್ಛಯೇನ ಚ ಸಂಪನ್ನ ವಿದ್ಯಾಚರಣ ಪತಿಸ್ಸತ ಜೈಸ್ಸತ ದುಃಖಮಿದಂ ಅನಪಕ್ಕಂ.
Verse number 144. Like a thoroughbred horse, touched by the whip. Be strenuous. Be filled with spiritual yearning, by faith and moral purity, by effort and meditation, by investigation of the truth, by being rich in knowledge and virtue, and by being mindful, destroy this unlimited suffering. Dandavaggo dasamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 145. ಉದಕಂಚಿ ನಯಂತಿ ನೇತ್ತಿಕಾ ಉಸುಕಾರ ನಮಯಂತಿ ತೇಜನಂ ದಾರುಂ ನಮಯಂತಿ ತಚ್ಛಕ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ದಮಯಂತಿ ಸುಬ್ಬತಾ ದಂಡವಗ್ಗ ದಸಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 145. Irrigators regulate the water, fletchers straighten arrow shafts, carpenters shape wood, and the good control themselves. Irrigators regulate the waters, fletchers strengthen arrow shafts, carpenters shape wood, and the good control themselves. Dandavaggo dasamo nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 11ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಚರಾವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 146. ಕೋನುಹಾಸೋ ಕಿಮಾನಂದೋ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಪಜ್ಜಲಿತೆ ಸತಿ ಅಂಧಕಾರೇನ ಓನದ್ಧ ಪದೀಪಂ ನ ಗವೇ ಸಥಾ.
Chapter 11. Jaravaggo, old age. Verse number 146. When this world is ever ablaze, why this laughter? Why this jubilation? Shrouded in darkness, will you not seek the light?
ಗಾಥಾ 147. ಪಸ್ಸ ಚಿತ್ತ ಕತಂ ಬಿಂಬಂ ಅರುಕಾಯಂ ಸಮುಸ್ಸಿತಂ ಆತುರಂ ಬಹುಸಂಕಪ್ಪಂ ಯಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ದುವಂಠಿತಿ.
Verse number 147. Behold this body, a painted image, a mass of heaped up sores, infirm, full of hankering, of which noting is lasting or stable.
ಗಾಥಾ 148. ಪರಿಜಿನ್ನಮಿದಂ ರೂಪಂ ರೋಗನೀಳಂ ಪಭಂಗುರಂ ಭಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಪೂತಿ ಸಂದೇಹೋ ಮರಣಂತಂ ಹಿ ಜೀವಿತಂ.
Verse number 148. Fully worn out is this body, a nest of disease and fragile. This foul mess breaks up, for death is the end of life.
ಗಾಥಾ 149. ಯಾನಿ ಮಾನಿ ಅಪತ್ಥಾನಿ ಅಲಾಬೂನೇವ ಸಾರದೆ ಕಾಪೋತಕಾನಿ ಅಠೀನಿ ತಾನಿ ದಿಸ್ವಾನ ಕಾರತಿ.
Verse number 149. Those dough-colored bones are like gourds that lie scattered about in the autumn. Having seen them, how can one seek delight?
ಗಾಥಾ 150. ಅಠೀನಂ ನಗರಂ ಕತಂ ಮಂಸ ಲೋಹಿತ ಲೇಪನಂ ಯಥಾ ಜರಾಚ ಮಚ್ಚೂಚ ಮಾನೋ ಮಕ್ಕೋಚ ಓಹಿತೋ.
Verse number 150. This city, that's body, is built of bones, plastered with flesh and blood. Within are decay and death, pride and jealousy.
ಗಾಥಾ 151. ಜೀರಂತಿವೆ ರಾಜರಥಾ ಸುಚಿತ್ತಾ ಅಥೋ ಶರೀರಂಪಿ ಜರಂ ಉಪೇತಿ ಸತಂಚ ಧಮ್ಮೋ ನೋ ಜರಂ ಉಪೇತಿ ಸಂತೋಹವೇ ಸಬ್ಬಿ ಪವೇದಯಂತಿ.
Verse number 151. Even gorgeous royal chariots wear out. Indeed, this body too wears out. But the Dhamma of the good does not age. Thus the good make one known to the good.
ಗಾಥಾ 152. ಅಪ್ಪಸ್ಸುತಾಯಂ ಪುರಿಸೋ ಬಲಿಬದ್ಧೋವಜೀರತಿ ಮಂಸಾನಿ ತಸ್ಸ ವಡ್ಡಂತಿ ಪನ್ಯ ಸತ್ತ ನ ವಡ್ಡತಿ.
Verse number 152. The man of little learning grows like a bull. He grows only in bulk, but his wisdom does not grow.
ಗಾಥಾ 153. ಅನೇಕ ಜಾತಿ ಸಂಸಾರಂ ಸಂದಾವಿಸ್ಸಂ ಅನಿಬ್ಬಿಸಂ ಗಹಕಾರಂ ಗವೇಸಂತೋ ದುಃಖ ಜಾತಿ ಪುನಃಪುನಂ.
Verse number 153. Through many a births in Sansara have I wandered in vain, seeking the builder of this house, of this life. Repeated birth is indeed suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 154. ಗಹಕಾರಕ ದಿಠೋಸಿ ಪು ನಗೇಹಂ ನಕಾಹಸಿ ಸಬ್ಬಾತೆ ಫಾಸುಕಾ ಭಗ್ಗಾ ಗಹಕೂಟಂ ವಿಸಂಖತಂ ವಿಸಂಖಾರಗತಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ತಣ್ಹಾನಂ ಖಯಮಜ್ಜಗಾ.
Verse number 154. O householder, you are seen. You will not build this house again, for your rafters are broken and your rigger pole shattered. My mind has reached the unconditioned. I have attained the destruction of craving.
ಗಾಥಾ 155. ಅಚರಿತ್ವಾ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚರ್ಯಂ ಅಲದ್ಧಾ ಯೋಬ್ಬನೇ ಧನಂ ಜಿನ್ನಕೋಂಚಾವ ಝಾಯಂತಿ ಖೀಣಮಚ್ಛೇವ ಪಲ್ಲಲೆ.
Verse number 155. Those who in youth have not led the holy life or have failed to acquire wealth languish like old cranes in a pond without fish. Jarabaggo ekadasamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 156. ಅಚರಿತ್ವಾ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚರ್ಯಂ ಅಲದ್ಧಾ ಯೋಬ್ಬನೇ ಧನಂ ಸೇಂತಿ ಚಾಪಾತಿ ಖೀಣಾವ ಪುರಾಣಾತಿ ಅನುತ್ತುನು ಜರಾವಗ್ಗೋ ಏಕಾದಶಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 156. Those who in youth have not led a holy life or have failed to acquire wealth lie sighing over the past like worn out arrows shot from above. Charavaggo ekadasamo nithito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 12ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಅತ್ತವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 157. ಅತ್ತಾನಂಚೆ ಪಿಯಂಜನ್ಯ ರಕ್ಷಯ್ಯ ನಂ ಸುರಕ್ಷಿತಂ ತಿಣ್ಣಂ ಅನ್ಯತರಂ ಯಾಮಂ ಪಟಿಜಗ್ಗಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Chapter number 12, Attavaggo, the self. Verse number 157. If one holds oneself dear, one should diligently watch oneself. Let the wise man keep vigil during any of the 3 watches of the night.
ಗಾಥಾ 158. ಅತ್ತಾನಮೇವ ಫಟಮಂ ಪತಿರೂಪೇ ನಿವೇಶಯೇ ಅಥಮನ್ಯಂ ಅನುಶಾಸಯ್ಯ ನಕೀಲಿಸ್ಸಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Verse number 158. One should first establish oneself in what is proper. Then one should instruct others. Thus, the wise man will not be reproached.
ಗಾಥಾ 159. ಅತ್ತಾನಂಚೆ ತಥಾ ಕೈರಾ ಯಥನ್ಯ ಅನುಶಾಸತಿ ಸುದಂತೋ ವತದಮೇತ ಅತ್ತಾಹಿ ಕಿರದುದ್ದಮೋ.
Verse number 159. One should do what one teaches others to do. If one would train others, one should be well controlled oneself. Difficult indeed is self-control.
ಗಾಥಾ 160. ಅತ್ತಾಹಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ನಾಥೋ ಕೋಹಿನಾಥೋ ಪರೋಸಿಯ ಅತ್ತಾನಾಹಿ ಸುದಂತೇನ ನಾಥಂ ಲಭತಿ ದುರ್ಲಭಂ.
Verse number 160. One truly is the protector of oneself. Who else could the protector be? With oneself fully controlled, one gains a mastery that is hard to gain.
ಗಾಥಾ 161. ಅತ್ತನಾಹಿ ಕಥಂ ಪಾಪಂ ಅತ್ತಜಂ ಅತ್ತ ಸಂಭವಂ ಅಭಿಮಂತತಿ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧಂ ವಜಿರಂ ವಸ್ಮಮಯಂ ಮಣಿಂ.
Verse number 161. The evil a witless man does by himself, born of himself, and produced by himself, grinds him as a diamond grinds a hard gem.
ಗಾಥಾ 162. ಯಸ್ಸ ಅಚ್ಚಂತ ದುಸ್ಸೀಲ್ಯಂ ಮಾಲುವ ಸಾಲಮಿವೋತ್ಥತಂ ಕರೋತಿ ಸೋ ತತತ್ಥಾನಂ ಯಥಾನಂ ಇಚ್ಛತಿ ದಿಸೋ.
Verse number 162. Just as a jungle creeper strangles the tree on which it grows, even so, a man who is exceedingly depraved harms himself, as only an enemy might wish.
ಗಾಥಾ 163. ಸುಖರಾನಿ ಅಸಾಧೂನಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಅಹಿತಾನಿ ಚ ಯಂವೇ ಹಿತಂಚ ಸಾಧುಂಚ ತಂವೇ ಪರಮದುಃಖರಂ.
Verse number 163. Easy to do are things that are bad and harmful to oneself, but exceedingly difficult to do are things that are good and beneficial.
ಗಾಥಾ 164. ಯೋ ಶಾಸನಂ ಅರಹಂತಂ ಅರಿಯಾನಂ ಧಮ್ಮಜೀವಿನಂ ಪಟಿಕ್ಕೋಸತಿ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧೋ ದಿಠಿಂ ನಿಸ್ಸಾಯ ಪಾಪಿಕಂ ಫಲಾನಿ ಕಟ್ಟಕಸ್ಸೇವ ಅತ್ತಘಾತಾಯ ಪಲ್ಲತಿ.
Verse number 164. Whoever, on account of perverted views, scorns the teachings of the perfected ones, the noble and the righteous ones, that fool, like the bamboo, produces fruits only for the self-destruction.
ಗಾಥ 165. ಅತ್ತನಾ ಹೀಕತಂ ಪಾಪಂ ಅತ್ತನಾ ಸಂಕಿಲಿಸ್ಸತಿ ಅತ್ತನಾ ಅಕತಂ ಪಾಪಂ ಅತ್ತನಾವ ವಿಸುಜ್ಯತಿ ಶುದ್ಧಿ ಅಶುದ್ಧಿ ಪಚ್ಚತ್ತಂ ನಾಣ್ಯೋ ಅನ್ಯಂ ವಿಶೋಧಯೇ.
Verse number 165. By oneself, evil is done. By oneself, one is defiled. By oneself is evil left undone. By oneself is one made pure. Purity and impurity depend on oneself. No one can purify another. Attavaggo dvadasamo nitito.
ಗಾಥ 166. ಅತ್ತದರ್ಥಂ ಪರಥೇನ ಬಹುನಾಪಿ ನಹಾಪಯೇ ಅತ್ತದತ್ತಂ ಅಭಿನ್ಯಾಯ ಸದತ್ತ ಪಶುತೋಸಿಯ.
Verse number 166. Let one not neglect one's own welfare for the sake of another, however great. Clearly understanding one's own welfare, let one be intent upon the good. Attavaggo dvadasamo nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ 13ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಲೋಕವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥ 167. ಹೀನಂ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ನ ಸೇವೆಯ್ಯ ಪಮಾದೇವ ನ ಸಂವಸೆ ಮಿಚ್ಚಾದಿಟ್ಟಿಂ ನ ಸೇವೆಯ್ಯ ನಸಿಯ ಲೋಕವಡ್ಢನೋ.
Chapter number 13. Lokavaggo, the world. Verse number 167. Follow not the vulgar way. Live not heedlessness. Verse number 167. Follow not the vulgar way. Live not in heedlessness. Hold not false views. Linger not long in the worldly existence.
ಗಾಥ 168. ಉತ್ತಿಷ್ಠೆ ನ ಅಪ್ಪಮಜ್ಜಯ್ಯ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಸುಚರಿತಂ ಚರೇ ಧಮ್ಮಾಚಾರಿ ಸುಖಂ ಸೇತಿ ಅಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಲೋಕೆ ಪರಮ್ಮಿಚ.
Verse number 168. Arise, do not be heedless, lead a righteous life. The righteous live happily, both in this world and in the next.
ಗಾಥ 169. ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಚರೇ ಸುಚರಿತಂ ನಾನಂ ದುಚ್ಛರಿತಂ ಚರೇ ಧಮ್ಮಾಚಾರಿ ಸುಖಂ ಸೇತಿ ಅಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಲೋಕೆ ಪರಮ್ಮಿಚ.
Verse number 169. Lead a righteous life. Lead not a base line. Righteousness, live happily, both in this world and the next.
ಗಾಥ 170. ಯಥಾ ಪುಬ್ಬುಳಕಂ ಪಸ್ಸೆ ಯಥಾ ಪಸ್ಸೆ ಮರೀಚಿಕಂ ಏವಂ ಲೋಕಂ ಅವೆಕ್ಕಂತಂ ಮಚ್ಚು ರಾಜ ನ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 170. One who looks upon the world as a bubble and a mirage, him the king of death sees not.
ಗಾಥ 171. ಏಥ ಪಶ್ಯಥಿಮಂ ಲೋಕಂ ಚಿತ್ತಂ ರಾಜರಥೂಪಮಂ ಯತ್ಥ ಬಾಲ ವಿಸೀದಂತಿ ನತ್ತಿ ಸಂಗೋ ವಿಜಾನತಂ.
Verse number 171. Come, Behold this world, which is like a decorated royal chariot. Here, fools flounder, but the wise have no attachment to it.
ಗಾಥಾ 172. ಯೋಚ ಪುಬ್ಬೆ ಪಮಜ್ಜಿತ್ವಾ ಪಚ್ಚಾಸೋ ನ ಪಮಜ್ಜತಿ ಸೋಮಂ ಲೋಕಂ ಪಭಾಸೇತಿ ಅಬ್ಬಾ ಮುತ್ತೋವ ಚಂದಿಮಾ.
Verse number 172. He who having been heedless is heedless no more, illuminates the world like the moon freed from clouds.
ಗಾಥಾ 173. ಯಸ್ಸ ಪಾಪಂ ಕಥಂ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಕುಶಲೇನ ಪಿಧೀಯತಿ ಸೋಮಂ ಲೋಕಂ ಪಭಾಸೇತಿ ಅಬ್ಬಾ ಮುತ್ತೋವ ಚಂದಿಮಾ.
Verse number 173. He who by good deeds covers the evil he has done illuminates this world like the moon freed from clouds.
ಗಾಥಾ 174. ಅಂಧಭೂತೋ ಅಯಂ ಲೋಕೋ ತನುಖ್ಯತ್ತ ವಿಪಸ್ಸತಿ ಸಕುಣೋ ಜಾಲಮುತ್ತೋ ವಾ ಅಪ್ಪೋ ಸಗ್ಗಾಯ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 174. Blind is this world. Here only a few possess insight. Only a few, like birds escaping from a net, go to the realm of the bliss.
ಗಾಥಾ 175. ಹಂಸಾದಿಚ್ಛಪಥೇಯಂತಿ ಆಕಾಶೇಯಂತಿ ಇದ್ದಿಯಾ ನೀಯಂತಿ ಧೀರಾ ಲೋಕಂಹ ಜೇತ್ವಾ ಮಾರಂ ಸವಾಹಿನಿಂ.
Verse number 175. Swans fly on the path of the sun. Men pass through the air by psychic powers. The wise are led away from the world after vanquishing Mara and his host.
ಗಾಥಾ 176. ಏಕಂ ಧಮ್ಮ ಅತೀತಸ್ಸ ಮುಸಾವಾದಿಸ್ಸ ಜಂತುನೋ ವಿತಿನ್ನ ಪರಲೋಕಸ್ಸ ನತ್ತಿ ಪಾಪಂ ಅಕಾರ್ಯಂ.
Verse number 176. For a liar who has violated the one law of truthfulness, who holds in scorn the hereafter, there is no evil that he cannot do.
ಗಾಥಾ 177. ನಾವೇ ಕದರಿಯ ದೇವಲೋಕಂ ವಜಂತಿ ಬಾಲಾಹವೇ ನಪ್ಪ ಸಂಸಂತಿ ದಾನಂ ಧೀರೋಚ ದಾನಂ ಅನುಮೋದಮಾನೋ ತೇನೇವಸೋ ಹೋತಿ ಸುಖಿ ಪರತ್ಥ.
Verse number 177. Truly, misers fare not to heavenly realms, nor indeed do fools praise generosity. But the wise man rejoices in giving, and by that alone does he become happy hereafter. Lokavaggo terasamo nitito.
ಗಾಥಾ 178. ಪತಭ್ಯಾ ಏಕರಜ್ಜೇನ ಸಗ್ಗಸ್ಸ ಗಮನೇನವಾ ಸಬ್ಬಲೋಕಾಧಿಪತ್ಯೇನ ಸೋತಾಪತ್ತಿ ಫಲಂ ವರಂ ಲೋಕವಗ್ಗೋ ತೇರಸಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 178. Better than sole sovereignty over the earth, better than going to heaven, better even than lordship over all the worlds in the supramundane, fruition of the stream entrance is. Lokavaggo terasamo nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 14ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಬುದ್ಧವಗ್ಗೋ ಗಾಥಾ 179 ಯಸ್ಸ ಜಿತಂ ನಾವಜೀಯತಿ ಜಿತಂ ಯಸ್ಸ ನೋ ಯಾತಿ ಕೋಚಿಲೋಕೆ ತಂ ಬುದ್ಧ ಮನಂತಗೋಚರಂ ಅಪದಂ ಕೇನ ಪದೇನ ನೇಸ್ಸಥ.
Chapter number 14, Buddha Vaggo, the Buddha. Verse number 179. By what track can you track the trackless Buddha of limitless range, whose victory nothing can undo, whom none of the vanquished defilements can ever pursue?
ಗಾಥಾ 180 ಯಸ್ಸ ಜಾಲಿನಿ ವಿಸತ್ತಿಕಾ ತಣ್ಹಾನತ್ತಿ ಕುಹಿಂಚಿನೇತವೇ ತಂ ಬುದ್ಧಂ ಅನಂತಗೋಚರಂ ಅಪದಂ ಕೇನ ಪದೇನ ನೇಸ್ಸಥ.
Verse number 180. By what track can you trace that trackless Buddha of limitless range, in whom exists no longer the entangling and embroiling craving that perpetuates becoming?
ಗಾಥಾ 181 ಯೇ ಜಾನಪಸುತಾ ಧೀರಾ ನೆಖಮ್ಮೂಪಸಮೇರತಾ ದೇವಾಪಿ ತೇಸಂ ಪಿಹಯಂತಿ ಸಂಬುದ್ಧಾನಂ ಸತೀಮತಂ.
Verse number 181. Those wise ones who are devoted to meditation and who delight in the calm of renunciation, such mindful ones, supreme Buddhas, even the gods hold dear.
ಗಾಥಾ 182 ಕಿಚ್ಚೋ ಮನುಸ್ಸ ಪಟಿಲಾಭೋ ಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ಮಜ್ಜಾನ ಜೀವಿತಂ ಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ಸದ್ಧಮ್ಮ ಸವನಂ ಕಿಚ್ಚೋ ಬುದ್ಧಾನಂ ಉಪ್ಪಾದೋ.
Verse number 182. Hard is it to be born as a man. Verse number 182. Hard is it to be born as a man. Hard is the life of a mortal. Hard is it to gain the opportunity of hearing the sublime truth, and hard to encounter is the arising of the Buddhas.
ಗಾಥಾ 183 ಸಬ್ಬ ಪಾಪಸ್ಸ ಅಕರಣಂ ಕುಶಲಸ್ಸ ಉಪಸಂಪದಾ ಸಚಿತ್ತ ಪರಿಯೋದಪನಂ ಏತಂ ಬುದ್ಧಾನ ಶಾಸನಂ.
Verse number 183. To avoid all evil, to cultivate good, and to cleanse one's mind. This is the teaching of the Buddhas.
ಗಾಥಾ 184 ಕಂಥೀ ಪರಮಂ ತಪೋತಿತಿಖಾ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಪರಮಂ ವದಂತಿ ಬುದ್ಧ ನಹಿ ಪಬ್ಬಜಿತೋ ಪರೂಪಘಾತಿ ನ ಸಮಣೋ ಹೋತಿ ಪರಂ ವಿಹೇಟಯಂತೋ.
Verse number 184. Enduring patience is the highest austerity. Nibbana is supreme, say the Buddhas. He is not a true monk who harms another, nor a true renunciate who oppresses others.
ಗಾಥಾ 185 ಅನೂಪವಾದೋ ಅನೂಪಘಾತೋ ಪಾತಿಮೊಕ್ಷೇ ಚ ಸಂವರೋ ಮತ್ತನ್ಯತಾ ಚ ಭತ್ತಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಪಂತಂಚ ಶಯನಾಸನಂ ಅಧಿಚಿತ್ತೇ ಚ ಅಯೋಗೋ ಏತಂ ಬುದ್ಧಾನ ಶಾಸನಂ ನಹ ಕಹಾಪಣವಸ್ಸೇನ ತಿತ್ತಿ ಕಾಮೇಸಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಅಪ್ಪಾಸಾದ ದುಃಖ ಕಾಮ ಇತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Verse number 185. Not despising, not harming, restraint according to the code of monastic discipline, moderation in food, dwelling in solitude, devotion to meditation. This is the teaching of the Buddhas.
ಗಾಥಾ 186. ನ ಕಹಾಪಣಾವಸ್ಸೇನ ತಿತ್ತಿ ಕಾಮೇಸಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಅಪ್ಪಸಾದ ದುಃಖ ಕಾಮ ಇತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 187. ಅಪಿ ದಿಬ್ಬೇಸು ಕಾಮೇಸು ರತಿಂಸೋ ನಾಧಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ ತಣ್ಣಖಯ ರಥೋ ಹೋತಿ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಸಂಬುದ್ಧ ಸಾವಕೋ.
Verse number 186 and 187. There is no satisfying sensuous Verse number 186 and 187. There is no satisfying sensual desires, even with a rain of gold coins. For sensual pleasures give little satisfaction and much pain. Having understood this, the wise man finds no delight in heavenly pleasures. The discipline of the Supreme Buddha delights in the destruction of the craving.
ಗಾಥಾ 188. ಬಹುಂವೇ ಶರಣಂ ಯಂತಿ ಪಬ್ಬತಾನಿ ವನಾನಿ ಚ ಆರಾಮ ರುಕ್ಷ ಚೇತ್ಯಾನಿ ಮನುಸ್ಸ ಭಯತಜ್ಜಿತ.
Verse number 188. Driven only by fear, do men go for refuge to many places, to hills, woods, groves, trees, and shrines.
ಗಾಥಾ 189. ನೇತಂಕೋ ಶರಣಂ ಖೇಮಂ ನೇತಂ ಶರಣಮುತ್ತಮಂ ನೇತಂ ಶರಣಮಾಗಮ್ಮ ಸಬ್ಬ ದುಃಖ ಪಮುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 189. Such indeed is no safe refuge. Such is not the refuge supreme. Not by restoring to a refuge is one released from all sufferings.
ಗಾಥಾ 190. ಯೋಚ ಬುದ್ಧಂಚ ಧಮ್ಮಂಚ ಸಂಗಂಚ ಶರಣಂಗತೋ ಚತ್ತಾರಿ ಅರಿಯ ಸಚ್ಚಾನಿ ಸಮ್ಮಪ್ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಸ್ಸತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 191. ದುಃಖಂ ದುಃಖ ಸಮುಪ್ಪಾದಂ ದುಃಖಸ್ಸ ಚ ಅತಿಕ್ಕಮಂ ಅರಿಯಂಚ ಅಠ್ಠಂಗಿಕಂ ಮಗ್ಗಂ ದುಃಖೋಪ ಸಮಗಾಮಿನಿಂ.
Verse number 190 and 191. He who has gone to refuge to the Buddha, his teaching and his order penetrates with transcendental wisdom the Four Noble Truths: suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the Noble Eightfold Path leading to the cessation of suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 192. ಏತಂಖೋ ಶರಣಂ ಖೇಮಂ ಏತಂ ಶರಣಮುತ್ತಮಂ ಏತಂ ಶರಣಮಾಗಮ್ಮ ಸಬ್ಬ ದುಃಖ ಪಮುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 192. This indeed is the safe refuge. This is the refuge supreme. Having gone to such refuge, one is released from all suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 193. ದುರ್ಲಭೋ ಪುರಿಸಾಜನ್ಯೋ ನಸೋ ಸಬ್ಬತ್ತ ಜಾಯತಿ ಯತ್ಥಸೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಧೀರೋ ತಂ ಕುಲಂ ಸುಖಮೇಧತಿ.
Verse number 193. Hard to find is a thoroughbred man, the Buddha. He is not born everywhere. Where such a wise man is born, that clan thrives happily.
ಗಾಥಾ 194. ಸುಖೋ ಬುದ್ಧಾನಂಗುಪ್ಪಾದೋ ಸುಖ ಸದ್ಧಮ್ಮ ದೇಸನ ಸುಖ ಸಂಗಸ್ಸ ಸಾಮಗ್ಗಿ ಸಮಗ್ಗಾನಂ ತಪೋ ಸುಖೋ.
Verse number 194. Blessed is the birth of the Buddhas. Blessed is the enunciation of sacred teaching. Blessed is the harmony in the order. And blessed is the spiritual pursuit of the united truth seekers.
ಗಾಥಾ 195. ಪೂಜಾರಹೇ ಪೂಜಯತೋ ಬುದ್ಧೇ ಯದಿ ವಾ ಸಾವಕೆ ಪಪಂಚ ಸಮತಿಕ್ಕಂತೆ ತಿಣ್ಣ ಶೋಕ ಪರಿದ್ಧವೇ. ಗಾಥಾ 196. ತೇ ತಾದಿಸೆ ಪೂಜಯತೋ ನಿಬ್ಬುತೆ ಅಕುತೋ ಭಯೇ ನಾಸಕ್ಕ ಪುಣ್ಯಂ ಸಂಖಾತುಂ ಇಮೆತ್ತಮತಿ ಕೇನಚಿ. ಬುದ್ಧವಗ್ಗೋ ಚುದ್ದಸಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 195 and 196. He who reveres those worthy of reverences, the Buddhas and their disciples who have transcended all obstacles and passed beyond the reach of the sorrow and lamentation, he who reveres such peaceful and fearless ones, his merit none can compute by any measure. Buddha Vaggo Chudasamo Nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 15ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಸುಖವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 197. ಸುಸುಖಂವತ ಜೀವಾಮ ವೇರಿನೇಸು ಅವೇರಿನೋ ವೇರಿನೇಸು ಮನುಷ್ಯೇಸು ವಿಹರಾಮ ಅವೇರಿನೋ.
Chapter number 15. Sukhavaggo, happiness. Verse number 197. Happy indeed we live, friendly amidst the hostile. Amidst hostile men we dwell free from hatred.
ಗಾಥಾ 198. ಸುಸುಖಂ ವತ ಜೀವಾಮ ಆತುರೇಸು ಅನಾತುರ ಆತುರೇಸು ಮನುಷ್ಯೇಸು ವಿಹರಾಮ ಅನಾತುರ.
Verse number 198. Happy indeed we live, unafflicted amidst the afflicted by craving. Amidst afflicted men we dwell free from affliction.
ಗಾಥಾ 199. ಸುಸುಖಂ ವತ ಜೀವಾಮ ಉತ್ಸುಕೇಸು ಅನುತ್ಸುಕ ಉತ್ಸುಕೇಸು ಮನುಷ್ಯೇಸು ವಿಹರಾಮ ಅನುತ್ಸುಕ.
Verse number 199. Happy indeed we live, free from the avarice amidst the avaricious. Amidst avaricious men we dwell free from avarice.
ಗಾಥಾ 200. ಸುಸುಖಂ ವತ ಜೀವಾಮ ಯೇ ಸಂಜ್ಞೋ ನತ್ತಿ ಕಿಂಚನಂ ಪೀತಿ ಭಕ್ಕ ಭವಿಸ್ಸಾಮ ದೇವಾ ಆಭಸ್ಸರಾಯತ.
Verse number 200. Happy indeed we live, we who possess nothing, feeder on joy, we shall be like the radiant gods.
ಗಾಥಾ 201. ಜಯಂ ವೇರಂ ಪಸವತಿ ದುಃಖಂ ಸೇತಿ ಪರಾಜಿತೋ ಉಪಸಂತೋ ಸುಖಂ ಸೇತಿ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಜಯ ಪರಾಜಯಂ.
Verse number 201. Victory begets enmity. The defeated dwell in pain. Happily the peaceful live, discarding both
202.
victory and the defeat.
ನಥಿ ರಾಗ ಸಮೋ ಅಗ್ಗಿ ನಥಿ ದೋಷ ಸಮೋ ಕಲಿ ನತ್ತಿ ಕಂದ ಸಮ ದುಃಖ ನಥಿ ಸಂತಿ ಪರಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 202. There is no fire like lust, and no crime like hatred. There is no ill like the aggregates of existence. There is no bliss higher than the peace of Nibbana.
ಗಾಥಾ 203. ಜಿಘಚ್ಚ ಪರಮಾರೋಗ ಸಂಖಾರ ಪರಮಾದುಃಖ ಏತಂ ಯತ್ವಾ ಯಥಾಭೂತಂ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಪರಮಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 203. Hunger is the worst disease. Conditioned things, the worst suffering. Knowing this as it really is, the wise realize Nibbana, the highest bliss.
ಗಾಥಾ 204. ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಪರಮಾಲಾಭ ಸಂತುಷ್ಟಿ ಪರಮಂ ಧನಂ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಪರಮನ್ಯಾತಿ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಪರಮಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 204. Health is the precious gain, and contentment is the greatest wealth. A trustworthy person is the best kinsman, and Nibbana is the highest bliss.
ಗಾಥಾ 205. ಪವಿವೇಕ ರಸಂ ಪೀತ್ವಾ ರಸಂ ಉಪಸಮಸ್ಸ ಚ ನಿದ್ದರೋ ಹೋತಿ ನಿಪ್ಪಾಪೋ ಧಮ್ಮಪೀತ ರಸಂ ಪಿವಂ.
Verse number 205. Having savored the taste of solitude and peace of Nibbana, the pain-free and stainless he becomes, drinking deep the taste of the bliss of truth.
ಗಾಥಾ 206. ಸಾಹು ದಸ್ಸನ ಮರಿಯಾನಂ ಸನ್ನಿವಾಸೋ ಸದಾ ಸುಖೋ ಅದಸ್ಸನೇನ ಬಾಲಾನಂ ನಿತ್ಯಮೇವ ಸುಖೀ ಸಿಯಾ.
Verse number 206. Good is to see the noble ones. To live with them is ever blissful. One will always be happy by not encountering fools.
ಗಾಥಾ 207. ಬಾಲ ಸಂಗತಾಚಾರೀ ದಿಗಮದ್ದಾನ ಶೋಚತಿ ದುಃಖೋ ಬಾಲೇಹಿ ಸಂವಾಸೋ ಅಮಿತ್ತೇನೇವ ಸಬ್ಬದಾ ಧೀರೋಚ ಸುಖ ಸಂವಾಸೋ ಜ್ಞಾತೀನಂವ ಸಮಾಗಮೋ.
Verse number 207. Indeed, he who moves in the company of fools grieves for long. Association with fools is ever painful, like partnership with an enemy. But association with the wise is happy, like meeting one's own kinsman.
ಗಾಥಾ 208. ತಸ್ಮಾಹಿ ಧೀರಂಚ ಪಣ್ಯಂಚ ಬಹುಸುತಂಚ ಧೋರೋಯಃ ಶೀಲಂ ವತವಂತಮರಿಯಂ ತಂ ತಾದಿಸಂ ಸಪ್ಪುರಿಸಂ ಸುಮೇಧಂ ಭಜೇತ ನಕ್ಕತ್ತ ಪತವಂ ಚಂದಿಮಾ. ಸುಖವಗ್ಗೋ ಪನ್ನರಸಮೋ నిట్టితో.
Verse number 208. Therefore, follow the noble one who is steadfast, wise, learned, dutiful, and devout. One should follow only such a man who is truly good and discerning, even as the moon follows the path of the stars. Sukhavaggo Parnarasamo Nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ 16ನೆಯ ವರ್ಗ ಪಿಯವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 209. ಅಯೋಗೇ ಯುಂಚಮತ್ತಾನಂ ಯೋಗಸ್ಮಿಂಚ ಅಯೋಜಯಂ ಅತ್ತಂ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಪಿಯಗ್ಗಾಹಿ ಪಿಹೇತತ್ತ ಅನುಯೋಗಿನಂ.
Chapter number 16, Piyavaggo, affection. Verse number 209. Giving himself to things to be shunned, and not exerting where exertion is needed. A seeker after pleasures, having given up his true welfare, envies those intent upon theirs.
ಗಾಥಾ 210. ಮಾಪಿಯೇಯಿ ಸಮಾಗಂಚಿ ಅಪ್ಪಿಯೇಹಿ ಕುದಾಚನಂ ಪಿಯಾನಂ ಅದಸ್ಸನಂ ದುಃಖಂ ಅಪ್ಪಿಯಾನಂಚ ದಸ್ಸನಂ.
Verse number 210. Seek no intimacy with the beloved, and also not with the unloved, for not to see the beloved and to see the unloved, both are painful.
ಗಾಥಾ 211. ತಸ್ಮಾ ಪ್ರಿಯಂ ನ ಕೈರಾಥ ಪಿಯಪಾಯೋ ಹಿ ಪಾಪಕೋ ಗಂಧಾ ತೇಸಂ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಯೇಸಂ ನತ್ಥಿ ಪಿಯಾಪ್ಯಂ.
Verse number 211. Therefore, hold nothing dear, for separation from the dear is painful. There are no bonds for those who have nothing beloved or unloved.
ಗಾಥಾ 212. ಪಿಯತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಶೋಕೋ ಪಿಯತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭಯಂ ಪಿಯತೋ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ನತ್ತಿ ಶೋಕೋ ಕುತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 212. From endearment springs grief, from endearment springs fear. For him who is wholly free from endearment, there is no grief. Whence then fear?
ಗಾಥಾ 213. ಪ್ರೇಮತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಶೋಕೋ ಪ್ರೇಮತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭಯಂ ಪ್ರೇಮತೋ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಶೋಕೋ ಕುತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 213. From affection springs grief, from affection springs fear. For him who is truly free from affection, there is no grief. Whence then fear?
ಗಾಥಾ 214. ರತಿಯಾ ಜಾಯತಿ ಶೋಕೋ ರತಿಯಾ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭಯಂ ರತಿಯಾ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಶೋಕೋ ಕುತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 214. From attachment springs grief, from attachment springs fear. For him who is wholly free from attachment, there is no grief. Whence then fear?
ಗಾಥಾ 215. ಕಾಮತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಸೋಕೋ ಕಾಮತೋ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭಯಂ ಕಾಮತೋ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಸೋಕೋ ಕುತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 215. From lust springs grief. From lust springs fear. For him who is wholly free from lust, there is no grief. Whence then fear?
ಗಾಥಾ 216. ತನ್ಹಾಯ ಜಾಯತಿ ಸೋಕೋ ತನ್ಹಾಯ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭಯಂ ತನ್ಹಾಯ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುತ್ತಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಸೋಕೋ ಕುತೋ ಭಯಂ.
Verse number 216. From craving springs grief. From craving springs fear. For him who is wholly free from craving, there is no grief. Whence then fear?
ಗಾಥಾ 217. ಶೀಲದಸ್ಸನ ಸಂಪನ್ನಂ ಧಮ್ಮಟ್ಟಂ ಸಚ್ಚವೇದಿನಂ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಕಮ್ಮ ಕುಬ್ಬಾನಂ ತಂ ಜನೋ ಕುರುತೇಪಿಯಂ.
Verse number 217. People hold dear him who embodies virtue and insight, who is principled, has realized the truth, and who himself does what he ought to be doing.
ಗಾಥಾ 218. ಛಂದಜಾತೋ ಅನಖ್ಯಾತೆ ಮನಸಾಚ ಪುಟೋಸಿಯ ಕಾಮೇಸು ಚ ಅಪ್ಪಟಿಬದ್ಧಚಿತ್ತೋ ಉದ್ದಂಸೋ ತೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 218. One who is intent upon the ineffable Nibbana dwells with mind inspired by the supramundane wisdom and is no more bound by the sense pleasures. Such a man is called one bound upstream.
ಗಾಥಾ 219. ಚಿರಪ್ಪವಾಸಿಂ ಪುರಿಸಂ ದೂರತೋ ಸೊತ್ತಿಮಾಗತಂ ಜ್ಞಾತಿ ಮಿತ್ತ ಸುಹಜ್ಜಾ ಚ ಅಭಿನಂದಂತಿ ಆಗತಂ.
Verse number 219. When, after a long distance, a man safely returns home from afar, his relatives, friends, and well-wishers welcome him home on arrival.
ಗಾಥಾ 220. ತಥೇವ ಕತ ಪುಣ್ಯಂಪಿ ಅಸ್ಮಾಲೋಕ ಪರಂಗತಂ ಪುಣ್ಯಾನಿ ಪಟಿಘಣ್ಣಂತಿ ಪಿಯಂಜ್ಞಾತೀವ ಆಗತಂ. ಪಿಯವಗ್ಗೋ ಸೋಳಸಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 220. As kinsmen welcome a dear one on arrival, even so his own good deeds will welcome the doer of the good, who has gone from this world to the next. Piyavaggo solasammo nittito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ 17ನೆಯ ವರ್ಗ ಕೋಧವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 221. ಕೋಧಂಜಹೆ ವಿಪ್ಪಜಹೇಯಮಾನಂ ಸಂಯೋಜನಂ ಸಬ್ಬಂ ಅತಿಕ್ಕಮೇಯ ತಂ ನಾಮರೂಪಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಸಜ್ಜಮಾನಂ ಅಕಿಂಚನಂ ನಾನು ಪತಂತಿ ದುಃಖ.
Chapter number 17, Kodavaggo, anger. Verse number 221. One should give up anger, renounce pride, and overcome all fetters. Suffering never befalls him who clings not to mind and body and is detached.
ಗಾಥಾ 222 ಯೋ ವೇ ಉಪ್ಪತಿತಂ ಕೋಧಂ ರಥಂ ಭಂತವ ವಾರಯೇ ತಮಹಂ ಸಾರಥಿಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ರಶ್ಮಿಗಾಹೋ ಇತರೋ ಜನೋ.
Verse number 222. He who checks rising anger as a character checks a rolling chariot. Him I call a true charioteer. Others only hold the reins.
ಗಾಥಾ 223 ಅಕ್ಕೋಧೇನ ಜಿನೇ ಕೋಧಂ ಅಸಾಧುಂ ಸಾಧುನಾ ಜಿನೇ ಜಿನೇ ಕದರಿಯಂ ದಾನೇನ ಸಚ್ಚೇನ ಅಲಿಕವಾದಿನಂ.
Verse number 223. Overcome the angry by non-anger. Overcome the wicked by goodness. Overcome the miser by generosity. Overcome the liar by truth.
ಗಾಥಾ 224 ಸಚ್ಚಂ ಭಣೆ ನ ಕುಜ್ಜಯ್ಯ ದಜ್ಜಾ ಅಪ್ಪಂಪಿ ಯಾಚಿತೋ ಏತೇ ಹಿ ತೀಹಿಟಾನೇ ಹಿ ಗಚ್ಚೆ ದೇವಾನ ಸಂತಿಕೆ.
Verse number 224. Speak the truth. Yield not to anger. When asked, give, even if you only have a little. By these three means can one reach the presence of the gods.
ಗಾಥಾ 225 ಅಹಿಂಸಕಾಯೇ ಮುನಯೋ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಕಾಯೇನ ಸಂಯುತ ತೇ ಯಂತಿ ಅಚ್ಯುತಂ ಠಾಣಂ ಯತ್ತ ಗಂತ್ವಾನ ಸೋಚರೆ.
Verse number 225. Those sages who are non-offensive are ever restrained in body go to the deathless state where having gone they grieve no more.
ಗಾಥಾ 226 ಸದಾ ಜಾಗರಮಾನಾನಂ ಅಹೋರತ್ತಾನು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿನಂ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಅಧಿಮುತ್ತಾನಂ ಅರ್ಥಂ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಆಸವಾ.
Verse number 226. Those who are ever vigilant, who discipline themselves day and night, and are ever intent upon Nibbana, their defilements fade away.
ಗಾಥಾ 227 ಪೋರಾಣಮೇತಂ ಅತುಲ ನೇತಂ ಅಜ್ಜತ ನಾಮಿವ ನಿಂದಂತಿ ತುಂಢೀಮಾಸೀನಂ ನಿಂದಂತಿ ಬಹುಭಾಣಿನಂ ಮಿತಬಾಣಂಪಿ ನಿಂದಂತಿ ನತ್ತಿ ಲೋಕೆ ಅನಿಂದಿತೋ.
Verse number 227. O Atula, indeed this is an ancient practice, not one only of today. They blame those who remain silent. They blame those who speak much. They blame those who speak in moderation. There is none in this world who is not blamed.
ಗಾಥಾ 228 ನ ಚಾಹು ನ ಚ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತಿ ನ ಚೇತರಹಿ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಏಕಂತಂ ನಿಂದಿತೋ ಪೋಸೋ ಏಕಂತಂ ವಾ ಪಸಂಸಿತೋ.
Verse number 228. There never was, there never will be, nor is there now a person who is wholly blamed or wholly praised.
ಗಾಥಾ 229 ಯಂ ಚೇ ವಿನ್ಯೂಪಸಂಸಂತಿ ಅನುವಿಚ್ಚ ಸುವೆ ಸುವೆ ಅಚ್ಛಿದ್ದ ಉತ್ತಿಂ ಮೇಧಾವಿಂ ಪಣ್ಯಾಶೀಲ ಸಮಾಹಿತಂ.
Verse number 229. But the man whom the wise praise, after observing him day after day, is one of flawless character, wise and endowed with knowledge and virtue.
ಗಾಥಾ 230. ನಿಖಂ ಜಮ್ಮೋದನ ಸೇವಾ ಕೋತಂ ನಿಂದಿತುಮರ್ಹತಿ ದೇವಾಪಿತಂ ಪಸಂಸಂತಿ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮುನಾಪಿ ಪಸಂಸಿತೋ.
Verse number 230. Who can blame such a one as worthy as a coin of refined gold? Even the gods praise him. By Brahma too is he praised.
ಗಾಥಾ 231. ಕಾಯಪ್ಪ ಕೋಪಂ ರಕ್ಷಯ್ಯ ಕಾಯೇನ ಸಂವುತೋಸಿಯ ಕಾಯ ದುಚ್ಚರಿತಂ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಕಾಯೇನ ಸುಚರಿತಂ ಚರೇ.
Verse number 231. Let a man guard himself against irritability in bodily action. Let him be controlled in deed. Abandoning bodily misconduct, let him practice good conduct in deed.
ಗಾಥಾ 232. ವಚೀಪ ಕೋಪಂ ರಕ್ಷಯ್ಯ ವಾಚಾಯ ಸಂವುತೋಸಿಯ ವಚೀದುಚ್ಚರಿತಂ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ವಾಚಾಯ ಸುಚರಿತಂ ಚರೇ.
Verse number 232. Let a man guard himself against irritability in speech. Let him be controlled in speech. Abandoning verbal misconduct, let him practice good conduct in speech.
ಗಾಥಾ 233. ಮನೋಪಕೋಪಂ ರಕ್ಷಯ್ಯ ಮನಸಾ ಸಂವುತೋಸಿಯ ಮನೋದುಚ್ಚರಿತಂ ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಮನಸಾ ಸುಚರಿತಂ ಚರೇ.
Verse number 233. Let a man guard himself against irritability in thought. Let him be controlled in mind. Abandoning mental misconduct, let him practice good conduct in thought.
ಗಾಥಾ 234. ಕಾಯೇನ ಸಂವುತ ಧೀರ ಅಥೋ ವಾಚಾಯ ಸಂವುತ ಮನಸಾ ಸಂವುತ ಧೀರ ತೇವೇ ಸುಪರಿ ಸಂವುತ. ಕೋಧವಗ್ಗೋ ಸತ್ತರಸಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 234. The wise are controlled in bodily action, controlled in speech, and controlled in thought. They are truly well controlled. Kodavaggo sattarasimo nithito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ 18ನೇ ವರ್ಗ ಮಲವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 235. ಪಂಡೂಪಲಾಸೋವದಾನಿಸಿ ಯಮಪುರಿಸಾಪಿ ಚ ತೇ ಉಪಠಿತ ಉಯ್ಯೋಗಮುಖೇ ಚ ತಿಷ್ಠಸಿ ಪಾತೇಯಂಪಿ ಚ ತೇ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Malavaggo, impurity, chapter number 18, verse number 235. Like a withered leaf are you now, death's messenger awaits you. You stand on the eve of your departure, yet you have made no provision for your journey.
ಗಾಥಾ 236. ಸೋ ಕರೋಹಿ ದೀಪಮತ್ತನೋ ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ಪಂ ವಾಯಾಮ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಭವ ನಿದ್ದಂತಮಲೋ ಅನಂಗಣೋ ದಿಬ್ಬಂ ಅರಿಯ ಭೂಮಿಂ ಉಪೇಹಿಸಿ.
Verse number 236. Make an island of yourself. Strive hard and become wise. Rid of impurities and cleansed of stain. You shall enter the celestial abode of the noble ones.
ಗಾಥಾ 237. ಉಪನೀತವಯೋಚ ದಾನಿಸಿ ಸಂಪಯಾತೋ ಹಿ ಯಮಸ್ಸ ಸಂತಿಕೆ ವಾಸೋತೆ ನಥಿ ಅಂತರ ಭಾತೇಯಂಪಿ ಚ ತೇನ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 237. Your life has come to an end now. You are setting forth into the presence of Yama, the king of death. No resting place is there for you on the way, yet you have made no provision for your journey.
ಗಾಥಾ 238. ಸೋ ಕರೋಹಿ ದೀಪಮತ್ತನೋ ಕಿಫ್ಫಂ ವಾಯಾಮ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಭವ ನಿದ್ದಂತಮಲೋ ಅನಂಗಣೋ ನ ಪುನಃ ಜಾತಿ ಜರಂಗ್ ಉಪೇಹಿಸಿ.
Verse number 238. Make an island of yourself. Strive hard and become wise. Rid of impurities and cleansed of stain. You shall not come again to birth and decay.
ಗಾಥಾ 239. ಅನುಪುಬ್ಬೇನ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಥೋಕಂ ಥೋಕಂ ಖಣೆ ಖಣೆ ಕಮ್ಮಾರೋ ರಜತಸ್ಸೇವ ನಿದ್ದಮೆ ಮಲಮತ್ತನೋ.
Verse number 239. One by one, little by little, moment by moment, a wise man should remove his own impurities as a smith removes the dross from the silver.
ಗಾಥಾ 240. ಅಯಸಾವ ಮಲಂ ಸಮುಷ್ಠಿತಂ ತ್ವತುತ್ಥಾಯ ತಮೇವ ಖಾದತಿ ಏವಂ ಅತಿಧೋನಚಾರಿಣಂ ಸಾನಿ ಕಮ್ಮಾನಿ ನಯಂತಿ ದುಗ್ಗತಿಂ.
Verse number 240. Just as rust rising from the iron eats away the base from which it arises, even so their own seeds lead transgressors to the state of void.
ಗಾಥಾ 241. ಅಸಜ್ಜಾಯ ಮಲಾಮಂತ ಅನುತ್ಥಾನ ಮಲಾಘರ ಮಲಂ ವಣ್ಣಸ್ಸ ಕೋಸಜ್ಜಂ ಪಮಾದೋ ರಕ್ಷತೋ ಮಲಂ.
Verse number 241. Non-repetition is the bane of scriptures. Neglect is the bane of a home. Slovenliness is the bane of personal appearance. And heedlessness is the bane of a god.
ಗಾಥಾ 242. ಮಲಿಥಿಯಾ ದುಚ್ಚರಿತಂ ಮಚ್ಚೇರಂ ದದತೋ ಮಲಂ ಮಲಾವೇ ಪಾಪಕ ಧಮ್ಮ ಅಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಲೋಕೆ ಪರ್ಹಮ್ಮಿ ಚ.
Verse number 242. Unchastity is a taint in a woman. Niggardliness is a taint in a giver. Taints, indeed, are all evil things, both in this world and the next.
ಗಾಥಾ 243. ತಥೋ ಮಲ ಮಲತರಂ ಪರಮಂ ಮಲಂ ಏತಂ ಮಲಂ ಪಹಂತ್ವಾನ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ ಹೋತ ಭಿಕ್ಕವೋ.
Verse number 243. A worse taint than these is ignorance, the worst of all taints. Destroy this one taint and become taintless, O monks.
ಗಾಥಾ 244. ಸುಜೀವಂ ಅಹಿರಿಕೇನ ಕಾಕಸೂರೇನ ಧಂಸಿನ ಪಕ್ಕಂದಿನ ಪಗಬ್ಬೇನ ಸಂಕಿಲಿಠೇನ ಜೀವಿತಂ.
Verse number 244. Easy is life for the shameless one who is impudent as a crow. He is backbiting and forward, arrogant and corrupt.
ಗಾಥಾ 245. ಹಿರೀಮತಾಚ ದುಜ್ಜೀವಂ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಶುಚಿಗವೇಸಿನ ಅಲಿನೇನ ಅಪ್ಪಗಬ್ಬೇನ ಶುದ್ಧ ಜೀವೇನ ಪಸ್ಸತ.
Verse number 245. Difficult is life for the modest one who always seeks purity, is detached and unassuming, clean in life and discerning.
ಗಾಥಾ 246. ಯೋಪಾಣಂ ಅತಿಪಾತೇತಿ ಮುಸಾವಾದಂಚ ಭಾಸತಿ ಲೋಕೆ ಅದಿನ್ನಂ ಆದಿಯತಿ ಪರದಾರಂಚ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 247. ಸುರಾ ಮೇರಯ ಪಾನಂಚ ಯೋ ನರೋ ಅನುಯುಂಜತಿ ಇಧೇವ ಮೇಸೋ ಲೋಕಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಮೂಲಂ ಖಣತಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ.
Verse number 246 and 247. One who destroys life, utters lies, takes what is not given, goes to another man's wife, and is addicted to intoxicating drinks. Such a man digs up his own root even in this very world.
ಗಾಥಾ 248. ಏವಂ ಭೋ ಪುರಿಸ ಜಾನಾಹಿ ಪಾಪಧಮ್ಮ ಅಸನ್ಯತ ಮಾತಂಗ್ ಲೋಭೋ ಅಧಮ್ಮೋಚ ಚಿರಂ ದುಃಖಾಯ ರಂಧಯುಂ.
Verse number 248. Know this, O good man, evil things are difficult to control. Let not greed and wickedness drag you to protracted misery.
ಗಾಥಾ 249. ದದಾತಿವೇ ಯಥಾ ಸದ್ಧಂ ಯಥಾ ಪಸಾದನಂ ಜನೋ ಥತ್ತಯೋ ಮಂಕು ಭವತಿ ಪರೇಸಂ ಪಾನಭೋಜನೆ ನಸೋ ದಿವಾವರತ್ತಿಂವಾ ಸಮಾಧಿಂ ಅಧಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 249. People give according to their faith or regard. If one becomes discontented with the food and drink given by others, one does not attain meditative absorption, either by day or by night.
ಗಾಥಾ 250. ಯಸ್ಸ ಚೇತಂ ಸಮುಚ್ಛಿನ್ನಂ ಮೂಲಘಚ್ಚಂ ಸಮೂಹತಂ ಸವೇ ದಿವಾವಾ ರತ್ತಿಂ ವಾ ಸಮಾಧಿಂ ಅಧಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 250. Because he in whom this discontent is fully destroyed, uprooted, and extinct, he attains absorption both by day and by night.
ಗಾಥಾ 251. ನತ್ತಿ ರಾಗ ಸಮೋ ಅಗ್ಗಿ ನತ್ತಿ ದೋಷ ಸಮೋ ಗಹೋ ನತ್ತಿ ಮೋಹ ಸಮೋ ಜಾಲಂ ನತ್ತಿ ತಣ್ಹಾ ಸಮಾನದಿ.
Verse number 251. There is no fire like lust. There is no grip like hatred. There is no net like delusion. And there is no river like craving.
ಗಾಥಾ 252. ಸುದಸ್ಸಂ ವಜ್ಜಮನ್ಯೇ ಸಂ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಪನದುದ್ದಸಂ ಪರೇ ಸಂಹಿ ಸೋ ವಜ್ಜಾನಿ ಓಪುನಾತಿ ಯಥಾಭುಸಂ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಪರಛಾದೇತಿ ಕಲಿಂಗ್ವಾ ಕಿತವಾ ಸಠೋ.
Verse number 252. Easily seen is the fault of others, but one's own is difficult to see. Like chaff, one winnows another's faults, but hides one's own, even as a crafty fowler hides behind sham branches.
ಗಾಥಾ 253. ಪರಾವಜ್ಜಾನುಪಸ್ಸಿಸ್ಸ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಉಜ್ಜಾನ ಸಂಗಿನೋ ಆಸವ ತಸ್ಸ ವಡ್ಢಂತಿ ಆರಾಸೋ ಆಸವಕ್ಷಯ.
Verse number 253. He who seeks another's fault, who is ever censorious, his cankers grow. He is far from destruction of the cankers.
ಗಾಥಾ 254. ಆಕಾಶೇವ ಪದಂನತ್ಥಿ ಸಮಣೋ ನತ್ತಿ ಬಾಹಿರೆ ಪಪಂಚಾಭಿರತಾಪಜ ನಿಪ್ಪಪಂಚ ತಥಾಗತ.
Verse number 254. There is no track in the sky and no recluse outside the Buddha's dispensation. Mankind delights in worldliness, but the Buddhas are free from worldliness.
ಗಾಥಾ 255. ಆಕಾಶೇ ಪದಂ ನತ್ಥಿ ಸಮಣೋ ನತ್ತಿ ಬಾಹಿರೆ ಸಂಕಾರ ಸಸ್ಸತಾ ನತ್ಥಿ ನತ್ತಿ ಬುದ್ಧಾನ ಮಿಂಚಿತಂ ಮಲವಗ್ಗೋ ಅಠಾರಸಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 255. There is no track in the sky and no recluse outside the Buddha's dispensation. There is no conditioned things that are eternal and no instability in the Buddhas. Malavaggo attarasamo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ ವರ್ಗ 19 ಧಮ್ಮಟ್ಟವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 256. ನತೇನ ಹೋತಿ ಧಮ್ಮಟ್ಟೋ ಏನಥಂ ಸಾಹಸಾನಯೇ ಯೋಚ ಆತ್ತಂ ಅನತ್ತಂಚ ಉಭೋ ನಿಶ್ಚಯ್ಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Chapter number 19. Dhammatavaggo, the just. Verse number 256. Not by passing arbitrary judgments does a man become just. A wise man is he who investigates both right and wrong.
ಗಾಥಾ 257. ಅಸಾಹಸೇನ ಧಮ್ಮೇನ ಸಮೇನ ನಯತಿ ಪರೇ ಧಮ್ಮಸ್ಸ ಗುತ್ತೋ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಧಮ್ಮಟ್ಟೋತಿ ಪವುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 257. He who does not judge others arbitrarily but passes judgment impartially according to the truth, that sagacious man is a guardian of law and is called just.
ಗಾಥಾ 258. ನಾತೇನ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಹೋತಿ ಯಾವತ ಬಹುಭಾಸತಿ ಖೇಮಿ ಅವೇರಿ ಅಭಯೋ ಪಂಡಿತೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 258. One is not wise because one speaks much. He who is peaceable, friendly and fearless is called wise.
ಗಾಥಾ 259. ನ ತಾವತ ಧಮ್ಮದರೋ ಯಾವತ ಬಹುಭಾಸತಿ ಯೋಚ ಅಪ್ಪಂಪಿ ಸುತ್ವಾನ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಕಾಯೇನ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಸವೇ ಧಮ್ಮದರೋ ಹೋತಿ ಯೋ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ನಪ್ಪಮಜ್ಜತಿ.
Verse number 259. A man is not versed in Dhamma because he speaks much. He who, after hearing even a little Dhamma, realizes its truth directly and not heedless of it, is truly versed in the Dhamma.
ಗಾಥಾ 260. ನತೇನ ಥೇರೋ ಸೋಹೋತಿ ಯೋ ನಸ್ಸ ಫಲಿತಂ ಶಿರೋ ಪರಿಪಕ್ವೋ ವಯೋ ತಸ್ಸ ಮೋಘಜಿನ್ನೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 260. A monk is not an elder because his head is grey. He is but ripe in age, and he is called one grown old in vain.
ಗಾಥಾ 261. ಯಂ ಹಿ ಸಚ್ಚಂಚ ಧಮ್ಮೋಚ ಅಹಿಂಸಾ ಸಂಯಮೋ ದಮೋ ಸವೇ ವಂತಮಲೋ ಧೀರೋ ಥೇರೋ ಇತಿ ಪವುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 261. One in whom there is truthfulness, virtue, inoffensiveness, restraint, and self-mastery, who is free from defilements and is wise, he is truly called an elder.
ಗಾಥಾ 262. ನಾವಾಕ್ಕರಣ ಮತ್ತೇನ ವಣ್ಣ ಪೊಕ್ಕರತಾಯವ ಸಾಧುರೂಪೋ ನರೋ ಹೋತಿ ಇಸ್ಸುಕಿ ಮಚ್ಚರಿ ಸಠೋ.
Verse number 262. Not by mere eloquence, nor by beauty of form, does a man become accomplished, if he is jealous, selfish, and deceitful.
ಗಾಥಾ 263. ಯಸ್ಸ ಚೇತಂ ಸಮುಚ್ಛಿನ್ನಂ ಮೂಲಘಚ್ಚಂ ಸಮೂಹತಂ ಸ ವಂತದೋಸೋ ಮೇಧಾವಿ ಸಾಧುರೂಪೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 263. But he in whom these are wholly destroyed, uprooted, and extinct, and who has cast out hatred, that wise man is truly accomplished.
ಗಾಥಾ 264. ನಮುಂಡಕೇನ ಸಮಣೋ ಅಬ್ಬತೋ ಅಲಿಕಂಬಣಂ ಇಚ್ಛಾ ಲೋಭ ಸಮಾಪನ್ನೋ ಸಮಣೋ ಕಿಂ ಭವಿಷ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 264. Not by shaven head does a man who is indisciplined and untruthful become a monk. How can he who is full of desire and greed become a monk?
ಗಾಥಾ 265. ಯೋಚ ಸಮೇತಿ ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಅಣುಂ ಥೂಲಾನಿ ಸಬ್ಬಸೋ ಸಮಿತತ್ತಾ ಹಿ ಪಾಪಾನಂ ಸಮಣೋ ತಿ ಪವುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 265. He who wholly subdues evil, both small and great, is called a monk, because he has overcome all evil.
ಗಾಥಾ 266. ನಾ ತೇನ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಹೋತಿ ಯಾವತಾ ಭಿಕ್ಕತೆ ಪರೇ ವಿಸ್ಸಂಧಮ್ಮಂ ಸಮಾದಾಯ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಹೋತಿ ನ ತಾವತಾ.
Verse number 267. One is whom there is truthfulness, virtue, inoffensiveness, restraint, and self-mastery, is free from defilements, and is wise, he is truly called an elder.
ಗಾಥಾ 267. ಯೋಧ ಪುಣ್ಯಂಚ ಪಾಪಂಚ ಬಾಹೇತ್ವ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚರ್ಯವಾ ಸಂಕಾಯ ಲೋಕೆ ಚರತಿ ಸವೇ ಭಿಕ್ಕೂತಿ ಉಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 268. He is not a monk just because he lives on another's arms. Not by adopting outward form does one become a true monk.
ಗಾಥಾ 268. ನಾಮೋನೇನ ಮುನಿ ಹೋತಿ ಮೂಢರೂಪೋ ಅವಿದ್ದಸು ಯೋಚ ತುಲಂಗ್ವಾ ಪಗ್ಗಹ್ಯ ವರಮಾದಾಯ ಪಂಡಿತೋ.
Verse number 268. Not by observing silence does one become a sage, if he be foolish and ignorant, but that man is wise, who, as if holding a balance scale, accepts only the good.
ಗಾಥಾ 269. ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಪರಿವಜ್ಜೇತಿ ಸ ಮುನಿ ತೇನ ಸೋ ಮುನಿ ಯೋ ಮುನಾತಿ ಉಭೋ ಲೋಕೆ ಮುನಿ ತೇನ ಪೌಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 269. Verse number 269. The sage, thus rejecting the evil, is truly a sage, since he comprehends both present and the future worlds. He is called a sage.
ಗಾಥಾ 270. ನಾತೇನ ಅರಿಯೋ ಹೋತಿ ಯೇನ ಪಾಣಾನಿ ಹಿಂಸತಿ ಅಹಿಂಸಾ ಸಬ್ಬ ಪಾಣಾನಂ ಅರಿಯೋ ತಿ ಪೌಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 270. He is not noble who injures living beings. He is called noble because he is harmless towards all living beings.
ಗಾಥಾ 271. ನ ಶೀಲಬ್ಬತಮತ್ತೇನ ಬಾಹುಸಚ್ಚೇನ ವಾಪನ ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಾಧಿಲಾಭೇನ ವಿವಿತ್ತ ಶಯನೇನ ವಾ. ಗಾಥಾ 272. ಪುಸಾಮಿ ನೆಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಸುಖಂ ಅಪುತುಜ್ಜನ ಸೇವಿತಂ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಮಾಪಾದಿ ಅಪ್ಪತ್ತೋ ಆಸವಕ್ಷಯಂ. ಧಮ್ಮಟ್ಟವಗ್ಗೋ ಏಕೋನ ವೀಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 271 and verse number 272. Not by rules and observances, not even by much learning, nor by gain of absorption, nor by life of seclusion, nor by thinking, I enjoy the bliss of renunciation, which is not experienced by the worldlings. Should you, O monks, rest content until the utter destruction of the cankers, arhatship is reached. Dhammatavago ekunavasyatatamo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 20 ಮಗ್ಗವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 273. ಮಗ್ಗ ನಟ್ಟಂಗಿಕೋ ಸೆಠ್ಠೋ ಸಚ್ಚಾನಂ ಚತುರೋಪದ ವಿರಾಗೋ ಸೆಠ್ಠೋ ಧಮ್ಮಾನಂ ದ್ವಿಪದಾನಂಚ ಚಕ್ಕುಮಾ.
Chapter number 20. Maggavago, the path. Verse number 273. Of all paths, the eightfold path is the best. Of all truths, the four noble truths are the best. Of all things, passionlessness is the best. Of men, The seeing one, the Buddha, is the best.
ಗಾಥಾ 274. ಯೇ ಸೇವ ಮಗ್ಗೋ ನತ್ತಂಗ್ಯೋ ದಸ್ಸನಸ್ಸ ವಿಶುದ್ಧಿಯ ಯೇ ತಂಹಿ ತುಮ್ಹೆ ಪಟಿಪಜ್ಜತ ಮಾರಸ್ಸೆ ತಂ ಪಮೋಹನಂ.
Verse number 274. This is the only path. There is none other for the purification of insight. Tread this path and you will bewilder Mara. Verse number 275. Walking upon this path, you will make an end of suffering. Having discovered how to pull out the thorn of lust, I make known the path.
ಗಾಥಾ 275. ಯೇ ತಂಹಿ ತುಮ್ಮೆ ಪಟಿಪನ್ನ ತುಕ್ಕ ಸಂತಂ ಕರಿಸ್ಸಥ ಅಖ್ಯಾತೋ ವೋ ಭಯಾಮಗ್ಗೋ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಸಲ್ಲಕಂತನಂ.
Verse number 275. Walking upon this path, you will make an end of suffering. Having discovered how to pull out the thorn of lust, I make known the path.
ಗಾಥಾ 276. ತುಮ್ಮೇ ಹಿ ಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ಆತಪ್ಪಂ ಅಖ್ಯಾತಾರೋ ತಥಾಗತ ಪಟಿಪನ್ನ ಪಮೊಕ್ಕಂತಿ ಝಾಯಿನೋ ಮಾರಬಂಧನ.
Verse number 276. You yourselves must strive. The Buddhas only point the way. Those meditative ones who tread the path are realized from the bonds of the Mara.
ಗಾಥಾ 277. ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಸಂಖಾರ ಅನಿಚ್ಚಾತಿ ಯದಾ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಅತ ನಿಬ್ಬಿಂದತಿ ದುಃಖೇ ಯೇ ಸಮಗ್ಗೋ ವಿಶುದ್ಧಿಯ.
Verse number 277. All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This is the path of purification.
ಗಾಥಾ 278. ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಸಂಖಾರ ದುಃಖಾತಿ ಯದಾ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಹತ ನಿಬ್ಬಂದತಿ ದುಃಖೇ ಯೇ ಸಮಗ್ಗೋ ವಿಶುದ್ಧಿಯ.
Verse number 278. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This is the path of purification.
ಗಾಥಾ 279. ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಧಮ್ಮ ಅನತ್ತಾತಿ ಯದಾ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಪಶ್ಯತಿ ಅತ ನಿಬ್ಬಿಂದತಿ ದುಃಖೇ ಯೇ ಸಮಗ್ಗೋ ವಿಶುದ್ಧಿಯ.
Verse number 279. All things are not self. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This is the path to purification.
ಗಾಥಾ 280. ಉಟ್ಟಾಲ ಕಾಲಂ ಹಿ ಅನುಟ್ಟಹಾನೋ ಯುವಾ ಬಲಿ ಆಲಸಿಯಂ ಉಪೇತೋ ಸಂಸನ್ನ ಸಂಕಪ್ಪಮಾನೋ ಕುಸಿತೋ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಮಗ್ಗಂ ಅಲಸೋ ನ ವಿಂದತಿ.
Verse number 280. The idler who does not exert himself when he should, who, though young and strong, is full of sloth, with a mind full of vain thoughts, such an indolent man does not find the path to wisdom.
ಗಾಥಾ 281. ವಾಚಾನುರುಕ್ಷಿ ಮನಸಾ ಸುಸಂಗುತೋ ಕಾಯೇನ ಚ ನಾ ಕುಶಲಂ ಕೈರಾ ಏತೆ ತಯೋ ಕಮ್ಮಪತೆ ವಿಶೋಧಯೇ ಆರಾಧಯೇ ಮಗ್ಗಮಿಸಿಪ್ಪವೇದಿತಂ.
Verse number 281. Let a man be watchful of speech, well controlled in mind, not commit evil in bodily action. Let him purify these three courses of action and win the path made known by the great sage.
282 ಯೋಗಾವೇ ಜಾಯತಿ ಭೂರಿ ಅಯೋಗ ಭೂರಿ ಸಂಕಯೋ ಏತಂ ದ್ವಿಧಾ ಪತಂ ಯತ್ವಾ ಭವಾಯ ವಿಭವಾಯ ಚ ತತತ್ತಾನಂ ನಿವೇಶಯ್ಯ ಯಥಾ ಭೂರಿ ಪವಡ್ಡತಿ.
Verse number 282. Wisdom springs from meditation. Without meditation, wisdom wanes. Having known these two paths of progress and decline, let a man so conduct himself that his wisdom may increase.
ಗಾಥಾ 283 ವನಂ ಚಿಂಧತ ಮಾ ರುಕ್ಷಂ ವನತೋ ಜಾಯತೆ ಭಯಂ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ವಾ ವನಂಚ ವನತಂಚ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನ ಹೋತ ಭಿಕ್ಕವೋ.
Verse number 283. Cut down the forest of lust, but not the tree. From the forest springs fear. Having cut down the forest and the underbrush, which is desire,
ಗಾಥಾ
be
284
passionless, O monks.
ಯಾವ ಹಿ ವನಥೋ ನ ಚಿಜ್ಜತಿ ಅಣುಮತ್ತೋಪಿ ನರಸ್ಸ ನಾರಿಸು ಪಟಿಬದ್ಧ ಮನೋವ ತಾವಸೋ ವಚ್ಚೋ ಕ್ಷೀರಪಕೋವ ಮಾತರಿ.
Verse number 284. For so long as the underbrush of desire, even the most subtle of a man's towards a woman, is not cut down, his mind is in bondage, like a sucking calf to its mother.
ಗಾಥಾ 285 ಉಚ್ಛಿಂದ ಸಿನೇಹಮತ್ತನೋ ಕುಮುದಂ ಸಾರದಿಕಂವ ಪಾಣಿನ ಸಂತಿ ಮಗ್ಗಮೇವ ಬ್ರೂಹಯ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಂ ಸುಗತೇನ ದೇಸಿತಂ.
Verse number 285. Cut off your affection in the manner a man plucks with his hand an autumn lotus. Cultivate only the path to peace, Nibbana, as made known by the exalted one.
ಗಾಥಾ 286 ಇದ ವಸ್ಸಂ ವಸಿಸ್ಸಾಮಿ ಇದ ಹೇಮಂತ ಗಿಂಹಿಸು ಇತಿ ಬಾಲೋ ವಿಚಿಂತೇತಿ ಅಂತರಾಯಂ ನ ಭುಂಜತಿ.
Verse number 286. Here shall I live during the rains, here in winter and summer. Thus thinks the fool. He does not realize the danger that death might intervene.
ಗಾಥಾ 287 ತಂ ಪುತ್ತ ಪಶು ಸಮ್ಮತ್ತಂ ವ್ಯಾಸತ್ತ ಮನಸಂ ನರಂ ಸುತ್ತಂ ಗಾಮಂ ಮಹೋಘೋವ ಮಚ್ಚು ಆದಾಯ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 287. As a great flood carries away a sleeping village, so death seizes and carries away the man with a clinging mind, doting on his children and cattle.
ಗಾಥಾ 288 ನಾಸಂತಿ ಪುತ್ತ ತಾಡಾಯ ನ ಪಿತಾ ನಾಪಿ ಬಂಧವ ಅಂತಕೇನ ಅಧಿಪನ್ನಸ್ಸ ನತ್ತಿ ಜ್ಞಾತೀಸು ತಾಣತಾ.
Verse number 288. For him who is assailed by death, there is no protection by kinsmen. None there are to save him, no sons, nor father, nor relatives.
ಗಾಥಾ 289 ಏತಮತ್ತ ವಸಂಯತ್ವ ಪಂಡಿತೋ ಶೀಲಸಂಗುತೋ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಗಮನಂ ಮಗ್ಗಂ ಕ್ಷಿಪ್ಪಮೇವ ವಿಶೋಧಯೇ ಮಗ್ಗವಗ್ಗೋ ವಿಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 289. Realizing this fact, let the wise man, restrained by morality, hasten to clear the path leading to Nibbana. Amagavaggo visatimo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 21 ಪಕಿಣ್ಣಕವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 290. ಮತ್ತ ಸುಖ ಪರಿಚ್ಛಾಗ ಪಸ್ಸೇಚೆ ವಿಫುಲಂ ಸುಖಂ ಚಚೇ ಮತ್ತ ಸುಖಂ ಧೀರೋ ಸಂಪಸ್ಸಂ ವಿಪುಲಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Chapter 21. Pakinakavaggo, miscellaneous. Verse number 290. If by renouncing a lesser happiness one may realize a greater happiness, let the wise man renounce the lesser, having regard for the greater.
ಗಾಥಾ 291. ಪರಮಂ ಅಕ್ಕೂಪಧಾನೇನ ಆತ್ಮನೋ ಸುಖಮಿಚ್ಛತಿ ವೇರ ಸಂಸಗ್ಗ ಸಂಸಟ್ಟೋ ವೇರ ಸೋ ನ ಪರಿಮುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 291. Entangled by the bonds of hate, he who seeks his own happiness by inflicting pain on others is never delivered from hatred.
ಗಾಥಾ 292. ಯಂಹಿ ಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ಅಪವಿದ್ದಂ ಅಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ಪನ ಕೈರತಿ ಉನ್ನಾಳಲಾನಂ ಪಮತ್ತಾನಂ ತೇಸಂ ವಡ್ಡಂತಿ ಆಸವಾ.
Verse number 292. The cankers only increase for those who are arrogant and are heedless, who leave undone what should be done and do what should not be done.
ಗಾಥಾ 293. ಯೇ ಸಂಚ ಸುಸಮಾರದ್ಧ ನಿಚ್ಚಂ ಕಾಯಗತಾ ಸತಿ ಅಕಿಚ್ಚಂ ತೇನ ಸೇವಂತಿ ಕಿಚ್ಚೆ ಸಾತಚ್ಚಕಾರಿನೋ ಸತಾನಂ ಸಂಪಜಾನಾನಂ ಅರ್ಥಂ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಆಸವಾ.
Verse number 293. The cankers cease for those mindful and clearly comprehending ones who always earnestly practice mindfulness of the body, who does not resort to what should be done and steadfastly pursue what should be done.
ಗಾಥಾ 294. ಮಾತರಂ ಪಿತರಂ ಹಂತ್ವಾ ರಾಜನೋ ದ್ವೇ ಚ ಖತ್ತಿಯೇ ರಟ್ಟಂ ಸಾನುಚರಂ ಹಂತ್ವಾ ಅನಿಘೋ ಯಾತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ.
Verse number 294. Having slain mother, that's craving, father, which is self-conceit, two warrior kings, eternalism and nihilism, and destroyed a country, sense organs and sense objects, together with its treasure, which is attachment and lust. Ungrieving goes the holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 295. ಮಾತರಂ ಪಿತರಂ ಹಂತ್ವಾ ರಾಜಾನೋ ದ್ವೇ ಚ ಸೋತ್ಥಿಯೇ ವೇಯಗ್ಗ ಪಂಚಮಂ ಹಂತ್ವಾ ಅನಿಘೋ ಯಾತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ.
Verse number 295. Having slain mother, father, 2 Brahmin kings, 2 extreme views, and a tiger, and the 5th, the 5 mental hindrances, ungrieving goes the holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 296. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚರತ್ತೋಚ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ಬುದ್ಧಗತಾ ಸತಿ.
Verse number 296. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, who day and night constantly practice the recollection of the qualities of the Buddha.
ಗಾಥಾ 297. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚರತ್ತೋಚ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ಧಮ್ಮಗತಾ ಸತಿ.
Verse number 297. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, who day and night constantly practice the recollection of the qualities of the Dhamma.
ಗಾಥಾ 298. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚ ರತ್ತೋಚ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ಸಂಗಗತಾ ಸತಿ.
Verse number 298. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, who day and night constantly practice the recollection of the qualities of the Sangha.
ಗಾಥಾ 299. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚ ರತ್ತೋಚ ನಿತ್ಯಂ ಕಾಯಗತಾ ಸತಿ.
Verse number 299. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, who day and night constantly practice mindfulness of the body.
ಗಾಥಾ 300. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚ ರತ್ತೋಚ ಅಹಿಂಸಾಯ ರಥೋ ಮನೋ.
Verse number 300. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, whose minds by day and night delight in the practice of non-violence.
ಗಾಥಾ 301. ಸುಪ್ಪಬುದ್ಧಂ ಪಬುಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಸದಾ ಗೋತಮ ಸಾವಕ ಏಸಂ ದಿವಾಚ ರತ್ತೋಚ ಭಾವನಾಯ ರಥೋ ಮನೋ.
Verse number 301. Those disciples of Gautama ever awaken happily, whose minds by day and night delight in the practice of meditation.
ಗಾಥಾ 302. ದುಪ್ಪಬ್ಬಜ್ಜಂ ದುರಭಿರಮಂ ದುರಾವಾಸ ಘರಾದುಕ ದುಃಖೋ ಸಮಾನ ಸಂವಾಸೋ ದುಃಖಾನು ಪತಿತದ್ದಗು ತಸ್ಮಾನ ಚದ್ದಗೂಸಿಯ ನ ಚ ದುಃಖಾನು ಪತಿತೋಸಿಯ.
Verse number 302. Difficult is life as a monk. Difficult is to delight therein. And also difficult and sorrowful household life. Suffering comes from association with unequals. Suffering comes from wandering in samsara. Therefore, be not an aimless wanderer. Be not a pursuer of suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 303. ಸದ್ಧೋ ಶೀಲೇನ ಸಂಪನ್ನೋ ಯಶೋ ಭೋಗ ಸಮರ್ಪಿತೋ ಯಂ ಯಂ ಪದೇ ಸಂ ಭಜತಿ ತತ್ತ ತತ್ತೇವ ಪೂಜಿತೋ.
Verse number 303. He who is full of faith and virtue and possesses good repute and wealth, he is respected everywhere, in whatever land he travels.
ಗಾಥಾ 304. ದೂರೇ ಸಂತೋ ಪಕಾಸಂತಿ ಹಿಮವಂತೋ ವ ಪಬ್ಬುತೋ ಅಸಂತೇತ್ಥ ನದಿಸ್ಸಂತಿ ರತ್ತಿಂ ಖಿತ್ತ ಯಥಾಸರಾ.
Verse number 304. The good shine even from far, like the Himalaya mountain, but the wicked are unseen, like arrows shot in the night.
ಗಾಥಾ 305. ಏಕಾಸನಂ ಏಕಸಯ್ಯಂ ಏಕೋ ಚರಮತಂದಿತೋ ಏಕೋ ದಮಯಮತ್ತಾನಂ ವನಂತೆ ರಮಿತೋಸಿಯಾ. ಪಕ್ಕಿಣ್ಣವಗ್ಗೋ ಏಕವೀಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 305. He who sits alone, sleeps alone, and walks alone, who is strenuous and subdues himself alone, will find delight in the solitude of the forest. Pakinaka vaggo ekavisatimo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 22 ನಿರಯವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 306. ಅಭೂತವಾದಿ ನಿರಯಂಗುಪೇತಿ ಯೋ ವಾಪಿ ಕತ್ವಾನ ಕರೋಮಿ ಚಾಹ ಉಭೋಪಿ ತೇ ಪೇಚ್ಚ ಸಮಾ ಭವಂತಿ ನಿಹೀನ ಕಮ್ಮ ಮನುಜ ಪರತ್ಥ.
Chapter number 22. Nirayavaggo, the state of woe. Verse number 306. The liar goes to the state of woe. Also, he who having done wrong says, I did not do it. Men of base actions, both on departing, they share the same destiny in the other world.
ಗಾಥಾ 307. ಕಾಸಾವಕಂಠಾ ಬಹವೋ ಪಾಪಧಮ್ಮ ಅಸಂಯತ ಪಾಪ ಪಾಪೇಹಿ ಕಮ್ಮೇಹಿ ನಿರಯಂತೆ ಉಪಪಜ್ಜರೆ.
Verse number 307. There are many evil characters and uncontrolled men wearing the saffron robe. Those wicked men will be born in the state of woe because of their evil deeds.
ಗಾಥಾ 308. ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಅಯೋಗಳೋ ಭುತ್ತೋ ತತ್ತೋ ಅಗ್ಗೀಸಿ ಕೂಪಮೋ ಯನ್ಯೇ ಭುಂಜಯ್ಯ ದುಸ್ಸೀಲೋ ರಟ್ಟಂ ಪಿಂಡಮಸಂಯತೋ.
Verse number 308. It would be better to swallow a red hot iron ball, blazing like fire, than as an immoral and uncontrolled monk to eat the alms of the people.
ಗಾಥಾ 309. ಚತ್ತಾರಿ ಠಾನಾನಿ ನರೋಪಮತ್ತೋ ಅಪಜ್ಜತಿ ಪರದಾರೂಪಸೇವಿ ಅಪುಣ್ಯಲಾಭಂ na nikamasayang nindang tatiyang nirayang chatuthang.
Verse number 309. 4 misfortunes befell the reckless man who consorts with another's wife: acquisition of demerit, disturbed sleep, ill repute, and rebirth in the states of woe.
ಗಾಥಾ 310. ಅಪುಣ್ಯಲಾಭೋ ಚಗತಿ ಪಾಪಿಕಾ ಭೀತಸ್ಸ ಭೀತಾಯ ರತಿ ಚ ಥೋಕಿಕಾ ರಾಜಾ ಚ ದಂಡಂ ಗರುಕಂ ಪಣೇತಿ ತಸ್ಮಾ ನರೋ ಪರದಾರಂ ನ ಸೇವೆ.
Verse number 310. Such a man acquires demerit and an unhappy birth in the future. Brief is the pleasure of the frightened man and woman, and the king imposes heavy punishment. Hence, let no man consort with another's wife.
ಗಾಥಾ 311. ಕುಸೋ ಯಥಾ ದುಗ್ಗಹಿತೋ ಹತ್ತಮೇವಾನು ಕಂತತಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯಂ ದುಪ್ಪರಾಮಠ್ಠಂ ನಿರಯ ಯುಪಕಡ್ಢತಿ.
Verse number 311. Just as kusa grass wrongly handled cuts the hand, even so a recluse's life, wrongly lived, drags one to the states of void.
ಗಾಥಾ 312. ಯಂ ಕಿಂಚಿ ಶಿಥಿಲಂ ಕಮ್ಮಂ ಸಂಕಿಲಿಟ್ಟಂಚ ಯಂ ವತಂ ಸಂಕಸ್ಸರಂ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚರ್ಯಂ ನತಂ ಹೋತಿ ಮಹಫಲಂ.
Verse number 312. Any loose act, any corrupt observance, any life of questionable celibacy, none of these bear much fruit.
ಗಾಥಾ 313. ಕೈರಾಚ ಕೈರಾಥೇನಂ ದಳ್ಳಮೇನಂ ಪರಕ್ಕಮೇ ಶಿಥಿಲೋ ಹಿ ಪರಿಬ್ಬಾಜೋ ಭೀಯೋ ಅಕಿರತೆ ರಜಂ.
Verse number 313. If anything is to be done, let one do it with sustained vigor. A lax monastic life stirs up the dust of passion. An evil deed is better left undone, for such a deed torments one afterwards. But a good deed is better one, doing which one repents not later.
ಗಾಥಾ 314. ಅಕತಂ ದುಕ್ಕಟಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಪಶ್ಚಾತ್ತಪ್ಪತಿ ದುಕ್ಕಟಂ ಕಥಂಚ ಸುಖತಂ ಸೆಯ್ಯೋ ಯಂ ಕತ್ವಾ ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 315. ನಗರಂ ಯಥಾ ಪಚ್ಚಂತಂ ಗುತ್ತಂ ಸಂತರ ಬಾಹಿರಂ ಏವಂ ಗೋಪೇಥ ಅತ್ತಾನಂ ಖೀಣೋವೋ ಮಾ ಉಪಜ್ಜಗಾ ಖಣಾತೀತ ಹಿ ಸೋಚಂತಿ ನಿರಯಂ ಹಿ ಸಮಪ್ಪಿತಾ.
Verse number 315. Just as a border city is closely guarded, both within and without, even so, guard yourself. Do not let slip this opportunity of spiritual growth. For those who let slip this opportunity grieve indeed when consigned to hell.
ಗಾಥಾ 316. ಅಲಜ್ಜಿತಾಯೇ ಲಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಲಜ್ಜಿತಾಯೇ ನ ಲಜ್ಜರೆ ಮಿಚ್ಚಾದಿಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಸತ್ತ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ದುಗ್ಗತಿಂ.
Verse number 316. Those who are ashamed of what they should not be ashamed of, and are not ashamed of what they should be ashamed of, upholding false views, they go to the states of woe.
ಗಾಥಾ 317. ಅಭಯೇ ಭಯದಸ್ಸಿನೋ ಭಯೇ ಚ ಭಯದಸ್ಸಿನೋ ಮಿಚ್ಚಾದಿಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಸತ್ತ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ದುಗ್ಗತಿಂ.
Verse number 317. Those who see something to fear where there is nothing to fear, and see nothing to fear where there is something to fear, upholding false views, they go to the states of woe.
ಗಾಥಾ 318. ಅವಜ್ಜೆ ವಜ್ಜಮತಿನೋ ವಜ್ಜೆ ಚಾವಜ್ಜದಸ್ಸಿನೋ ಮಿಚ್ಚಾದಿಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಸತ್ತ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ದುಗ್ಗತಿಂ.
Verse number 318. Those who imagine evil where there is none, and do not see evil where it is upholding false views, they go to the states of woe.
ಗಾಥಾ 319. ವಜ್ಜಂಚ ವಜ್ಜತೋನ್ಯತ್ವಾ ಅವಜ್ಜಂಚ ಅವಜ್ಜತೋ ಸಮ್ಮಾದಿಟ್ಠಿ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಸತ್ತ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಸುಗ್ಗತಿಂ. ನಿರಯವಗ್ಗೋ ಭಾವೀಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ. ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಳಿ ವರ್ಗ 23 ನಾಗವಗ್ಗೋ.
Verse number 319. Those who discern the wrong as wrong and the right as right, upholding right views, they go to the realms of bliss. Niraya Vaggo Dvavisatimo Nithito.
ಗಾಥಾ 320. ಅಹಂ ನಾಗೋವ ಸಂಗಾಮೆ ಚಾಪತೋ ಪತಿತಂ ಸರಂ ಅತಿವಾಕ್ಯಂ ತಿತಿಕ್ಕಿಸ್ಸಂ ದುಸ್ಸೀಲೋ ಹಿ ಬಹುಜ್ಜನೋ.
Verse number 320. As an elephant in the battlefield withstands arrows shot from bows all around, even so shall I endure abuse. There are many, indeed, who lack virtue. But better still is the man who has subdued himself.
ಗಾಥಾ 321. ದಂತಂ ನಯಂತಿ ಸಮಿತಿಂ ದಂತಂ ರಾಜಾಭಿರೂಹತಿ ದಂತೋ ಸೇಠೋ ಮನುಷ್ಯೇಷು ಯೋ ಅತಿವಾಕ್ಯಂ ತಿತಿಕ್ಕತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 322. ವರಮಸ್ಸತರಾದಂತ ಆಜಾನೀಯ ಚ ಸಿಂಧವ ಕುಂಜರ ಚ ಮಹಾನಾಗ ಅತ್ತದಂತೋ ತಥೋ ವರಂ.
Verse number 322. Excellent or well-trained mules, thoroughbred Sindhu horses, and noble tusker elephants. But better still is the man who has subdued himself.
ಗಾಥಾ 323. ನಹಿ ಏತೆ ಹಿ ಯಾನೇ ಹಿ ಗಚ್ಚಯ್ಯ ಅಗತಂ ದಿಸಂ ಯಥತ್ಥಾನ ಸುದಂತೇನ ದಂತೋ ದಂತೇನ ಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 323. Not by these mounts, however, would one go to the untrodden land of Nibbana, as one who is self-tamed goes by his own tamed and well-controlled mind.
ಗಾಥಾ 324. ಧನಪಾಲಕೋ ನಾಮ ಕುಂಜರೋ ಕುಟುಕು ಭೇದನೋ ದುನ್ನಿವಾರಯೋ ಬುದ್ಧೋ ಕಬಳಂ ನ ಭುಂಜತಿ ಸುಮರತಿ ನಾಗವನಸ್ಸ ಕುಂಜರೋ.
Verse number 324. Musty during rut, the tusker named Dhanapalaka is uncontrollable. Held in captivity, the tusker does not touch a morsel, but only longingly calls to mind the elephant forest.
ಗಾಥಾ 325. ಮಿದ್ಧೀಯದಾ ಹೋತಿ ಮಹಗ್ಗಸೋಚ ನಿದ್ದಾಯಿತ ಸಂಪರಿವತ್ತಸಾಯಿ ಮಹಾವರಾಹೋವ ನಿವಾಪಪುಟ್ಟೋ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಃ ಗಬ್ಬ ಮುಪೇತಿ ಮಂದೋ.
Verse number 325. When a man is sluggish and gluttonous, sleeping and rolling around in bed like a fat domestic pig, that sluggard undergoes rebirth again and again.
ಗಾಥಾ 326. ಇದಂ ಪುರೇ ಚಿತ್ತಮಚಾರಿಚಾರಿತಂ ಏನಿಚ್ಚಕಂ ಯತ್ತ ಕಾಮಂ ಯಥಾ ಸುಖಂ ತದಜ್ಜಹಂ ನಿಗ್ಗಹೇಸ್ಸಾಮಿ ಯೋನಿಸೋ ಹತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಭಿನ್ನಂ ವಿಯ ಅಂಕುಸಗ್ಗಹೋ.
Verse number 326. Formerly, this mind wandered about as it liked, where it wished, and according to its pleasures. But now I shall thoroughly master it with wisdom, and as a mahout controls with his ankus an elephant in rut.
ಗಾಥಾ 327. ಅಪ್ಪಮಾದರತಾ ಹೋತ ಸಚಿತ್ತ ಮನುರಕ್ಷಥ ದುಗ್ಗಾ ಉತ್ತರಥತ್ತಾನಂ ಪಂಖೆ ಸನ್ನೋವ ಕುಂಜರೋ.
Verse number 327. Delight in heedfulness. Guard well your thoughts. Draw yourself out of this bog of evil, even as an elephant draws himself out of the mud.
ಗಾಥಾ 328. ಸಚೇ ಲಭೇತ ನಿಪಕಂ ಸಹಾಯಂ ಸದ್ದಿಂ ಚರಂ ಸಾಧು ವಿಹಾರಿ ಧೀರಂ ಅಭಿಭೂಯ ಸಬ್ಬಾನಿ ಪರಿಸ್ಸಯಾನಿ ಚರಯ್ಯ ತೇನತ್ತ ಮನೋಸತೀಮಾ.
Verse number 327. If for company you find a wise and prudent friend who leads a good life, you should, overcoming all impediments, keep his company joyously and mindfully.
ಗಾಥಾ 329. ನೋಚೇ ಲಭೇತ ನಿಪಕಂ ಸಹಾಯಂ ಸದ್ದಿಂ ಚರಂ ಸಾಧು ವಿಹಾರಿ ಧೀರಂ ರಾಜಾವರಠಂ ವಿಜಿತಂ ಪಹಾಯ ಏಕೋ ಚರೆ ಮಾತಂಗರಣ್ಯೇವನಾಗೋ.
Verse number 329. If for company you cannot find a wise and prudent friend who leads a good life, then, like a king who leaves behind a concord kingdom, or like a lone elephant in the elephant forest, you should go your way alone.
ಗಾಥಾ 330. ಏಕಸ್ಸ ಚರಿತಂ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ನತ್ತಿ ಬಾಲೆ ಸಹಾಯತಾ ಏಕೋಚರೆ ನ ಚ ಪಾಪಾನಿ ಕೈರಾ ಅಪ್ಪುಸ್ಸುಕ್ಕೋ ಮಾತಂಗರಣ್ಯೇವನಾಗೋ.
Verse number 330. Better is to live alone. There is no fellowship with a fool. Live alone and do no evil. Be carefree like an elephant in the elephant forest.
ಗಾಥಾ 331. ಅಥಮ್ಮಿ ಸುಖ ಸಹಾಯ ತುಷ್ಟಿ ಸುಖಯ ಇತಿರೇತರೇನ ಪುಣ್ಯಂ ಸುಖಂ ಜೀವಿತ ಸಂಕಯಂ ಹಿ ಸಬ್ಬಸ್ಸ ದುಃಖಸ್ಸ ಸುಖಂ ಪಹಾನಂ.
Verse number 331. Good are friends when need arises. Good is contentment which just one has. Good is merit when life is at an end. And good is the abandoning of all suffering through the arahatship.
ಗಾಥಾ 332. ಸುಖ ಮತ್ತೈಯತಾ ಲೋಕೆ ಅಥೋ ಪೇತ್ತೈಯತಾ ಸುಖ ಸುಖ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯತಾ ಲೋಕೆ ಅಥೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯತಾ ಸುಖ.
Verse number 332. In this world, good it is to serve one's mother, good it is to serve one's father, and good it is to serve the monks, and good it is to serve the holy men.
ಗಾಥಾ 333. ಸುಖಂ ಯಾವ ಜರಾಶೀಲಂ ಸುಖ ಸದ್ಧಾ ಪತಿಟ್ಟಿತ ಸುಖೋ ಪಣ್ಯಾಯ ಪಟಿಲಾಭೋ ಪಾಪಾನಂ ಅಕರಣಂ ಸುಖಂ ನಾಗವಗ್ಗೋ ತೇವಿ ಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಠಿತೋ.
Verse number 333. Good is virtue until life's end. Good is faith in steadfast. Good is the acquisition of wisdom, and good is the avoidance of evil. Nagavaggo tevisatimo nithito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 23 ತಣ್ಹಾವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 334. ಮನಜಸ್ಸ ಪಮತ್ತಚಾರಿನೋ ತಣ್ಹಾ ವಡ್ಢತಿ ಮಾಲುವಾವಿಯ ಸೋ ಪ್ಲವತಿ ಹುರಾಹುರಂ ಫಲಮಿಚ್ಛಂವ ವನಸ್ಮಿಂ ವಾನರೋ.
Chapter number 23. Nagavaggo, the elephant. Verse number 334. The craving of one given to heedlessness, living grows like a creeper, like the monkey seeking fruits in the forest. He leaps from life to life, tasting the fruit of his karma.
ಗಾಥಾ 335. ಯಂ ಏಸಾ ಸಹತೆ ಜಮ್ಮಿ ತಣ್ಹಾಲೋ ವಿಸತ್ತಿಕಾ ಶೋಕ ತಸ್ಸ ಪವಡ್ಢಂತಿ ಅಭಿವಟ್ಟಂವ ಬೀರಣಂ.
Verse number 335. Whoever is overcome by this wretched and sticky craving, his sorrows grow like grass after the rains.
ಗಾಥಾ 336. ಯೋ ಚೇತಂ ಸಹತೆ ಜಮ್ಮಿಂ ತಣ್ಹಂ ಲೋಕೆ ದುರಚ್ಚಯಂ ಶೋಕ ತಂಹ ಪಪತ್ತಂತಿ ಉದಬಿಂದುವ ಪೋಖರ.
Verse number 336. But whoever overcomes this wretched craving, so difficult to overcome, from him sorrows fall away like water from a lotus leaf.
ಗಾಥಾ 337. ತಂಗೋ ವದಾಮಿ ಭದ್ದಂಗೋ ಯಾವಂತೆತ್ಥ ಸಮಾಗತ ತಣ್ಹಾಯ ಮೂಲಂ ಖಣತ ಉಸಿರೊತ್ತೋವ ಬೀರಣಂ.
Chapter number 20.
ಮಾವೋ ನಳಂವ ಸೋತೋವ ಮಾರೋ ಭಂಜಿ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಃ.
Verse number 337. This I say to you, good luck to all assembled here. Dig up the root of craving, like one in search of the fragrant roots of crush you again and again, as flood crushes a reed.
ಗಾಥಾ 338 ಯಥಾಭಿಮೂಲೆ ಅನುಪದ್ಧವೇ ದಳ್ಹೆ ಛಿನ್ನೋಪಿ ರುಕ್ಷೋ ಪುನರೇವ ರೂಹತಿ ಏವಂಪಿ ತಣ್ಹಾನುಸಯೇ ಅನೂಹತೆ ನಿಬ್ಬತ್ತತಿ ದುಃಖಮಿದಂ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಃ.
Verse number 338. Just like a tree, though cut down, sprouts up again if its roots remain uncut and firm. Even so, until the craving that lies dormant is rooted out, suffering springs up again and again.
ಗಾಥಾ 339 ಯಸ್ಸ ಚತ್ತಿಂಸತಿ ಸೋತ ಮನಾ ಪಸವನಾ ಭುಸಾ ಮಾಹಾ ವಹಂತಿ ದುದಿಠಿಂಗ್ ಸಂಕಪ್ಪ ರಾಗನಿಸ್ಸಿತ.
Verse number 339. The misguided man in whom the 36 currents of craving strongly rush towards pleasurable objects is swept away by the flood of his passionate thoughts.
ಗಾಥಾ 340 ಸವಂತಿ ಸಬ್ಬಧೀ ಸೋತ ಲತಾ ಉಪ್ಪಜ್ಜ ತಿಷ್ಠತಿ ತಂಚ ದಿಸ್ವಾ ಲತಂ ಜಾತಂ ಮೂಲಂ ಪನ್ಯಾಯ ಚಿಂಧತ.
Verse number 340. Everywhere these currents flow, and the creeper of craving sprouts and grows. Seeing this, the creeper has sprung up, cut off its root with wisdom.
ಗಾಥಾ 341 ಸರಿತಾನಿ ಸಿನೇಹಿತಾನಿ ಚ ಸೋಮನಸ್ಸಾನಿ ಭವಂತಿ ಜಂತುನೋ ತೇ ಸಾತಸಿತಾ ಸುಖೇಸಿನೋ ತೇವೆ ಜಾತಿ ಜರೂಪಗಾನರ.
Verse number 341. Flowing in from all objects and watered by craving, feeling of pleasure arise in beings, bent on pleasures and seeking enjoyment. These men fall prey to birth and decay.
ಗಾಥಾ 342 ತಸಿಣಾಯ ಪುರಕ್ಕಥಾಪಜ ಪರಿಸಪ್ಪಂತಿ ಸಸೋವ ಬಂದಿತೋ ಸಂಯೋಜನ ಸಂಗ ಸತ್ತಕ ದುಃಖ ಮುಪ್ಪೇಂತಿ. ಗಾಥಾ 342 ತಸಿಣಾಯ ಪುರಕ್ಕಥಾಪಜ ಪರಿಸಪ್ಪಂತಿ ಸಸೋವ ಬಂದಿತೋ ಸಂಯೋಜನ ಸಂಗ ಸತ್ತಕ ದುಃಖ ಮುಪೆಂತಿ ಪುನಃ ಪುನಂ ಚಿರಾಯ.
Verse number 342. Beset by craving, people run about like an entrapped hare, held fast by mental fetters. They come to suffering again and again for a long time.
ಗಾಥಾ 343 ತಸಿಣಾಯ ಪುರಕ್ಕಥಾಪಜ ಪರಿಸಪ್ಪಂತಿ ಸಸೋವ ಬಂದಿತೋ ತಸ್ಮಾ ತಸಿಣಂ ವಿನೋದಯೇ ಅಕಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿರಾಗಮುತ್ತನೋ.
Verse number 343. Beset by craving, people run about like an entrapped hare. Therefore, one who yearns to be passion-free should destroy his own craving.
ಗಾಥಾ 344 ಯೋ ನಿಬ್ಬನಥೋ ವನಾಧಿಮುತ್ತೋ ವನಮುತ್ತೋ ವನಮೇವ ಧಾವತಿ ತು ಪುಗ್ಗಲಮೇಥಾಪಸ್ಸತ ಮುತ್ತೋ ಬಂಧಮೇವ ಧಾವತಿ.
Verse number 344. There is one who, turning away from desire for household life, takes to the life of the forest, that is, of a monk. But after being freed from the household, he runs back to it. Behold that man. Though freed, he runs back to that very bondage.
ಗಾಥಾ 345. ನತಂದಲ್ಹಂ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಹುಧೀರ ಯದಾಯಸಂ ದಾರುಜ ಪಬ್ಬಜಂಚ ಸಾರಥರತ್ತ ಮಣಿಕುಂಡಲೇಸು ಪುತ್ತೇಸು ದಾರೇಸು ಚ ಯಾ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷಾ. ಗಾಥಾ 346. ಏತಂದಲ್ಹಂ ಬಂಧನ ಮಾಹುಧೀರ ಓಹಾರಿನಂ ಶಿಥಿಲಂ ದುಪ್ಪಮುಂಚಂ ಏತಮ್ಮಿ ಚೇತ್ವಾನ ಪರಿಭಜಂತಿ ಅನುಪೇಕ್ಷಿನೋ ಕಾಮಸುಖಂ ಪಹಾಯ.
Verse number 345 and 346. That is not a strong fetter, the wise say, which is made up of iron, wood, and hemp. But the infatuation and longing for jewels and ornaments, children and wives, that, they say, is a far stronger fetter, which pulls one downward, and though seemingly loose, is hard to remove. This, too, the wise cut off, giving up sensual pleasure, and without any longing, they renounce the world.
ಗಾಥಾ 347. ಯೇ ರಾಗರತ್ತಾನುಪತಂತಿ ಸೋತಂ ಸಂಯಕತಂ ಮಕ್ಕಟೋವ ಜಾಲಂ ಏತಂಪಿ ಛೆತ್ತಾನ ವಜಂತಿ ಧೀರಾ ಅನುಪೇಕ್ಷಿನೋ ಸಬ್ಬ ದುಃಖಂ ಪಹಾಯ.
Verse number 347. Those who are lust infatuated fall back into the swirling current of samsara, like a spider on its self-spun web. This, too, the wise cut off. Without any longing, they abandon all suffering and renounce the world.
ಗಾಥಾ 348. ಮುಂಚ ಪುರೇ ಮುಂಚ ಪಚ್ಚತೋ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಮುಂಚ ಭವಸ್ಸ ಪಾರಗು ಸಬ್ಬತ್ತ ವಿಮುತ್ತ ಮಾನಸೋ ನಪುನಂ ಜಾತಿ ಜರಂ ಉಪೇಹಿಸಿ.
Verse number 348. Let go of the past, let go of the future, let go of the present, and cross over to the farther shore of existence. With mind wholly liberated, you shall come no more to birth and death.
ಗಾಥಾ 349. ವಿತಕ್ಕ ಮತಿತಸ್ಸ ಜಂತುನೋ ತಿಬ್ಬ ರಾಗಸ್ಸ ಶುಭಾನುಪಸ್ಸಿನೋ ಬಿಯೋ ತಣ್ಣ ಪವಡ್ಡತಿ ಯೇ ಸಖೋ ದಳ್ಹಂ ಕರೋತಿ ಬಂಧನಂ.
Verse number 349. For a person tormented by evil thoughts, who is passion dominated and given to the pursuit of pleasure, his craving steadily grows. He makes the fetter strong indeed.
ಗಾಥಾ 350. ವಿತಕ್ಕೂಪಸಮೇ ಚಯೋ ರಥೋ ಅಶುಭಂ ಭಾವಯತೆ ಸದಾ ಸತೋ ಏಸಕೋಭ್ಯಂತಿ ಕಾಹಿತಿ ಏಸ ಛೇಚ್ಚತಿ ಮಾರಬಂಧನಂ.
Verse number 350. He who delights in subduing evil thoughts, who meditates on the impurities and is ever mindful, it is he who will make an end of craving and rend a cinder, Mara's fetter.
ಗಾಥಾ 351. ನಿಠಂಗತೋ ಆಸಂತಾಸಿ ವೀತತಣ್ಣೋ ಅನಂಗಣೋ ಅಚಿಂದಿ ಭವಸಲ್ಲಾನಿ ಅಂತಿಮೋಯಂ ಸಮುಸ್ಸಯೋ.
Verse number 351. He who reached the goal is fearless, free from craving, passionless, and has plucked out the thorns of existence. For him, this is the last body.
ಗಾಥಾ 352. ವೀತತಣ್ಹೋ ಅನಾದಾನೋ ನಿರುತ್ತಿ ಪದಕೋವಿದೋ ಅಕ್ಷರಾನಂ ಸನ್ನಿಪಾತಂ ಜಂಚ ಪುಬ್ಬ ಪರಾಣಿಚ ಸವೇ ಅಂತಿಮ ಸಾರೀರೋ ಮಹಾಪನ್ಯೋ ಮಹಾಪುರಿಸೋ ತಿವುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 352. He who is free from craving and attachment is perfect in covering the true meaning of the teaching and knows the arrangement of the sacred texts in correct sequence. He indeed is the bearer of this final body. He is truly called the profoundly wise one, the great man.
ಗಾಥಾ 353. ಸಬ್ಬಾಭಿಭೂ ಸಬ್ಬ ವಿದೂಹಮಸ್ಮಿ ಸಬ್ಬೇಸು ಧಮ್ಮೇಸು ಅನೂಪಲಿತ್ತೋ ಸಬ್ಬಜಂಹೋ ತಣ್ಣಕ್ಕಯೇ ವಿಮುತ್ತೋ ಸಯಂ ಅಭಿಜ್ಞಾಯ ಕಮುದ್ದಿಸೆಯ್ಯಂ.
Verse number 353. A victor am I over all. All have I known. Yet unasked am I to all that is conquered and known. Abandoning all, I am freed through the destruction of craving. Having thus directly comprehended all by myself, whom shall I call my teacher?
ಗಾಥಾ 354. ಸಬ್ಬದಾನಂ ಧಮ್ಮದಾನಂ ಜಿನಾತಿ ಸಬ್ಬರಸಂ ಧಮ್ಮರಸೋ ಜಿನಾತಿ ಸಬ್ಬರತಿಂ ಧಮ್ಮರತಿ ಜಿನಾತಿ ತಣ್ಣಕ್ಕಯೋ ಸಬ್ಬ ದುಃಖಂ ಜಿನಾತಿ.
Verse number 354. The gift of Dhamma excels all gifts. The taste of Dhamma excels all tastes. The delight in Dhamma excels all delights. The craving freed vanquishes all suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 355. ಹನಂತಿ ಭೋಗ ದುಮ್ಮೇದಂ ನೋಚ ಪಾರಗವೇಸಿನೋ ಭೋಗತಣ್ಣಾಯ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧೋ ಹಂತಿ ಅನ್ಯೇವ ಅತ್ತನಾಂ.
Verse number 355. Riches ruin only the foolish, not those in quest of the beyond. By craving for riches, the witless man ruins himself as well as others.
ಗಾಥಾ 356. ತಿಣದೋಷಾನಿ ಖೇತ್ತಾನಿ ರಾಗದೋಷ ಅಯಂ ಪಜಾ ತಸ್ಮಾಹಿ ವೀತರಾಗೇಸು ದಿನ್ನಂ ಹೋತಿ ಬಹಫಲಂ.
Verse number 356. Weeds are the bane of fields. Lust is the bane of mankind. Therefore, what is offered to those free of lust yields abundant fruit.
ಗಾಥಾ 357. ತಿಣದೋಷಾನಿ ಖೇತ್ತಾನಿ ದೋಷ ದೋಷ ಅಯಂ ಪಜಾ ತಸ್ಮಾಹಿ ವೀತದೋಷೇಸು ದಿನ್ನಂ ಹೋತಿ ಮಹಫಲಂ.
Verse number 357. Weeds are the bane of fields. Hatred is the bane of mankind. Therefore, what is offered to those free of hatred yields abundant fruit.
ಗಾಥಾ 358. ತಿಣದೋಸಾನಿ ಖೆತ್ತಾನಿ ಮೋಹದೋಸ ಅಯಂ ಪಜ ತಸ್ಮಾಹಿ ವೀತಮೋಹೇಸು ದಿನ್ನಂ ಹೋತಿ ಮಹಫಲಂ.
Verse number 358. Weeds are the bane of the fields. Delusion is the bane of the mankind. Therefore, what is offered to those free of delusion yields abundant fruit.
ಗಾಥಾ 359. ತಿಣದೋಸಾನಿ ಖೆತ್ತಾನಿ ತಣ್ಹಾ ದೋಸ ಅಯಂ ಪಜ ತಸ್ಮಾಹಿ ವೀತ ತಣ್ಹೇಸು ದಿನ್ನಂ ಹೋತಿ ಮಹಫಲಂ. ತಣ್ಹಾವಗ್ಗೋ ಚತುವೀ ಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 359. Weeds are the bane of the field. Desire is the bane of the mankind. Therefore, what is offered to those free of desire yields abundant fruit. Tanhavaggo chatu visatimo nitito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 25 ಭಿಕ್ಕುವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 360. ಚಕ್ಕುನಾ ಸಂವರೋ ಸಾಧು ಸಾಧು ಸೋತೇನ ಸಂವರೋ ಘಾನೇನ ಸಂವರೋ ಸಾಧು ಸಾಧು ಜಿಹ್ವಾಯ ಸಂವರೋ.
Chapter number 25. Bhikkhu the monk. Verse number 360. Good is restraint over the eye. Good is restraint over the ear. Good is restraint over the nose. Good is restraint over the tongue.
ಗಾಥಾ 361. ಕಾಯೇನ ಸಂವರೋ ಸಾಧು ಸಾಧು ವಾಚಾಯ ಸಂವರೋ ಮನಸಾ ಸಂವರೋ ಸಾಧು ಸಾಧು ಸಬ್ಬತ್ತ ಸಂವರೋ ಸಬ್ಬತ್ತ ಸಂವುತೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಸಬ್ಬ ದುಃಖ ಪಮುಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 361. Good is restraint in the body. Good is restraint in the speech. Good is restraint in the thought. Restraint everywhere is good. The monk, restrained in every way, is freed from all suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 362. ಹತ್ತ ಸಂಯತೋ ಪಾದ ಸಂಯತೋ ವಾಚಾ ಸಂಯತೋ ಸಂಯುತ್ತತಮೋ ಅಜ್ಜತ್ತರತೋ ಸಮಾಹಿತೋ ಏಕೋ ಸಂತುಸಿಕೋ ತಮಾಹು ಭಿಕ್ಕುಂ.
Verse number 362. He who has control over his hands, feet and tongue, who is fully controlled, delights in inward development, is absorbed in meditation, keeps to himself and is contented, him do people call a monk.
ಗಾಥಾ 363. ಯೋ ಮುಖ ಸಂಯತೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಮಂತಭಾಣಿ ಅನುದ್ದತೋ ಅಥಂ ಧಮ್ಮಂಚ ದೀಪೇತಿ ಮಧುರಂ ತಸ್ಸ ಭಾಸಿತಂ.
Verse number 363. That monk who has control over his tongue is moderate in speech, unassuming, and who explains the teaching in both letter and spirit. Whatever he says is pleasing.
ಗಾಥಾ 364. ಧಮ್ಮಾರಾಮೋ ಧಮ್ಮರತೋ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಅನುವಿಚಿಂತಯಂ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ಅನುಸ್ಸರಂ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಸದ್ಧಮ್ಮ ನ ಪರಿಹಾಯತಿ.
Verse number 364. The monk who abides in the Dhamma, delights in the Dhamma, meditates on the Dhamma, and bears the Dhamma well in mind, he does not fall away from the sublime Dhamma.
ಗಾಥಾ 365. ಸಲಾಭಂ ನಾತಿಮನ್ಯಯ್ಯ ನಾಣ್ಯೇಸಂ ಪಿಹಾಯಂ ಚರೇ ಅನ್ಯೇಸಂ ಪಿಹಯಂ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಸಮಾಧಿಂ ನಾದಿಗಚ್ಚತಿ.
Verse number 365. One should not despise what one has received, nor envy the gains of others. The monk who envies the gains of others does not attain to meditative absorption.
ಗಾಥಾ 366. ಅಪ್ಪಲಾಭೋಪಿ ಚೇ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಸಲಾಭಂ ನಾತಿಮನ್ಯತಿ ತಂ ವೇ ದೇವಾ ಪಸಂಸಂತಿ ಶುದ್ಧಾಜೀವಿಂ ಅತಂದಿತಂ.
Verse number 366. A monk who does not despise what he has received, even though it be little, who is pure in livelihood and unremitting in effort, him even the gods praise.
ಗಾಥಾ 367. ಸಬ್ಬಸೋ ನಾಮರೂಪಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಯಸ್ಸ ನತ್ಥಿ ಮಮಾಯಿತಂ ಅಸತಾಚ ನ ಶೋಚತಿ ಸವೇ ಭಿಕ್ಕೂತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 367. He who has no attachment whatsoever for the mind and body, who does not grieve of what he has not, he is fully called a monk.
ಗಾಥಾ 368. ಮೆತ್ತವಿಹಾರಿ ಯೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಪಸನ್ನೋ ಬುದ್ಧ ಶಾಸನೆ ಅಧಿಗಚ್ಚೆ ಪದಂ ಸಂತಂ ಸಂಖಾರೂಪ ಸಮಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 368. The monk who abides in universal love and is deeply devoted to the teaching of the Buddha attains the peace of Nibbana, bliss of the cessation of all conditioned things.
ಗಾಥಾ 369. ಸಿಂಚ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಇಮಂ ನಾವಂ ಸಿತ್ತ ತೇ ಲಹುಮೆಸ್ಸತಿ ಛೇತ್ವಾ ರಾಗಂಚ ದೋಸಂಚ ತತೋ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನಮೇಹಿಸಿ.
Verse number 369. Empty this boat, O monk. Emptied, it will sail lightly. Rid of lust and hatred, you shall reach Nibbana.
ಗಾಥಾ 370. ಪಂಚಛಿಂದೆ ಪಂಚಜಹೆ ಪಂಚಚುತ್ತರಿ ಭಾವಯೇ ಪಂಚಸಂಘಾತಿಕೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಓಘ ತಿಣ್ಣೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 370. Cut off the 5, abandon the 5, and cultivate the 5. The monk who has overcome the 5 bonds is called one who has crossed the flood.
ಗಾಥಾ 371. ಝಾಯಾ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಮಾಪಮಾದೋ ಮಾತೆ ಕಾಮಗುಣೆ ರಮೆಸ್ಸು ಚಿತ್ತಂ ಮಾ ಲೋಹಗುಳಂ ಗಿಲೀಪಮತ್ತೋ ಮಾ ಕಂದಿ ದುಃಖಮಿಂದತಿ ದಹ್ಯಮಾನೋ.
Verse number 371. Meditate, O monk. Do not be heedless. Let not your mind reel on sensual pleasures. Heedless, do not swallow a red-hot iron ball, lest you cry when burning, "Oh, this is painful."
ಗಾಥಾ 372. ನತ್ತಿ ಝಾನಂ ಅಪನ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಪನ್ಯಾನತ್ತಿ ಅಜಾಯತೋ ಯಮ್ಮಿ ಜಾನಂಚ ಪನ್ಯಾಚ ಸವೇ ನಿಬ್ಬಾನ ಸಂತಿಕೆ.
Verse number 372. There is no meditative concentration for him who lacks insight, and no insight for him who lacks meditative concentration. He in whom are found both meditative concentration and insight, indeed, is close to Nibbana.
ಗಾಥಾ 373 ಶೂನ್ಯಾಗಾರಂ ಪವಿಠಸ್ಸ ಸಂತ ಚಿತ್ತಸ್ಸ ಭಿಕ್ಕುನೋ ಅಮಾನುಷೀ ರತಿ ಹೋತಿ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ವಿಪස්සತೋ.
Verse number 373. The monk who has retired to a solitary abode and calmed his mind, who comprehends the Dhamma with insight, in him there arises a delight that transcends all human delights.
ಗಾಥಾ 374 ಯತೋ ಯತೋ ಸಮ್ಮಸತಿ ಖಂದಾನಂ ಉದಯಭಯಂ ಲಭತಿ ಪೀತಿಪಾಮೋಜ್ಜಂ ಅಮತಂ ತಂ ವಿಜಾನತಂ.
Verse number 374. Whenever he sees with insight the rise and the fall of aggregates, he is full of joy and happiness. To the discerning one, this reflects the deathless.
ಗಾಥಾ 375 ತತ್ರಾಯಮಾಧಿ ಭವತಿ ಇದ ಪಣ್ಯಸ್ಸ ಭಿಕ್ಕುನೋ ಇಂದ್ರಿಯ ಗುತ್ತಿ ಸಂತುಷ್ಠಿ ಪಾತಿಮೋಕ್ಷೇ ಚ ಸಂವರೋ.
Verse number 375. Control of the senses, contentment restraint, according to the code of the monastic discipline, these form the base of holy life, here for the wise monk.
ಗಾಥಾ 376 ಮಿತ್ತೇ ಭಜಸ್ಸು ಕಲ್ಯಾಣೆ ಶುದ್ಧಾ ಜೀವೆ ಅತಂದಿತೆ ಪಟಿಸಂಥಾರ ಉತ್ಥಸ್ಸ ಆಚಾರ ಕುಶಲೋಸಿಯ ತತೋ ಪಾಮೋಜ್ಜ ಬಹುಲೋ ದುಃಖ ಸಂತಂ ಕರಿಸ್ಸತಿ.
Verse number 376. Let him associate with friends who are noble, energetic, and pure in life. Let him be cordial and refined in conduct. Thus, full of joy, he will make an end of suffering.
ಗಾಥಾ 377 ವಸಿಕಾ ವಿಯಪುಪ್ಪಾನಿ ಮದ್ದವಾನಿ ಪಮುಣ್ಯತಿ ಏವಂ ರಾಗಂಚ ದೋಷಂಚ ವಿಪ್ಪಮುಣ್ಯೇಥ ಭಿಕ್ಕವೋ.
Verse number 377. Just as the jasmine creeper shields its withered flowers, even so, O monks, should you totally shed lust and hatred.
ಗಾಥಾ 378 ಸಂತಕಾಯೋ ಸಂತವಾಚೋ ಸಂತವ ಸುಸಮಾಹಿತೋ ವಂತಲೋಕಾಮಿಸೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಉಪಸಂತೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 378. The monk who is calm in body, calm in speech, calm in thought, well composed, and who has spun out worldliness, he truly is called serene.
ಗಾಥಾ 379 ಅತ್ತನ ಚೋದಯತ್ತಾನಂ ಪಟಿಮಂ ಸೇಥ ಅತ್ತನ ಸೋ ಅತ್ತ ಗುತ್ತೋ ಸತಿಮಾ ಸುಖಂ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ವಿಹಾಹಿಸಿ.
Verse number 379. By oneself, one must censure oneself and scrutinize oneself. The self-guarded and the mindful monk will always live in happiness.
ಗಾಥಾ 380 ಅತ್ತಾಹಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ನಾಥೋ ಅತ್ತಾಹಿ ಅತ್ತನೋ ಗತಿ ತಸ್ಮಾ ಸಂಯಮಮತ್ತಾನಂ ಅಸ್ಸಂಗ್ ಭದ್ರಂ ವಾಣಿಜೋ.
Verse number 380. One is one's own protector. One is one's own refuge. Therefore, one should control oneself, even as a trader controls a noble steed.
ಗಾಥಾ 381. ಪಾಮುಜ್ಯ ಬಹುಲೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಪಸನ್ನೋ ಬುದ್ಧ ಶಾಸನೆ ಅಧಿಗಚ್ಚೆ ಪದಂ ಸಂತಂ ಸಂಖಾರೂಪ ಸಮಂ ಸುಖಂ.
Verse number 381. Full of job, full of faith in the teachings of the Buddha, the monk attains the peaceful state, the bliss of cessation of conditioned things.
ಗಾಥಾ 382. ಯೋಹವೇ ದಹರೋ ಭಿಕ್ಕು ಯುಂಜತಿ ಬುದ್ಧ ಶಾಸನೆ ಸೋಮಂ ಲೋಕಂ ಪಭಾಸೇತಿ ಅಬ್ಬಾ ಮುತ್ತೋವ ಚಂದಿಮ. ಭಿಕ್ಕುವಗ್ಗೋ ಪಂಚ ವಿಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ.
Verse number 382. The monk who, while young, devotes himself to the teaching of the Buddha, illumines this world like the moon freed from the clouds. Bhikkhuvaggo panchavisattimo nithito.
ಖುದ್ದಕ ನಿಕಾಯೆ ಧಮ್ಮಪದ ಪಾಲಿ ವರ್ಗ 26 ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣವಗ್ಗೋ. ಗಾಥಾ 383. ಛಿಂದೋ ಸೋತಂ ಪರಕ್ಕಮ್ಮ ಕಾಮೇ ಪನುದ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಸಂಖಾರಾನಂ ಖಯಂ ಯತ್ವ ಅಕತನ್ಯೂಹಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ.
Chapter number 26. Brahmanavaggo, the holy man. Verse number 383. Exert yourself, O holy man, cut off the stream of craving and discard sense desires. Knowing the destruction of all conditioned things, become, O holy man, the knower of the uncreate, that's Nibbana.
ಗಾಥಾ 384. ಯದಾ ದ್ವಯೇಷು ಧಮ್ಮೇಷು ಪಾರಗೂ ಹೋತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಅಥಸ್ಸ ಸಬ್ಬೆ ಸಂಯೋಗ ಅಥಂ ಗಚ್ಚಂತಿ ಜಾನತೋ.
Verse number 384. When a holy man has reached the summit of the two paths, namely meditative concentration and insight, he knows the truth, and all his fetters fall away.
ಗಾಥಾ 385. ಯಸ್ಸ ಪಾರಂ ಅಪಾರಂ ವಾ ಪಾರಾಪಾರಂ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜತಿ ವಿತದ್ಧರಂ ವಿಸಂಯುಕ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 385. He for whom there is neither this shore nor the other shore, nor at both, he who is free from cares and is unfettered, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 386. ಝಾಯಿಂ ವಿರಜಮಾಸೀನಂ ಕತಕಿಚ್ಚ ಮನಾಸಮಂ ಉತ್ತಮತ್ತಮನುಪತ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಭ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 386. He who is meditative, stainless and settled, whose work is done and who is free from cankers, having reached the highest goal, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 387. ದಿವಾ ತಪತಿ ಆದಿತ್ಯೋ ರತ್ತಿಮಾ ಭಾತಿ ಚಂದಿಮಾ ಸನ್ನದ್ಧೋ ಖತ್ತಿಯೋ ತಪತಿ ಝಾಯಿ ತಪತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಅಥ ಸಬ್ಬ ಮಹೋರಥಿಂ ಬುದ್ಧೋ ತಪತಿ ತೇಜಸಾ.
Verse number 387. The sun shines by day, the moon shines by night. The warrior shines in armor, the holy man shines in meditation. But the Buddha shines resplendent all day and all night.
ಗಾಥಾ 388. ಬಾಹಿತ ಪಾಪೋತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಸಮಚರ್ಯ ಸಮಣೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ ಪಬ್ಬಾ ಜಯಮುತ್ತನೋ ಮಲಂ ತಸ್ಮಾ ಪಬ್ಬಜಿತೋತಿ ಉಚ್ಯತಿ.
Verse number 388. Because he has discarded evil, he is called a holy man. Because he is serene in conduct, he is called a recluse. And because he has renounced his impurities, he is called a renunciate.
ಗಾಥಾ 389. ನಾ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಸ್ಸ ಪಹರೇಯ್ಯ ನಾಸ್ಸ ಮುಂಜೇತ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಧೀ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಸ್ಸ ಹಂತಾರಂ ತತೋ ಧೀಯಸ್ಸ ಮುಂಚತಿ.
Verse number 389. One should not strike a holy man, nor should a holy man, when struck, give way to anger. Shame on him who strikes a holy man, and more shame on him who gives way to anger.
ಗಾಥಾ 390. ನ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಸ್ಸೇತದ ಕಿಂಚ ಸಯ್ಯೋ ಯದಾ ನಿಷೇಧೋ ಮನಸೋ ಪಿಯೇಹಿ ಯತೋ ಯತೋ ಹಿಂಸಮನೋ ನಿವತ್ತತಿ ತತೋ ತತೋ ಸಮ್ಮತಿಮೇವ ದುಃಖಂ.
Verse number 390. Nothing is better for a holy man than when he holds his mind back from what is endearing. To the extent the intent to harm wears away, to that extent does suffering subside.
ಗಾಥಾ 391. ಯಸ್ಸ ಕಾಯೇನ ವಾಚಾಯ ಮನಸಾ ನಥಿ ದುಃಖಟಂ ಸಂಗುತಂ ತೀಹಿಠಾನೇಹಿ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 391. He who does no evil in deed, word, or thought, who is restrained in these three ways, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 392. ಯಂಹಾ ಧಮ್ಮಂ ವಿಜಾನೇಯ್ಯ ಸಮ್ಮಾ ಸಂಬುದ್ಧ ದೇಸಿತಂ ಸಕ್ಕಚ್ಚಂ ತಂ ನಮಸ್ಸಯ್ಯ ಅಗ್ಗಿ ಹುತ್ತಂ ವ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ.
Verse number 382. Just as a Brahmin priest reveres his sacrificial fire, even so should one devotedly revere the person from whom one has learned the Dhamma taught by the Buddha.
ಗಾಥಾ 393. ನ ಜಟಾಹಿ ನ ಗೊತ್ತೇನ ನ ಜಚ್ಚ ಹೋತಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ ಯಂ ಹಿ ಸಚ್ಚಂಚ ಧಮ್ಮೋಚ ಸೋ ಶುಚಿ ಸೋಚ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣೋ.
Verse number 393. Not by matted hair, nor by lineage, nor by birth does one become a holy man, but he in whom truth and righteousness exist, he is pure, he is a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 394. ಕಿಂ ತೇ ಜಟಾಹಿ ದುಮ್ಮೇಧ ಕಿಂ ತೇ ಅಜಿನ ಸಾಟಿಯ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರಂ ತೇ ಗಹನಂ ಬಾಹಿರಂ ಪರಿಮಜ್ಜಸಿ.
Verse number 394. What is the use of your matted hair, O witless man? What of your garment of antelope's hide? Within you is the tangle of passion. Only outwardly do you cleanse yourself.
ಗಾಥಾ 395 ಪಂಸು ಕೂಲಧರಂ ಜಂತು ಕಿಸಂ ಧಮ್ಮನಿ ಸಂತತಂ ಏಕಂ ವನಸ್ಮಿಂ ಧ್ಯಾಯಂತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 395. The person who wears a robe made of rags, who is lean, with mane showing all over the body, and who meditates alone in the forest, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 396 ನಚಾಹಂ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಯೋನಿಜಂ ಮತ್ತಿ ಸಂಭವಂ ಭೋವಾದಿ ನಾಮಸೋ ಹೋತಿ ಸಚೇ ಹೋತಿ ಅಕಿಂಚನೋ ಅಕಿಂಚನಂ ಅನಾದಾನಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 396. I do not call him a holy man because of his lineage or high-born mother. If he is full of impeding attachments, he is just a supercilious man. But who is free from impediments and clinging, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 397 ಸಬ್ಬ ಸಂಯೋಜನಂ ಛೇತ್ವಾ ಯೋವೇನ ಪರಿತಸ್ಸತಿ ಸಂಘಾತಿಕಂ ವಿಸಂಯುಕ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 397. He who, having cut off all fetters, trembles no more, who has overcome all attachments and is emancipated, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 398 ಛೇತ್ವಾ ನದ್ದಿಂ ವರತ್ತಂಚ ಸಂದಾನಂ ಸಹನುಕ್ಕಮಂ ಉಕ್ಕಿತ್ತ ಪಲಿಘಂ ಬುದ್ಧಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 398. He who has cut off the thong of hatred, the band of craving, and the rope of false views, together with appearances, latent evil tendencies, he who has removed the crossbar of ignorance and is enlightened, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 399 ಅಕ್ಕೋಸಂ ವದಬಂದಂಚ ಅದುಠ್ಠೋ ಯೋ ತಿತಿಘ್ಖತಿ ಕಂಥೀಬಲಂ ಬಲಾನೀಕಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 399. He who without resentment endures abuse, beating, and punishment, whose power, real might, is patience, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 400 ಅಕ್ಕೋಧನಂ ವತವಂತಂ ಶೀಲವಂತಂ ಅನುಸ್ಸದಂ ದಂತಂ ಅಂತಿಮ ಶಾರೀರಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 400. He who is free from anger is devout, virtuous, without craving, self-subdued, and bears his final body, him I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 401 ವಾರಿ ಪೋಖರ ಪತ್ತೇವ ಆರಗ್ಗೇರಿವ ಸಾಸಪೋ ಯೋನಲಿಂಪತಿ ಕಾಮೇಸು ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 401. Like water on a lotus leaf or a mustard seed on the point of a needle, he who does not cling to sensual pleasures, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 402 ಯೋ ದುಃಖಸ್ಸ ಪಜಾನಾತಿ ಇದೇವ ಖಯಮತ್ತನೋ ಪನ್ನಭಾರಂ ವಿಸಂಯುಕ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 402. He who in this very life realizes for himself the end of suffering, who has laid aside the burden and become emancipated, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 403. ಗಂಭೀರಪನ್ಯಂ ಮೇಧಾವಿಂ ಮಗ್ಗಾ ಮಗ್ಗಸ್ಸ ಕೋವಿದಂ ಉತ್ತಮತ್ತಮನುಪತ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 403. He who has profound knowledge, who is wise, skilled in discerning the right or the wrong path, and has reached the highest goal, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 404. ಅಸಂಸಟ್ಟಂ ಗಹಠೇತಿ ಅನಾಗರೇಹಿ ಚೂಭಯಂ ಅನೋಕಸಾರಿಮಪ್ಪಿಚ್ಚಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 404. He who holds aloof from householders and the ascetics alive and wanders about with no fixed abode but few wants, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 405. ನಿದಾಯ ದಂಡಂ ಭೂತೇಷು ತಪೇಷು ಥಾವರೇಷು ಚ ಯೋ ನ ಹಂತಿ ನ ಘಾತೇತಿ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 405. He who has renounced violence towards all living beings, weak or strong, who neither kills nor causes other to kill, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 406. ಅಭಿರುದ್ಧಂ ವಿರುದ್ಧೇಷು ಅತ್ತದಂಡೇಷು ನಿಬ್ಬುತಂ ಸಾದಾನೇಷು ಅನಾದಾನಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 406. He who is friendly amidst the hostile, peaceful amidst the violent, and unattached amidst the attached, him do I call a holy man. A holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 407. ಯಸ್ಸ ರಾಗೋಚ ದೋಷೋಚ ಮಾನೋ ಮಕ್ಕೋಚ ಪಾತಿತೋ ಸಾಸ ಪೋರಿವ ಆರಗ್ಗ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 407. He whose lust and hatred, pride and hypocrisy have fallen off like a mustard seed from the point of a needle, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 408. ಅಕಕ್ಕಸಂ ವಿಜ್ಞಾಪನಿಂ ಗಿರಂ ಸಚ್ಚ ಮುದೀರಯೇ ಯಾಯಾ ನಾಭಿಸಜೆ ಕಂಚಿ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 408. He who utters gentle, instructive, and truthful words, who imprecates none, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 409. ಯೋಧ ದೀಘಂವಾ ರಸ್ಸಂವಾ ಅಣುಂ ಥೂಲಂ ಶುಭಾಶುಭಂ ಲೋಕೆ ಆದಿನ್ನಂ ನಾದಿಯತಿ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 409. He who wants nothing of either this world or the next, who is desire free and emancipated, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 410. ಆಸಾ ಯಸ್ಸ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಅಸ್ಮಿನ್ ಲೋಕೆ ಪರಮ್ಮಿಚ ನಿರಾಸಾಸಂ ವಿಸಂಯುಕ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 410. He who wants nothing of either this world or the next, who is desire free and emancipated, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 411. ಯಸ್ಸಾಲಯ ನ ವಿಜ್ಜಂತಿ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಅಖಥಂಕಥಿ ಅಮತೋ ಗದಮನುಪತ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 411. He who has no attachment who through perfect knowledge is free from doubt and has plunged into the deathlessness, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 412. ಯೋಧ ಪುಣ್ಯಂಚ ಪಾಪಂಚ ಉಭೋ ಸಂಗಮುಪಜ್ಜಗ ಅಶೋಕಂ ವಿರಜಂ ಶುದ್ಧಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 412. He who in this world has transcended the ties of both merit and demerit, who is sorrowless, stainless, and pure, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 413. ಚಂದವ ವಿಮಲಂ ಶುದ್ಧಂ ವಿಪ್ಪಸನ್ನ ಮನಾವಿಲಂ ನಂದಿ ಭವ ಪರಿಕ್ಷೀಣಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 413. He who like the moon is spotless and pure, serene and clear, who has destroyed the delight in existence, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 414. ಯೋಮಂ ಪಲಿಪಥಂ ದುಗ್ಗಂ ಸಂಸಾರಂ ಮೋಹಮಚ್ಚಗ ತಿನ್ನೋ ಪಾರಗತೋ ಝಾಯಿ ಅನೇಜೋ ಅಕತಂಕತಿ ಅನುಪಾದಾಯ ನಿಬ್ಬುತೋ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 414. He who having traversed this merry, perilous, and delusive round of existence has crossed over and reached the other shore, who is meditative, calm, free from doubt, and clinging to nothing, has attained to Nibbana. Him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 415. ಯೋಧ ಕಾಮೇ ಪಹಂತ್ವಾನ ಅನಾಗಾರೋ ಪರಿಬ್ಬಜೆ ಕಾಮ ಭವ ಪರಿಕ್ಷೀಣಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 415. He who having abandoned sensual pleasures has renounced the household life and become a homeless one, has destroyed both sensual desire and continued existence, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 416. ಯೋಧ ತಣ್ಣಂ ಪಹಂತ್ವಾನ ಅನಾಗಾರೋ ಪರಿಬ್ಬಜೆ ತಣ್ಣ ಭವ ಪರಿಕ್ಷೀಣಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 416. He who having abandoned craving has renounced the household life and become a homeless one, has destroyed both craving and continued existence, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 417. ಹಿತ್ವಾ ಮಾನುಸಕಂ ಯೋಗಂ ದಿಬ್ಬಂ ಯೋಗಂ ಉಪಜ್ಜಗ ಸಬ್ಬಯೋ ವಿಸಂಯುಕ್ತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 417. He who casting off human bonds and transcending heavenly ties is wholly delivered of all the bonds, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 418. ಹಿತ್ವಾ ರತಿಂಚ ಅರತಿಂಚ ಸೀತಿಭೂತಂ ನಿರೂಪಧಿಂ ಸಬ್ಬಾಲೋಕಾಭಿಭುಂ ವೀರಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 418. He who having cast off likes and dislikes has become tranquil, is rid of the substrata of the existence, and like a hero has conquered all the worlds, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 419. ಚ್ಯುತಿಂ ಯೋ ವೇದಿ ಸತ್ತಾನಂ ಉಪಟಿತ್ತಿಂಚ ಸಬ್ಬಸೋ ಅಸತ್ತಂ ಸುಗತಂ ಬುದ್ಧಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 419. He who in every way knows the death and the rebirth of all the beings and is totally detached, blessed, and enlightened, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 420. ಯಸ್ಸ ಗತಿಂ ನ ಜಾನಂತಿ ದೇವಾ ಗಂಧಬ್ಬ ಮಾನುಸ ಕ್ಷೀಣಾಸವಂ ಅರಹಂತಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 420. He whose track no gods, no angels, no humans trace, the Arhat who has destroyed all cankers, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 421. ಯಸ್ಸ ಪುರೇ ಚ ಪಚ್ಚಾಚ ಮಜ್ಜೆ ಚ ನತ್ತಿ ಕಿಂಚನಂ ಅಕಿಂಚನಂ ಅನಾದಾನಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 421. He who clings to nothing of the past, present, or the future, who has no attachment and holds on to nothing, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 422. ಹುಸಭಂ ಪವರಂ ವೀರಂ ಮಹೇಸಿಂ ವಿಜಿತಾವಿನಂ ಅನೇಜುಂ ನಾತಕಂ ಬುದ್ಧಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ.
Verse number 422. He, the noble, the excellent, the heroic, the great sage, the conqueror, the passionless, the pure, and the enlightened one, him do I call a holy man.
ಗಾಥಾ 423. ಪುಬ್ಬೇ ನಿವಾಸಂ ಯೋ ವೇದಿ ಸಗ್ಗಾಪಾಯಂಚ ಪಸ್ಸತಿ ಅಥೋ ಜಾತಿಕ್ಷಯಂ ಪತ್ತೋ ಅಭಿಜ್ಞಾವೋಸಿತೋ ಮುನಿ ಸಬ್ಬವೋಸಿತವೋಸಾನಂ ತಮಹಂ ಬ್ರೂಮಿ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣಂ. ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣವಗ್ಗೋ ಚಬ್ಬಿ ಸತಿಮೋ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತೋ ಧಮ್ಮಪದಂ ನಿಟ್ಟಿತಂ.
Verse number 423. He who knows his former birth, who sees heaven and hell, who has reached the end of birth and attained the perfection of insight, the sage who has reached the summit of spiritual excellence, him do I call a holy man. Brahmana Vaggo Chabisatimo Nitito.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami, Dhamma